and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the 2025 Kung Fu Cup StarCraft Evolution number 11. I'm of course your VIP, with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to something a little bit different here. Welcome back to Kung Fu Cup. This is a tournament, a bi-weekly tournament that does alternate back and forth between StarCraft Evolution and Warcraft 3 Evolution. I say alternate back and forth, of course. Recently, I say recently, over the past month, almost 2 months at this point, the arcade hasn't quite been able to, we haven't been able to update, updates in the arcade any kind of game modes or game maps, so because of that, we have been a little bit stagnant when it comes to any patches or updates for StarCraft Evolution and for Warcraft 3 as well, but regardless, tournaments are still ongoing. We have actually heard, by the way, that when it comes to at least both teams, when it comes to both Warcraft 3 Evolution and StarCraft Evolution, both teams do have patches ready. they both have some big patches ready. I think from StarCraft Evolution, they specifically said that I think their patch is the biggest one yet, so they've been just kind of like accumulating not just assets to update, but also some other changes as well. So there's a big patch on the horizon once, of course, we are able to update the arcade maps, but until then, or arcade mode. But until then, welcome to Kung Fu Cup 11. Here we go. We have quite a tournament ready for us here, and we're going to be featuring some old school players. Shout out to F91. F91 and Xiaoxe, they do often compete in their tournaments whenever they do casts as well. So shout out to F91 for stepping into the ring. But for the very first time here, Scarlett. Now, if you've been watching StarCraft over the past couple of weeks, you will know that Scarlett, I mean, past couple of months, for some greater context, you'll know that Scarlett did step away. Scarlett did go on a big hiatus. I want to say didn't touch the game for 6 to 8 months. Like 6 months. Like 6 months. Did step away. Basically, post EWC, after Esports World Cup, Scarlett did step away. Of course, was focusing on other aspects of her career, of her life, focusing on zero space, for example, and other things among that. And recently came back. Recently, I want to say around a month ago, basically in the lead up to the EWC qualifiers, Scarlett returned and has been on that grind, and has actually been showing up for some of these other tournaments as well, like StarCraft Evolution, which surprises me 100%. Like Scarlett recently returning here, now competing in the Wardy weeklies, in Pegastar Monday weeklies as well, Pegastar Cup weeklies. Likewise in Invitationals, and also now in StarCraft Evolution. Now, I haven't seen Scarlett play StarCraft Evolution before, except for the show match that she had. If you remember, Scarlett and Bjorn, they had a show match. I say show match. They made some content for the YouTube channel for Shopify. Like Shopify Rebellion, they did make some content. Hearthstone, Lambo, Bjorn, and Scarlett. And Scarlett did have a match that she played against Bjorn. And I remember, I think they played that for the first time. This was back in November. Like this was back last year when they had gotten together for DreamHack Atlanta, I want to say. So it's been a while. It's been a while since no, it would have been even before that, but yeah, they met up because they met up before DreamHack Atlanta. This was like maybe a year ago at this point, yeah, around that, and they were able to create some content together at the Shopify headquarters over in Canada. And yeah, I think that's the only time we've seen Scarlett play StarCraft Evolution, so I don't know what to expect. It's actually similar to Max Pax. Like, Max Pax also recently started playing StarCraft Evolution as well for the first time. He got cheesed the hell out by Dark, by the way. He got cheesed the hell out of it. It was like, aye. But we'll see if we can see more of Scarlett than we saw of Max Pax. Just catching up. Yo, to another 6 months, 9 months. What do you mean? Este warehouse. God, thank you so much for subscribing for 9 months in a row. That's a lot of months, papi. Thank you for the support. Good dear friend of the channel, Este warehouse. Thank you. As we're jumping into our initial best of 3, I would imagine ZVZ. Let's go. Depending on what Scarlett plays, of course, they do allow you to race pick when you play Brood War in StarCraft 2, so I'm assuming ZVZ, but we'll find out. Let's step into the ring. Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn Abyssal Reef. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Abyssal Reef. So we jump into our initial best of 3. Also, I kind of glossed over it, but welcome to StarCraft Evolution. StarCraft Evolution is a game mod that does bring together Brood War and StarCraft 2. So this is not your regular 1v1 format, and we will get into it. And yeah, no surprise. This is not going to be a ZVZ, it's going to be a PVZ spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef. We have the Canadian, typically Zerg, but now Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss. For Shellfire Rebellion, it is Scarlett. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have her opponent. We have the red Zerg player, the Chinese Zerg, one of the organizers and casters of this event. It is F91. For SC Boy, here we go. So we have our initial ZVP, and again, I don't really know what to expect out of Scarlett, outside of the fact, again, like, she did play a little bit of StarCraft Evolution previously, and we're going for a cannon rush. Oh boy, it's gonna be a short one. Forge gets thrown down, a probe is across the map. We are getting ready here to lay down those pylons. Cannon rushes are very much so viable here from Brood War Protoss, 100%, especially because I believe pylons are more robust. They're more robust. Pylons, they're a little bit more tankier and more robust than your typical SC2 pylon. So just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are the same. And even the texture is different, by the way. So shout out to the Brood War, or the textures here for the Brood War pylon. The expansion has been thrown. And are we going to commit to this, by the way? Are we just going for a Forge Fast Expand? Huh. Okay. It is going to be hatch first here out of SC Boy. Oh, yo, shout out to the shark. But yeah, we're just going for a Forge Fast Expand. We are not cannon rushing, or are we? Oh, we're setting up. We should be setting up here. There we go. The pylons are being thrown down, and we are setting up for the cannon rush here at the natural location. Overlord is moving over. The Overlord will confirm the cannons. Let's go. His spot is confirmed. This is going to be a little bit later here, but it's going to be hatch gas pool. All boys are being pulled. And can we get a good service area here on the pylon, as based on the position here, we can throw down that cannon. Yeah, we can wall up. We can wall up. The probe is in position. The drones, they cannot make it through. And this cannon rush is going to get up. Oh no! That tries to lock him in. Tries to lock in the drones. But last, it is going to be a 2 cannon setup here, 2 pylons as well. There's some decent service area here, but the cannon will complete, and this space is going to be denied. Again, the spawning pool is not done, only halfway. Remember, this was hatch, this was greedy, this was hatch gas before pool. I should have emphasized that as well. It was a very greedy build, very fast third hatchery. And the cannon will shut this down, zones away the drones. And F91 is in a rough position here. Oh, God. There's a cancellation. Again, a very late spawning pool for F91. He was being so greedy, and he gets punished for it. He is punished. Remember, it was only 2 cannons, 2 cannons, 2 pylons as well, so not the biggest commitment. Behind this, Scarlett is setting up back at home. From here, we'll see what the transition is going to be. Bearing in mind that Stargate openers have been buffed in recent times. There was the buff to the Scout. The Scout used to have pitiful damage when it comes to its anti-ground attack, but was buffed, was increased to be a little bit more viable as an opener to hunt down overlords and also to defend and harass as well. So we could see a Stargate fall off. For the time being, though, Cybercore is still on the way. We're still saturating, still setting up. The cannon will keep Scarlett safe. And for now, we're just going to be droning. Just saturating. There's no crazy aggression. We're no rushing into a Roach Warren or extra gases or a lair. But F91, he does not pull out a gas. Interesting. He doesn't pull out. This tells us the gas has to be for something. Are we going into a fast lair, into something like Nidus play, for example? Are we going into a fast, another form of tech? This has to be spent somewhere. Otherwise, no reason for all that gas. Yeah, looking at this drone. Looking at this drone, there it is. You're going for the Bane Bust. Let's go. Now the gas guys are on the way. Again, this is a very early Baneliness. This is typically not seen. And we are going for the bust. We'll see if he can break through. I mean, the wall here is still looking quite sturdy, is what I will say. Yeah, there's a full wall on the left-hand side. Likewise, the Zelda's in position. We have another pylon here to keep everything powered. And going for a Rover opener, most likely into Bay, into Reaver drop. The Overlord does confirm the Robo. Shuttle is in production. Where is that? Yep, where's that Bay? There it is. The Bay is on the way. And Reavers are upon us. Oh, that F91 is going to be supply blocked. With this, he rallies across the map. Does rally across. Oh, this is very tech heavy here. Going for the Bay and going for the Citadel as well. Working towards Zealot legs. Here comes the bus. And Scarlett has no idea. She has no idea what's going on. The Dragoon is quite sturdy. The Dragoon will help when it comes to walling up this area. Thankfully, there is another Zealot as well, but the Banelings, they will have splash damage to shut down both Zealots. Reaver's on the way. Reaver can pull off a defense. The Reaver could shut this down, but it's still just now starting, and the bust is upon us. It's all or nothing here for F91. Supply block! Now is not the time! Yeah, brutal supply block slows down the reinforcements. More Zerglings on the way. This is going to be delayed. And the Reaver's almost out. Yeah, the Reaver's almost out, and this is hitting so late that by the time it hits, the Reaver's going to be here. And all it takes is a couple of Scarab shots, and the Lingbane all-in will be shut down. Of course, depends on the control. It does depend. Okay, Reaver moves out. Bailey's moving in. Scarlett has no idea. Just now scouts, just now confirms. That's how many Bailey's? 17. Jesus. 17 Bailey's on the way. And you can see how tanky the Dragoon survives. You can see how tanky the Dragoon is. Oh my god, 17 Bailey's. They barely break through the front door, but here comes a Reaver shot. Ooh, it doesn't quite go off. Oh no, there's a Scarab. Oh, there's no Scarab. Yeah, did not make a Scarab ahead of time. Yeah, the Reaver was not ready. Lings, they bust in. Probe's going to be going down, and F91, has he done it? Again, the Reaver wasn't producing Scarabs inside the shuttle. Yeah, it was not producing. Oh god, the Scarab's got a long way to go. Targets the Lings on the other side of the wall. And with that, F91 looks like he has done it. Depowers everything in the main. Against Scarlett, was unable to scout, unable to confirm. And just barely wasn't ready for this. As Lings are coming from behind. Once again, the Scarab wasn't being produced. Yeah, there we go, now on the way. Now on the way, the wall is broken. Scarab shot, a slightly better connection. Yeah, better connections here. But the Lings, they should overwhelm. And the Reavers are still a problem, though. Is everything in main? Gonna be falling. You're denying Zealot legs. Let's go. Zealot legs should be denied. Oof. Shot going off. Brutal connection on the Zerglings. But from here, F91 can drone. From here, he should be droning. I'm concerned. 27 workers. He's still not. He's working towards a Spire, working towards extra queens to defend against the drop play. F91 doesn't break through the wall. I feel like he could have. Like, these pylons are glow. Like, we don't need Banelings for this. Could have broken through. And F91 still not droning. And despite having the Spire, there's not really much resources here for Mew to play. Shuttle moves out. Second wave is on the way for F91. Getting ready for that second bust. He's got to go. Longest goes on, the worse it's going to be for F91. Yes, Scarlett is on one base, but still is rebuilding, re-expanding. Has a superior economy. Shuttle races back home. Here comes the bust. There's a second wall. And second wall behind this. Does break through. Oh no! Ooh, brutal connection. And Scarlett holds. Yeah, Scarlett does hold. One Scarab shot. All you need. Mew production has begun, but the droning here is so delayed for F91. Ay. Just so late droning here. Does come in. Gets a drone. Mew does a reveal. Remember, there's no recall. Yeah, there's no recall. Oh, the queens! Nice cleanup. Very nice setup here. F91 does defend, but the drone count is still lacking. Still has to re-drone behind this, going into double Stargates. Okay. From here, it can go into Mass Corsair. Scouts, this early on, they have their place. The Mew count is very low. Can work towards that. Meanwhile, cannons, gee, there are just so many cannons here in the main base and the natural as well. A very chaotic game. I still want to give the edge to Scarlett for the time being, at least until F91 is able to join up. Let's move to hit the main. Oh, not bad. Hit the main base. And they're not going to get too much damage here. They do focus down the initial cannon. Of course, their production has begun. F91 still droning. Still droning up. And is now finally taking gases. Okay, so gases are on the way. The cannon rush is still here. The cannons are still denying any expansion, forcing F91 elsewhere. There we go. And so we'll finally be cleaned up. Ooh, may lose the Muta. Muta goes down. LA reaction. Not a bad trade. Now, my concern here for F91 is that he is still committing into Muta play, whereas Corsairs shut Mutas down so hard. For those that are curious, for those who are maybe unfamiliar with the unit dynamic, Corsairs do splash damage. They do all it takes here. You can take down a cloud of Mutas with like 5 to 6 Corsairs. Like, the amount of damage they do is insane. You don't even need mass Corsair, just a handful of Corsairs and you're good to go. And there's only 8 Mutas. There's more than enough. There's more than enough Corsairs already. So Corsairs are, I would say, a hard counter to mass Muta. More so than Phoenixes. Like, Phoenixes, you can out-control them, right? You can, like, you can try to micro against them and try to catch them out. Corsairs, less so. As they're hunting down Overlords. Muta's not out. Yeah, they kind of fight this head on. We do try to split towards the end. Okay. That means they have to pull away. Yeah, they have to pull away. Have to back off. More Corsairs are amassing. Personally, I would love to see a ground. I mean, we are switching to ground here with Zealot legs. True. We have the Temple Archives as well, so we're working towards Archons and towards Storm. Just working towards it. We have 13 Mutas on the way. We're up to already up to 9, soon to be 11 course. Jesus. Oh no. Mutas. Okay, we have Corruptors. Okay, we have some Corruptors. That will help. Storm is on the way. F91, he has drawn up quite nicely here. Oh. Can't Scar here. Shasta back off. Shasta back off. Bleeds off 1, 2, 3 Corsairs. Oh, a lot of Corsairs going to be going down. Not a bad catch here for F91. Not bad at all. Getting every single Corsair. Okay. Does what? 9 Corsairs. Oh, and there's no Storm. Okay, there's no Storm behind this. Scarlett a little bit too cavalier with all those Corsairs. Got caught out in the open. Now, Scarlett can fight together here with Storm. I mean, I say with Storm. Storm isn't done. Storm is still not yet done here. I'm still not convinced by the mass Muta, by the way. No. I mean, maybe I have no faith in the ability to split here for F91. Maybe. We'll see. We'll find out. As they rotate over. Oh, I think Scarlett has stopped Corsair production. We still have 6, that's fine. I stopped Corsairs. Going into Dark Archons, working towards Maelstrom. Muta's making the way into the main. Nice kiting. And initially, nice kiting. Muta's going to be zoned away. And again, I do like this a lot more here for Scarlett. So using Corsairs as more of a supportive unit, not massing it. And switching into Maelstrom. Those who are curious, this is an AoE stun. It's like an AoE stun. And you can go for the 1-2 punch of Maelstrom, then Storm. There we go, the Dark Archons are on the way. Bearing in mind that Maelstrom only works on biological units, so it's ideal against Mutas. Ideal against Bio. Does not work against Mech. Dark found that out the hard way. Oh, nice catch on the Corsairs. Gets one. Oh god. But this is what I mean. You kind of fight this head on as the mutas, they just melt here. Ay. That was 13. That was 13 mutas for 5 Corsairs. And the muta cloud is non-existent. Now the mutas they're a non-issue. The mutas are now a non-issue. What do we have on the ground? Okay, we have a reinforcing wave of mutas, and we have quite a lot of Lingbane. I would be a little bit more convinced by this if we were taking a bit of Hive into Ultras. Looks like the Hive is in production. Here comes the next wave of muta. Meanwhile, Zealot Rabbi on the way. Now Scarlett did not rebuild those Corsairs, but is looking for that Maelstrom. Looking for that Sun. Again, mutas, they cannot fight the main army. They have to skirt around. Oh. You can see Scarlett trying to... the army's actually quite clunky here. Trying to get into the main. Ooh, nice Maelstrom. The range. Oh my god. as the army gets stunned down. And yeah, it is locked down here. Brutal Storm as well. And half the mutas do fall. Ay. That was insane range with the Maelstrom, by the way. That was like half a screen away. Jesus. At the same time, as legs, they do take down the mineral line. The charges, I should say. Speed locked. And that was an expensive trade here. That was what? That was 8 mutas going down. It's for a High Templar. They did trade back and forth when it came to workers. Scarlett ready for another Maelstrom. It is ready. Ultra Cavern has begun for F91, but again, it's a late Ultra Cavern. And the drone count is still very low. Does back up. What did they say in fights? For those that are curious, I mentioned this earlier, I'll reiterate again. This is the first time Scarlett's competing in a StarCraft Evolution tournament. So there's a high, obviously, like there are certain compositions or like there are certain strengths of units that are otherwise going to be a little bit newer. A little bit of a newer experience. There's a little bit less experience with them, so maybe not as aware of certain strengths of certain unit compositions, but I mean, so far this is solid, right? Like so far, we have our spellcaster, we have our storm, we have Maelstrom pushing in. Personally, because of how heavy the muta count is, I would prefer some supportive Corsairs with this. But I mean, storm will just chew through everything. I mean, it may not matter. Oh god. A lot of this will come down to the ground army. Like, if the Lingbane can get on top of the Head Templar before the Storms can connect with the mutas, then this can work. Comes down to, can F91 deal with those High Templar? Both armies are maxed. Scarlett is somewhat super maxed with a lower probe count. A larger ground army. Scarlett moving in. And more Dark Archons. Bearing in mind, you can stun everything. You can stun the Lingbane, you can stun the mutas. Likewise, if you recall, Ultras cannot be stunned. They do have the Frenzy ability. Oh no! Oh, massive connections! And that is what he was looking for. F91 takes down the High Templar. That was 4 or 5 High Templar going down. High Templar has reset. No more storms. Now's the time. Yo, we send it. Send it, Bappy. There's no more storm. There's no more storm. We can send it. Ay. I mean, the Archons, sure, there is some splash damage here, but it's mainly the Archons, and of course the Dark Archon with their stun. Speaking of, there it is, stun on the Banelings. But again, remember, the Ultras cannot be stunned. We do have some reinforcing at Templar. We get some storms on the Ultras. Ooh, another stun on the meter. That Templar are going down. That was the final storm. Oh my god, the army melts. Jesus. With that, Scarlett does hold. Scarlett does hold, shuts down the Ultras. We have 7 more Ultras on the way. Yo, going for mind control. Let's go. We can mind control the Ultras. Actually, wait, can I think? I guess you would be able to, right? I believe. I don't know if the frenzy ability also covers mind control. To be honest, it wouldn't. I would imagine. Here we go. We do catch out. We do try to catch out some of the Archons. Brutal stun once again on the mutas. And the mutas are going to be resets once again, losing every single muta, and the corruptors as well. I mean, they didn't have much value anyway. Scarlett is pushing forward. Scarlett moving in, still has a couple of storms behind this. The Dark Archons are out of energy, so they cannot mind control, they cannot Maelstrom, but they don't need to. They don't need to. The Archons, they force their way in. We have 7 more Ultras on the way. Gonna be 14 Ultras. That's a lot of Ultras. And you see F91 getting ready for this round. Trying to set up. Down those rocks. We'll see. Can we mind control Ultras? Not quite. Yeah, not quite here. Ultra's gonna be going down. Catching out 3 at the same time. Jesus, Zealot Rambai popping off 32 drone kills. Oh my god. They do pop off. Main army does push in. Take down more Ultras. And the Ultras, they're just trickling in. They're just trickling in one at a time. Oh, they do got a High Templar. Okay. High Templar goes down. Meanwhile, we do see 21 more drones falling. Aye, aye, aye. The Zealot Rambai popping off. And killing everything. Just crippling F91. Pulling them apart. Just crippling F91. And Scarlett back at home, just massing on more Zealots. More Charge Lots. More Dark Archons. Unfortunately, you never did quite see the mind control come into play. Feels bad, man. But GG gets called, and Scarlett will overwhelm. Scarlett takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Scarlett does take lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth. F91 honestly did quite well with the initial Bane Blast. Was able to cripple Scarlett, kill the main base, get into the main, and deny upgrades as well. Like, it was a very successful all-in initially, but if you recall, it took a long time for F91 to actually drone up, to decide to saturate his bases. It took a long time, and on top of that, as we saw, I wasn't really convinced by the mass muta. What did the mutas get done? They killed a handful of probes. That's all they really got though. Like, they were never really a main part of the army. They never really overwhelmed or crippled Scarlett. There was that one time where the mutas killed, I want to say 16 probes, but if you remember, as that was happening, there were like 14 drones going down across the map to a Zealot Rambai. So in the end, like, Scarlett did equalize that damage. Yeah, going to mass muta. It's one of those things where I would say that Brutal Protoss has, do I want to say better tools, or do I want to say, like, they have a stronger hard counter to mass muta? Like the StarCraft 2 counterpart that's meant to be Storm Phoenix, the reality is that Phoenixes, they can be miscontrolled. We've seen them miscontrolled all the time when it comes to mutas trying to juke them out and then closing that distance and shutting down the Phoenixes, right? It's like, so Phoenixes can be shut down a little bit harder. Here, the big difference for Brutal Protoss is Maelstrom, right? The fact that they can completely stun and lock down a flock of mutas, like, it completely nullifies like the strength of mass muta. Like, one small mistake and bam, you lose everything. You lose everything to that stun, to that Maelstrom. So it does feel like mass muta is, I would say, either less viable, or the window in time where mass muta is viable is much shorter, right? It's much smaller here, where you have to rely on catching your opponent off guard. You have to rely on catching them unawares, and once they realize what's happening, then you gotta get the hell out of muta. You gotta get the hell out of mutas and switch faster into your ultra tech, into your spellcasters, into something different here. Regardless, GG. Regardless, GG well played. With that, Scarlett does take a lead, and we are now getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into Lost Temple. Let's go. One of the old Brood War maps. Let's go. Again, shout out to those working behind the scenes on KungFu Cup. They do have their own map pool separate from StarCraft Evolution League. It's a separate map pool, featuring some of these much older maps. Sometimes not the most balanced, by the way. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Lost Temple. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the StarCraft 2 Protoss. Okay, so playing Protoss with Broodwar and StarCraft 2. No Zerg. Fair enough. For Shanghai Rebellion, it is Scarlett. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our opponents. We have the... Interesting. We have the Teal Terran player. We have the Broodwar Terran from the land of China. Representing SC Boy, it is F91. So played SC2 Zerg and Broodwar Terran. Meanwhile, Scarlett playing Protoss on both races. For both Broodwar and SC2. And welcome one all to Lost Temple. Lost Temple is one of the more interesting maps in the map pool. It is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in here, top left, just on the right, bottom left, and over here on the right as well, on the left as well. Now, because of this, we have seen a lot of RNG. Basically, you can spawn here. Hold on. You can spawn right next to each other, whether it's up here or whether it's top right corner as well. And we have seen players just die to the first Reaper. Like, like close spawns on Lost Temple is straight up imbalanced, like 100%. Like it should not happen. It should not happen. I don't know how much longer Lost Temple is going to stay in the map pool, and we can see Scarlett is searching for SC Boy. Remember, 4-player spawn map, so Scarlett is searching for her opponent, checking the close by air location. But we have seen Beyond, for example, just open Reaper, just go from here to here, and then just kill. because the Reaper hits so quickly. It's insane. So close locations are very, very intense and very chaotic. We do have cross spawns though, so bear that in mind. We do have our initial opener here, Racks Expand out of F91, going for the faster factory, not going for the 3 racks. Okay. I don't know if F91's too familiar with the current meta, but 3 racks have been very trendy, very popular. Otherwise, this could be racks into factory, into a second factory, into mech, into massive vulture. That's also quite viable here. You can see Scarlett still looking for F91, and will eventually find F91 in the right-hand corner. Meanwhile, F91 does find Scarlett immediately. Scout does find her. We also have an island here, bottom right. We have islands in the corners of the map that might come into play, but I'll be honest, typically these games do last a little bit shorter, but we'll see. We'll see if we are able to get that far into the game, as we have a Twilight Council opener out of Scarlett. Does open Twilight Council, working towards, I would imagine, Blink. You know, the probe is zoned away. Probe is zoned away. SC Boy going for a faster third. Uh-oh. Interesting. And there it is, second factory. So F91 is going into mech, but I would have assumed this was going to be a machine shop here for spider mines or for ion thrusters, and to go into mass vulture. This is a more of a traditional form of mech, going into early, or going for a bit of everything here, going for tank and going for vulture as well. This is a little bit split. This doesn't feel as cohesive, but it's coming together slowly. There's spider mines. Bearing in mind that tanks do need to research siege mode to actually be able to siege up. They have to learn how to siege. So without that upgrade, they are going to be stuck in their normal state. Default state. Oh, the sound of that lifting. It's so nostalgic. Oh my god. Ah. Feels Broodwar, man. Behind this, we have a third factory on the way. Likewise, we have a gateway explosion here, going up to a 4-gate setup. Okay, 4-gate Link Stalker, hyper aggression out of Scarlett. And the goal here would be to try to break the defensive setup here and try to either hit the natural or bypass natural into the main. Ooh, F91 is getting ready for that though. Spider mines are being lain, covering the entirety of the main base. F91 turtling up. Siege mode is still being researched. Stalker's breaking in. Boys are here to repair. Boys are here. Oh, They poke in, they go for the tank. Ooh, and the tank is going to be targeted down. Massive pickoff, 2 more tanks to arrive. But regardless, still a better trade for Scarlett. Scarlett doesn't lose a single stalker. Okay, siege mode is done. Dropping into the main. There is a spider mine. Up! Oh, but it's targeted down just in time. Bearing in mind, spider mines, they do unbar. Oh no! Oh my god, bro, connection. Jesus. Oh my god! Takes the spider mines to the face. Nice. Oh my god. Not like this, Pappy, not like this. Oh my god, that was 2 spider mines, 9 stalkers going down. F91 with the read. Again, set this up well ahead of time. The minefield. Alas, Scarlett doubles down. Behind this is expanding. Okay, behind this does throw down a 3rd. So the goal for Scarlett now turns into contain, no longer break. Should no longer be here to try to make this position. Meanwhile, F91 looks like he wants to move out here. Does not siege up those tanks. I'm hoping he realized that he has research siege mode. Like, he can. Hoping he does realize. Stalkers headed towards the main. Barely within range. It's nice with the mines. It does get in the minefield. And F91 still rotating with the entirety of the army. Likewise, this SimCity here is making it a little bit awkward to go through. Bearing in mind, remember, depots do not land, or they do not burrow. They don't flatten in Brood War. As Scarlett does drop into the main, going for Zealot, going for the Stalker drop. At the same time, F91 does commit across the map. Okay, it's all or nothing. SCVs are going down, and we're going for the 2 base all in. The boys are being pulled. The 3rd base is going to be more of a distraction. Ideally, F91 wants to focus on the natural, wants to go for the kill. No spider mines are set. Ideally, there we go. We do. Oh, we're trying to. Getting a little bit awkward. Thanks to siege, we got to keep going. Again, this 3rd base does not matter, as F91 is losing workers back at home, losing any kind of mining. Nexus goes down, but really that's just buying time for Scarlett to just have extra warp ins. Charge is complete. And Scarlett just waiting for the move out. Setting up for the surround. Yeah, true, no anti-air. True, no anti-air. Oh, yeah, can't force splash damage. Takes out one of the tanks, takes out almost another. Trying to drop once again. Is trying to. Archon does tank. Ooh, Stalker's able to blink in. Not ideal. Yeah, rough blink there from Scarlett. But again, the lack of anti-air can be abused here. Yo, do we go for the warp in on the army? Do we? F91 pushing in. Yep, there's a we can warp in on top of the tanks. Up, he's going for it. Warp in Dark Templar actually. Oh no. No scan. No scans! Yeah, there's no compensation. Wow, 0 scans. The DTs, they're gonna end the game. F91, he had potential here. He had potential. He was getting ground. He was pushing in, but the DTs, they will kill everything. They will kill everything. Ay, ay, ay. 0 scan. Oh my god. Turrets do not finish. Spider-Man's going off, dealing friendly fire. And it's all or nothing for F91. And again, he had potential. He was doing it. Here comes the warp in. And Scarlett will hold. Scarlett will hold. For those that are curious, you do need a comsat station to scan in Brood War, and there's no station. There's nothing. There's just no way to scan. And there it is. GG gets called, and Scarlett will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Yeah. You do have to jump through some hoops to go into scan. As a reminder, sorry, to wind it back a little bit here, in Brood War, to actually create a comstat station, to actually have the ability to scan, it's an add-on on the CC. You need an academy. You need an academy as a prerequisite to actually make that comstat station. And if you're going mech, especially if you're unfamiliar with Brood War, there's no reason to make an academy, right? An academy, for those who are curious, that's how you get stim, right? That's how you get stim. That's how you research bio upgrades. That's how you get into firebats and medic production. Like, it's very much so like a bio-oriented like tech structure. So if you're playing mech, and especially if you're a little bit unfamiliar, like, there's no reason to have that building except for a comstat station, except for scans. And that kind of did slip by F91's mind. Didn't have that ready, didn't have that kind of contingency available, and with that, GG, well played. With that, Scarlett does shut down the all-in with those Dark Templar. GG. Meanwhile, a shout out to Acres de Cruz, papi. Oh my god, thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months. That's a lot of months, almost half a year of support. Thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. As we are following Scarlett into the quarterfinals. Let's go. Let us go. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself, catch up on our round of 8. Here we go. We have our top 8 players here for the KungFu Cup. We have from the top Spirits. Once again, it's always great to see Spirit. I see Spirit versus Iceland. Iceland also had a really good performance previously, not in StarCraft Evolution, but in Warcraft 3 Evolution. So we'll see how Iceland does compete, how he does perform. I believe Iceland is also a streamer / content creator. He was also hosting his own tournaments not too long ago. So you have Spirit versus Iceland, we have Firefly versus TOP or Kiwian, we have Scarlett versus Rebellion, and we have 3-Point versus his opponent as well. So this week there's no Björn, this week there's no big heavy hitter that we otherwise would expect. So we'll see how our players do perform here, as up next is going to be Scarlett's greatest challenge. Up next, Rebellion has been lying in wait. So up next is going to be Scarlett versus Rebellion. Rebellion is very well versed in StarCraft Evolution, potentially even competing more in StarCraft Evolution tournaments than in StarCraft 2 tournaments nowadays, but has been competing and devoting a lot of time. I do think that Rebellion is going to be a tough opponent, but the question also becomes, Scarlett, does she even play Zerg, right? It's like Scarlett just played pure Protoss against F91. Is that going to continue? Are we just going to commit to pure Protoss, or do we switch into Zerg? Like right now, the bracket does say Zerg here, but you know, we're assuming that she's playing Zerg, but we'll see. We'll find out. We will find out. So getting into the next game. Spirit and 3-Point are the favorites in the bracket. For sure, 100%. 3-Point, I mean, we were speaking about this before. I would say 3-Point's like top 2 Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. I would have said that Spirit was top 2 Terran, but Kiwian has been impressing me. Like Kiwian, he's been looking really good as of late. Like he's been popping off. So and Spirit has been playing less StarCraft Evolution, right? So Spirit's been playing less, Kiwian has been playing more. So I'll be honest, I have a hard time kind of ranking them with each other. Like Kiwian has definitely been impressing and leaving a strong impression on us in recent times. For sure. But here we go. We're now getting into our next game. We're getting into our next series. Game 1 is going to be on Sylphid. Let's go. Let us go. I guess what I'm getting at here is that I can see Kiwian popping off and making it to the finals. For sure. Can see that happening. As we're getting into our fresh series, our next best of 3. And spawning in the top... there we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner on the top side of Sylphid, we have... I was assuming was going to be playing nothing but Protoss, but never mind. Spawning in as Brood War Terran, we have the Canadian Terran player, used to be Zerg. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is Scarlett. Picking Terran, not playing random, bear that in mind. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the StarCraft 2 Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Rebellion. Here we go. Now, I have no idea what Scarlett's Terran is looking like, I'll be honest. Again, Scarlett, this is her first time competing in a StarCraft Evolution tournament, and I'm not entirely certain how to rank and how to rate her other races, especially her Terran race. We'll see. For the time being, Rebellion does scout. Welcome 1-0 to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, or top side as well. So Rebellion is looking at scouting. Meanwhile, Scarlett opening up double gas. Double gas opener, going for a faster factory setup. Could turn this into a 1-base all-in. See how Scarlett does approach this. Let's see what we bring to the table. As the Probe Scout will confirm how late the expansion is. Ah, gracias, the Snekit. Leone. Gracias, gracias. Do appreciate it. But here we go, the probe does come in, does confirm, does get eyes on the factory. So again, is aware of the more tech-heavy start here from Scarlett. Can now get in position to even block the expansion. Can even pylon block. As the probe does dip back in. And the probe needs to stick around here to either delay the expansion or to confirm that we don't have like a second factory on the way or even a starport as well. Looks like Scarlett, yeah, it's expanding. Banking up those minerals, we'll get the CC. As the probe is zoned away. Behind this, Rebellion just going for a standard opener himself. Gate cyber expand. Nothing crazy. Nothing too wild. I'm most curious to see if Scarlett's going to commit to Terran for the entire series. Like, or if she's going to be race switching. Curious. Meanwhile, Robo opener out of Rebellion. This does scream Disruptor Drop. Sorry, not Disruptor Drop. It does scream. Oh, right. My apologies. I assumed it was Brutal Protoss. Never mind. Robo opener is an interesting choice here. Very safe is what I will say. This does give access to faster immortal production to be much more safe and secure. This can lead into a fast bait into fast Colossus play as well, or even into Disruptor Drops, which is much more niche as a build. But we're leaning more towards safety immortals. Getting to a prism, harassing across the map. Meanwhile, it is going to be mech. Okay, second factory is on the way, rushing into ion thrusters, going into double factory mass vulture. So Scarlett is making it up. And the robo is done, going observer first, actually. Okay, very safe play here by Rebellion. Does open observer. Third factories in production. Yep, there we go. Observer into safety mode. Okay, so just really safe play here by Rebellion. If Scarlett were to go for an all-in, Rebellion would be ready for it with early immortal production. Now going for a delayed Twilight Council. So a much more slower start here from Rebellion. And it's setting up. I'm hoping that Scarlett this time does get, or doesn't make the same mistakes as F91 and does get an academy. And does get comsat stations. Spider Mines is not yet done. Rebellion is holding. Rebellion is holding on. Blink has begun. Prism is on the way to harass across the map. Observer does confirm that it is going to be mech. I mean, already saw the vultures. True. And then moving out with this drop. Spider-Mans are ready. Setting up all the mines. Containing Rebellion. And we'll see if Rebellion can snipe any key units here if he goes for the mineral line or even tries to go for the tanks. Tanks are set. Immortals, they can focus them down. He's going for it. He's going for the tanks. And should get one. Yeah, one tank goes down. Brings down one. Going for the Warpin as well. Scarlett is exposed. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Vultures, they try to dive in. So far, nice control here from Rebellion. Does bleed out one Stalker. 1, 2, 3 Stalkers are going to be going down. It takes down the Stalkers, but still trades against SCVs. Scarlett is contained. Behind this, Rebellion should expand. And we'll be able to. Technically, the probe can just kill the mine, yeah. Let's go. The Minesweeper probe. Again, mines, they do not attack hovering units, and workers, they count as hovering, as you can see. They do not trigger the pressure plate of a spider mine. Oh. As once again, another tank going to be going down. Very nice snipe here from Rebellion. Takes down the tank, dives in, mineral line is exposed. Oh no! Ooh, the prism was within range of the turrets. Denies the warp in. Oh, the prism. Oh my, barely goes down. Yeah, it's very, very clutch hold here from Scarlett, but despite that, there's still barely an army. There's one tank left. Yeah, just one tank remaining. Tank should be hunted down. Tank does fall. Boys are being pulled, and Rebellion has done it. Has broken Scarlett here. We have 3 tanks in production. GG gets called, and Rebellion takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very intense game there. Rebellion going for the robo opener was able to punish the heavy tank count here of Scarlett, sniping tank after tank, and eventually did overwhelm. Scarlett was trying to build up and working towards Goliath towards the end, did deny the warp in, which was amazing, but was exposed back at home. It was unfortunate that the vultures were across the map. They were not at home to help support those tanks. They were not at home. And with that, Rebellion does take a lead, and now we're jumping to game number 2. And again, I'm most curious by, is Scarlett going to play Terran in game 2 as well? Is that going to happen? Let's go. We're here to find out. We're here to find out, as of course our players are going to be switching races here in the sense that now Rebellion is switching to Brood War and Scarlett is switching to SC2. Game 2 is going to be on Bloody Ridge. This ain't your grandson's mine. Ah, true, true. Not built to harass. Oh. And we have our answer. Okay, here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Bloody Ridge, we have our blue Protoss player. We have our South Korean Protoss representing among SC2 people, leading the series 1-0. It is the brutal Protoss. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the StarCraft 2 Zerg playing her main race for the first time tonight. We have the red Zerg player for Shelf Rebellion. It is Scarlett. Here we go. Go. As we are setting up. We are settling it. Do brutal workers produce faster? I believe they do not produce faster. I believe they do not. When it comes to, at least from the Zerg side of things, you keep up with injects with just macro hatcheries. You just throw down macro hatcheries so you keep up larva-wise. Likewise, the individual units typically of Brood War are stronger than that of SC2. I do know that, of course, there were a lot of changes made, especially in recent times to Zerg, for example, trying to increase like the ability here, or the strength of the Zergling, of the Hydra. It's a bit of a different back and forth. But I'm not entirely certain as to the numbers when it comes to worker production. But I believe they are the same. So from here, we have our natural on the way here from Rebellion. And again, Scarlett can now actually, show off her main race here. It's going to be a little more comfortable with SC2 Zerg. And we'll see how Rebellion does approach. Now, when it comes to this matchup here, we do often see Reaver drops. Like, Reaver drop play is very common nowadays. We have seen players mess around a little bit with Stargate-based openers and Stargate-based play. A little bit, but I don't think Rebellion's really one to embrace that. So we're expecting a robo. Expecting a robo out of Rebellion. Oh, no, never mind. Stargate opener. Okay. Stargate opener. Let's go. Let's call it disclaimer third. Stargate into Robo, okay. Going for both tech structures. Very tech heavy here initially for Rebellion. As I should also emphasize, welcome one on to Bloody Ridge, as the Overlord is not safe. Not quite here, the Overlord does go down, nice snipe. But the Bloody Ridge is a two-player swarm map, short rush distance by ground, and very exposed bases. We were very critical here. The fourth base location on Bloody Ridge is very isolated, very out in the open. We have seen players struggle to maintain their fourth base on Bloody Ridge. So we'll see how players do open up. Initially, Scout into Reaver drop. Okay, so we're still going for the Reaver drop as we assumed, but we're going Scout first to hide the build and to hide the tech. And again, the purpose of the Scout is to hunt down these Overlords to deny vision, deny scouting. Meanwhile, that is a 340 Roach Warren. Very early Roach Warren here from Scarlett. Looking to go for an early Roach push. And it's going to be on this Scout to confirm. Bearing in mind as well that Scouts, yes, their anti-ground attack was recently buffed, that is true, but it's still not ideal. Like, even though like it was increased, and even though now it has some better anti-ground, doesn't mean it's ideal. As they still tickle roaches. This is not your Void Ray. As Scarlett is supply blocked. Ooh, does double expand. Going for the fourth. Scout dipping into the bases. And do we get eyes on that Roach Warren? Bearing in mind again, Scouts say three short drones. They do 3 shots. 1 drone goes down. Just the one. Behind this, going for a massive gateway explosion. Reavers are amassing. And Scarlett is droning. Okay, so Scarlett did go for a very fast Roach form, but is not actually making use of it. So we're not making Roaches, we're not going into any kind of Roach aggression. You could argue this is safe, but even then it was really early. It was 340, like really early Roach form. So maybe Scarlett changing her mind after she saw the Stargate opener, after she saw the Scouts. Now taking up. Now droning, teching. Oh, Queen's out of position. And Queen's not here at the third. Getting another 3 drones. Again, no major damage, but Scarlett not quite where she needs to be. Has to rotate over. Spore's now on the way. And here comes that Reaver drop. Just the one Reaver. Drop is coming in. The Queens, they do spot it. And that's scouting here from Scarlett. Reaver shot goes up. Scarlett is thrown the Scouts away. And the Reaver is waddling in. Catching up some Zerglings. Nothing major yet. It's going for the Spore. Spore does go down. Other Scouts. Oh, Scout falls. And we'll trade with the Queens here. Getting a handful of Queens. Some decent damage. Scout is going to be thrown away. Expensive losses here for Rebellion. Bleeds out 2 Scouts. It does back up. It does back off. Behind this, the layer is now done, and we're going into Muta play. Honestly, just a really good way to shut down Reaver drops. Going into Mutas. Likewise, there was no major economic damage. Scarlett does defend well. And Rebellion has to retreat. Has to pull away. Now, Rebellion, he already happens to be working towards a very heavy Dragoon Reaver composition, so there is going to be anti-air available. But it's not going to be ideal. If Rebellion's able to scout, we should be seeing Corsairs. Gets a Queen. Not bad. Takes down a Queen. Dragoons are moving out. Dragoons are pushing. Right now it's purely Zerglings to defend, which can trade well against Dragoons, but less so against Reavers. As Reavers are, they're waddling in. Let's go. Yeah, pushing forward. Zerglings, again, if they do not split, they can be completely shut down. Reaver shots, they can be terrifying. As Roach production has begun, Roach speed is still not yet complete. Reaver shots going up. Just on Roaches. We need them on Zerglings, so yeah, we get some better connections. We get a full surround. Dragoons get completely cleaned up, and Scarlett will swallow off this army. Yeah, Rebellion does overextend, losing every single Dragoon. The Reaver shots were lackluster. Oof. Yeah, one Reaver goes down. And Scarlett holds. Scarlett holds. Scarlett will defend. We get a decent Reaver shot towards the end, but yeah, too little too late. As Rebellion will lose everything. Still trying to rally across. It's going to be shot down. They get down to one Reaver, and behind this was all in. Yeah, behind this, no third base, no third expansion, just completely two base all in out of Rebellion. And Rebellion running out of steam. Mutas, they collapse in. They hunt down the shuttle, and they hunt down the Reavers. Yeah, Reavers are hunted down. GG gets called, and Scarlett will tie things up 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, there was a lot of potential with Rebellion's push. Unfortunately, again, those Reaver shots are so crucial because, of course, there is load time, right? There is the attack rate of the Reaver is quite low, so every shot matters that much more. And we saw the first two Reaver shots, the Scarab shots, they connected with, I want to say, like reinforcing roaches. They did not connect on the swarm of Zerglings. And with that, Dragoons got surrounded. They got shut down. Unlike Stalkers, Dragoons are less mobile, so you cannot blink away, you cannot micro out of that. Once you're surrounded, it's one and done. And the Dragoons, they got completely cleaned up. GG. With that, Scarlett does tie things up, and we are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Game. Oh, look! Oh, no. Is Scarlett ready for this? Does Scarlett know what she's walking into? If you remember, I'm still thinking of the first time that Geralt stumbled into Neo Violet Square. Sorry, into Neo Isles of Siren. I still think of the first time that Bjorn stumbled into this map as well. No. So hopefully Scarlett knows what she's stepping into as we are loading into an island map. Let's go. Unfortunately, not Paradox, but you know we'll have to make do. As if you haven't seen StarCraft Evolution before, you're in for a treat. Let's go. As there are a couple of island maps in the map pool rotation. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren. We have the ST2 Protoss. We have the pink Protoss player representing among ST2 people being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Zerg player. Let's go. This is my favorite thing about KungFu. We'll get there. We have the StarCraft 2 Zerg player. We have the Canadian Zerg representing Shonfire Rebellion. It is a Scarlett. And welcome, one and all, to an island map, to Neo Isles of Siren. What do we have? It's a four-player map. We have bottom right, top left, and bottom left as well. You can spawn in any location, and of course you have your own island to yourself. We do have your natural base, you have your third base, you have a fourth base, and you can see here that you're completely cut off from each other with these very thin rivers. There are these thin rivers that do slice the map into quadrants. There is a center island, true, with all this gas and all these minerals, but outside of that you're completely cut off from each other. So as a result, it is quite common to see mass muta. It's very common to see mass muta from Zerg. From the side of Protoss, they have options. We have seen Skytoss. We've also seen gateway all-ins. With what? Where if you just rush into a massive gateway explosion, go into a warp prism, and then warp in. Right, you have the ability to just warp in onto an island with that prism with a gateway explosion. So there are gateway-based all-ins available here. Also, on top of that, you can go for an all-in, also with a gateway army, and then you rush into a fleet beacon, into a mothership, and then you recall. Right, then you recall onto an island as well. So we have seen a little more diverse play from Protoss side of things. From the side of Zerg, you have Sky Zerg, you have Muta play, or Nidus. Right, you can also go for Nidus play and go into Ling Hydra Lurker. You go Ling Hydra Lurker into Nidus, and bam, you head across the map as well. So there are options. But as we scout immediately, the Overlord does get eyes on the location of Rebellion, so Scarlett is fully aware. But what I love about KungFu Cup, I don't know if you noticed something, yes, this is StarCraft Evolution, the mod, but both players are playing SC2. This is not Brood War or SC2, this is just SC2 versus SC2. Basically, the tournament format in KungFu Cup, Game 1, it's Brood War versus SC2. Game 2, the roles are reversed. Game 3, it's your pick. Game 3 for the ace match, players are allowed to pick what they want. So for the ace match, you can see StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2, or you could also see Brood War versus Brood War as well. And that's my favorite part of KungFu Cup, especially because we get to experience StarCraft 2, but on a Brood War map, right? On an island map, right? Island maps, they don't exist anymore. They don't exist in StarCraft 2 for good reason, right? It's like it does kind of limit the amount of strategies available to you, right? It's like it's not because of that. Like as I mentioned, right? You can go for Nidus play or you can go for Mutas. I guess you can go for Dropper Lords, but it's not really viable to Dropper Lord an army across the map, unscouted as well, on an island map. So like it does limit possibilities here, and there are definitely some strategies that are probably stronger than others, but we're about to find out. Stargate opener into Twilight Council. Interesting. Rebellion not rushing into Skytoss. It is a Stargate opener, yes, but we are switching into something ground heavy instead. We can go into Blink. Now, a couple of things here. Now, because the area in between the islands is so thin, you can go for a Blink all-in. Like I was talking about earlier about you can go for like a Prism, you can go for like a Gateway all-in with a War Prism. Technically, you can rush into Blink, and you can Blink from one island to the other. Like that's like for balance purposes, like it's a really important feature that the area in between the bases is as thin as it is. So you can Blink from island to island. You can also set up tanks, of course, and you can siege and you can support your army with tank lines as well. Brood Lords, things of that nature. And there it is. Yeah, Blink is on the way. So it looks like Rebellion is going for a Blink all-in. And Scarlett behind this has been joining. Stage trap is denied. Scarlett does defend, rushing into a lair. This is a 4-minute lair, so a very fast lair out of Scarlett. And it does look like Scarlett is going into mass muta. Like lair, gas is being taken. Does look like mass muta. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Blink all-in is going to hit first. I believe it will hit first. Oh! Station trap going to be denied. Are they both playing S2 races? Thought that wasn't allowed. For the Ace match, you can. Specifically for KungFu Cup. Like, this tournament has a different rule set than StarCraft Evolution, right? Than StarCraft Evolution League. StarCraft Evolution League, they ensure that you cannot have the same like game mode against each other. So they have their rule set. KungFu Cup have their own. For the Ace match, it's player pick. So that's why it's what I appreciate out of KungFu Cup. It is a little bit different. Yo, can you warp into the other side? Is that close enough? no shot. I think you can, right? You can. You can. Let's go. Does warp in. Blink is almost done, and Scarlett doesn't see. Scarlett has nothing, by the way. Scarlett has been droning the entire time, taking all these gases. Scarlett has been so greedy, and here come the Stalkers. Here comes the Blink, heading over the wall. Over the island, Link production has begun. Link speed isn't even done. This is how greedy Scarlett has been. No Link speed, no road speed, no nothing. Stalker's moving in. Ay. And Scarlett is not ready. Scarlett is not ready for this. Scarlett had no idea what's happening. Scarlett did not scout, did not check, did not confirm. Roach warrants under fire. It's gonna be sniped. Could even go for the spawning pool. And speaking of, wants a spawning pool. Going for the queens. A little bit nervous there. Bit of a premature Blink, but is heading for the pool. Spine Quartz moving forward. We have 18 Zerglings on the way. Scarlett is amassing an army. Stasis goes off. Both stasis, not ideal. 16 Lings on the way. Scarlett, she can hold. She can hold, can defend. If the plan was to go into mutas, I mean, that has kind of gone out the window. Scarlett trying to pull for defense. Behind this, really just droning, just saturating. And bearing in mind, specifically because of how this map works, ideally you want to be counterattacking at the same time, harassing with Lings, hitting mineral lines, but these bases are so safe. There is no way to harass right now, not from Scarlett. As the aggression is subsiding, Rebellion taking up, going for the robo, working towards splash damage. I do think Rebellion could have achieved a little bit more here, but was very tentative. Like, it was playing very scared. Didn't want to overextend. Drop Lords are on the way. We're going for a Drop Lord all in. Okay, let's go. Overlord speed, Drop Lords as well. Scarlett needs to make use of this army in some way. I wouldn't be opposed to Drop Lords alongside Nidus Worm. Meanwhile, Rebellion taken to the skies. Sky Toss. Second Stargate Fleet Beacon. Stays in the main. Ooh, big connection. Does connect. So Rebellion does rotate. Does rotate around. Will find a free expansion. Yeah, there's no way to save this. It is just so isolated. Assuming we kill the bait. There we go. Let's slide the expansion. Scarlett racing on over. And there's a recall. Does recall. Loses one Stalker in the process. Very nice trade here from Rebellion. Does recall out. And Scarlett currently is stuck in her on her own islands. Like, there's no Nidus. There's no Nidus. We can go for Mass Drop Lord. That is viable. That is available. Yeah, there we go. Oh, never mind. There it is. Nidus is on the way. Let's go for the Nidus Worm. Expands top right. Ah, that's what the Drop Lord was for. Okay. Going for the mass expansions. Stasis will delay. But then Scarlett needs to use this army in some way, shape, or form. Can Nidus into the main, but there's a probe to scout. Probe is in position. Scarlett confirms carriers. Scarlett is on a timer. Overseer goes down. And you can see Rebellion throwing down just a ring of pylons. Just getting full vision. Rebellion knows that he'll be vulnerable to something like Nidus play. And now here comes the Spire. Double Spire out of Scarlett. And Scarlett has a massive army supply to work with, but can't use it. Rebellion hunkering down. There is an opening here. You can see there is an area that is not seen by any pylon, so we can go for a Nidus here. The main base, maybe not quite in the main. But there are some areas with lacking vision. They're all lacking vision. Scarlett still droning. Still saturating. There we go. Nidus here. Top left. Rebellion does respond with a slow warp in. And it will be close. Very close. Warp in does complete. Stalkers, they have arrived. And then Nidus is shut down. Just barely. Nidus is shut down. Again, this army, we can't really make use of it. And this is going to be hurting Scarlett, because Scarlett has a bank. Scarlett, she's building up a bank, but she needs Corruptors right now for the Sky Toss. This army is hurting Scarlett more than helping. She needs to free up that supply. Nidus Worm on the way. Oh, hello, 007. Hello. ¿Qué tal, papi? ¿Qué tal? Oh, Rebellion taking the center expansion, taking the center island. Let's go. The islands. Mothership's on the way, which means Rebellion can now start to recall. Can make use of this ground army as well. Nidus in between the bases. Rebellion does confirm. It does have vision. Nidus runs in, not going to finish. We spoke earlier about that one patch that was hidden. Well, now there's a pylon. Now it's secure. I think the best way to get a Nidus up would be to go for a Doom drop and then Nidus behind the drop so you can protect it. I think that would be the only option. And at this point, yeah, Scarlett just killing her own units. As we mentioned, like, this army is hurting Scarlett. Like, she's dying because of this, so she has to kill it. Ideally, you want to trade. Ideally, you want to trade and you know, trade this army for like a base or some workers. The reason why this is killing Scarlett is because Scarlett needs supply for Corruptors. She needs Corruptors right now against the Sky Toss, and she's maxed. So she has to kill her own army. Better Nidus, okay. This ground army cannot save the expansion. Could try to recall. There we go. Nidus does complete, and this base should go down. Yeah, there's no saving this. So I'll say we'll harass. Prism moves out. Expansion does fall. Again, losing Zerglings here is a good thing. Scarlett needs more Corruptors. Ooh, his drones are falling. Rebellion is contained. Meanwhile, Prism getting across the map as well. Scarlett has no vision. Yeah, no vision. Doesn't see, doesn't know. Zealots are hitting another mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. Scarlett is being pulled apart. And we have more Zealots. More Zealots in the main. Scarlett racing on over. And again, unlike Rebellion, Scarlett did not have vision of her main bases. A little bit of vision. Prism moving out once again. Rebellion just making really good use of his gateway units here. Hatching out more drones. Getting a Corruptor. Just like Scarlett, Rebellion wants to throw this army away. It's trading very nicely. As they'll say, kill the expansion. Scarlett trying to take top left, trying to take any other base. He's being torn apart. Yeah, it's just so chaotic trying to defend all these bases. Now when the Prism comes back in, this time there is vision for it. Thankfully. Oh no, going for Dark Templar. There are spores, but we could snipe some of the tech here. The Spire, the Greater Spire, no shot. DTs, they make their way in. Yeah, they're going for the Spires. Oof. And Scarlett completely out of position. No, the Prism gets away. Prism gets away. Down goes the Spire. The Greater Spire as well. And this War Prism, the MVP. I think it did go down, finally. Yeah, Prism was sniped. Night of Storms would be a really good way to like teleport in between bases, or from base to base, for sure. Scarlett's trying to claim, oh, never mind. Nidus goes down, there's no way to save this. And it does take getting used to, like playing on an island map like this, like Scarlett just being torn apart here left and right. Another expansion goes down. It also helps, of course, that the Protoss army is more mobile, right? It just straight up is more mobile. Blinking back and forth in between the bases. Speaking of, yeah, once again, blinking over. Sky has to go all the way around here, has to race around. you can sense the frustrations from Scarlett. But I do think that going into like having Nidus Swarms connecting all your bases here would be the play to go for. True. Protoss map. Just so much freedom to blink. Blink for days. I should also emphasize that we have seen a lot of success from Zerg players going into mass meter, which we didn't quite get. I mean, we didn't get there because Rebellion was active earlier than that with that blink all in. Now, as amazing as this has been, Rebellion hasn't been expanding. I feel like we should have seen some of that here. Rebellion tried to take the center base earlier. Jesus is back. Rebellion has returned. The 5-Stalker hit squad. Crazy. And Stalkers are cleaned up. So as amazing as this has been, I'm a little bit surprised that Rebellion hasn't attempted to expand elsewhere and take one of the other islands. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because Scarlett also hasn't been able to expand. Like, it's just been 4 base versus 4 base, which does favor the Protoss. Here comes a recall. Yeah, recall's over. And Rebellion commits. Rebellion does commit. Ooh, carrier goes down. We'll lose 1. Oh, nice abduction. It's 1, 2, 3 carriers. Not bad. Takes out 3, takes out 4 carriers. Again, Scar has to play it slow. Play it. Oh no! A bit of miscontrol. Infestors are thrown away. Prism harass here towards the left-hand side. Distracting Scarlett. Now going for the kill, going for the main. Scarlett now racing back. Brutal Storm on the ramp. And the Hive is under fire. Zella warp in here into the 4th base. And Scarlett just cannot keep up. Does dive in the carriers and will kill all the Sky Toss. True, the Sky Toss is going down. What about the Ground Toss? What about the Ground Toss army here? Mass Storm, oh my god, the storms. Mass Storm of the Corruptors. Zell say take down the mineral line, 32 turns going down. And again, the issue wasn't the Sky Toss, the issue was the Ground Toss here. Was the Ground Army. We have 10 Broodlords morphing in, but the damage is being done. Bases are falling left and right. You have the Rebellion just pulling Scarlett apart. Stalkers, Jesus. Zealots in the 4th, Stalkers in the 5th, and the Archons in the main. Just Rebellion all over Scarlett. Ay, ay, ay. Also hunting down other bases, which don't exist. Gee, Rebellion, calm down, papi, calm down. Ay, ay, ay. It's like, give me more. I want more expansions. Jesus. There's a recall, saves the Archons. Templar's left behind. But now Rebellion has seen the tech, has seen the Spire, knows where it is. Stalkers head over. Broodlords have arrived, true. And now Scarlett's working towards Broodlords, now we have Tempest. Now Tempest are amassing. Scarlett running out of resources, running out of money. Scarlett just having a hard time keeping up. Supply blocked as well. Ay, ay, ay. And a shout out to Rebellion. Rebellion has been so active this game. With non-stop Zelaron-wise, Blink Harass, Warp-ins across the map as well. It's continuing. Finally, Rebellion does expand. Double expanding, taking the top left-hand island and top right as well. Taking more bases. And yeah, we said earlier that Rebellion, he saw the Spires. Now he wants them. He wants the Spire tech. He's gonna get it as well. Takes on one, going for the other. Scarlett running all the way around. And again, what I'm most impressed by here by Rebellion is it wasn't like Skytoss A moving over Scarlett. Like, no, like the Skytoss was never the issue. It was, again, just the non-stop gateway harass. Non-stop warp-ins. From here, Tempest, they can now just shell away at this base from the other side. And this is the real power of Protoss on this map. Tempest just shelling away at the expansion. Scarlett does get one base up and running on the left-hand side. True. Here comes a Doom Drop. Let's go. Does go for the Doom Drop. Archons are in position. Jesus. Rebellion, calm down. Archons in position. Thankfully, they did not kill a Drop Lord in time. Thankfully. Now we can go for the recall. Yeah, recoil is available. Skytoss does fly over. Tempest still moving in. So we have Void Race to defend, Tempest will attack. Oh, here come the abductions. Gets a Tempest. Works so hard for that one Tempest. And this base didn't really matter as much. Yeah, there's just no mining here anyway. There's no economy. Cleans up all the roaches. And as our bases are running out of resources, this center base is the most important base here for Scarlett, and top left as well, just because it's unscouted. She has to hold here, has to defend. Another Zealot warp in. Another run by. Going for the Roach Warren. Ooh, meanwhile, Rebellion has found the bases. Who knows? Rebellion is now aware. Links over the wall. Thankfully, there are some Brood Lords. Stalkers. Actually, true, they can rotate over. Uh-oh. Oh my god. There's just so much mobility here. It's crazy. Yeah, now going for the expansion. There's no saving this. Trying to keep up. Mineral line goes down. Trading Stalkers with Brood Lords. This base should fall and can maybe even try to bait out the Skytoss. Okay. And with this base falling, Scarlett can now start to expand. At the same time, there's now an opening. Tempest moving in. Oh! Kongu doesn't connect. Base goes down. Again, there's 15 Corruptors. Against 8 Tempest. Rebellion does have top right. But again, with this Nidus, Scarlett can now start to expand. Like, Rebellion still has the advantage, but Scarlett could recover. And this center base is helping so much as well. Basically, what's helping Scarlett here is that the main base is dead, which is a good thing. Because now Scarlett doesn't have to she doesn't have to worry about defending, right? She doesn't have to worry about defending this base, there's nothing here, right? There's nothing here as well. Like, all of these bases are now mined out completely, so they don't really matter as much. So Scarlett can just focus her defenses here on the front lines. So Zealot run-bys and Zealot's drop play is less effective here. And now the bases are more centralized for Scarlett. Meanwhile, once Scarlett realizes these bases have been taken, like, I don't see Rebellion defending against this. No shot. The hope, though, is that Scarlett does scout and does realize these bases are taken. There's the recall. Ninja base getting up and running. Scarlett, meanwhile, has yet to expand here in the on the left-hand side. Rebellion killing his own probes. Scarlett rechecking top left. Ooh, as we do leave the army idle, 3 Broodlords gonna be going down. Gets 3, gets 4, gets 5, gets everything? Jesus. 4, 5, almost 6 Broodlords do fall. Brutal losses here for Scarlett. Every unit counts, bearing in mind Scarlett doesn't really have a big bank. Does not have a large bank to work with. Has to rebuild the Greater Spire. Nidus popping off. Ling says deny the expansion. Again, Scarlett, she's so fixated on this top left-hand island that she hasn't checked top right. And no shot. Rebellion expanded behind me. Ah. Well, she did happen. There we go. Recalling in. No spores. Yeah, only one spore. Sorry, only 3. Spores going down. Rebellion Broodlords. And Temple, they can just zone away. They will kill the expansion. There's no holding against this. Scarlett just unable to zone away that recall. Scarlett is being contained. At the same time, Nidus does finish. Okay, let's go. Finally, for the first time this game, we got a Nidus into the main island. Lings, they bust in. Going for the fleet beacon. At the same time, ooh, the final Broodlords are falling. Nice snipe. Going for the tech. DTs, they will defend. But that's still a big pickup. Gets a fleet beacon. But Scarlett did lose that expansion, and that was keeping Scarlett in this game. That center base. This expansion, it's helping somewhat, but it's not saturated. And speaking of saturation, top right. Right, top right, fully saturated. Rebellion taking more expansions, taking more bases. Heads on over, finds the last mining base here of Scarlett, one of the last bases. Scarlett just wants to expand. Duh. Likewise, it's still getting some value here, but we're just waiting for that final recall. Waiting for the moment where Rebellion recalls onto the main island of Scarlett. The Blink Stalkers, they're so annoying. So annoying to deal with. Ay, ay, ay. There it is. Here comes a recall. Yeah, mass recall in. There are a lot of spores. Tempest are being charted down. Where are the storms? There we go. Storms now coming in. We get some decent storms for Corruptors. They will clean up. Once again, Corruptors, they dominate the skies. Archon with the storms. She stands in the storms. Yeah, the storms are brutal, and it's the Archons that break through. They do not get on top of the Broodlords, though. Scarlett takes the fight. She does take the fight. Again, had plenty of Corruptors, and this time had Broodlords as well. So it takes down the army. Rebellion does plummet in supply. Rebellion does have a bank, but barely any production. Remember, it all got depowered earlier. No shot. Scarlett, she's doing it. We'll lose a base. Again, running out of money. Needs to save that expansion. Broodlords are moving in. And when will Scarlett realize that Rebellion has top right? When does she scout? This is keeping Rebellion in this game. Going into Blink. Stargate's going down. No more Stargates. Just the one. Just the one Stargate. Scarlett will clean up the main. Rebellion racing over. With Mass Blink Stalker. Okay, let's go. How many? We have 21 and 21 Stalkers. And there's not much ground support. Uh-oh. And not much support. So it blinks in. And Scarlett, oh no, she targets on the Nexus. Yeah, it does target the Nexus. Did leave the army idle. And we'll lose every single Broodlord. Ay, ay, ay. Against Scarlett paying attention elsewhere. We'll lose everything. The Mass Stalker. Can Rebellion pull this off? I mean, Scarlett's broke. Scarlett, she has no gas. She has no gas. Scarlett has no minerals, has no money. And no, the final Broodlords are going down, and Rebellion has done it. Rebellion has done it here. These ninja bases, it did sustain Rebellion, and again, Scarlett never scattered. Scarlett, she never saw this. I guess did see top right specifically. Didn't see the other expansions. Scarlett up. Keep on moving over. And this is all the Scarlett has left here. Just Corruptors. A couple of Corruptors. A couple of Zerglings. Ah, it does look down some Stalkers. Let's go. Just down some of the Stalkers. More Stalkers moving in. Stalkers are everywhere, Pat. They're everywhere. Oh, let's go. Finally, top right. It's going down. But yeah, GG. GG gets called. There's nothing left for Scarlett, just running out of steam, running out of resources, and Rebellion does take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Crazy game here. Again, Scarlett was able to win the main fights. Like, time and time again, whenever the main armies clash, what did we see? We saw the Skytoss army being reset, but it was what was left over here, whether it was Archons, the Storm, the High Templar, the Stalkers as well. We saw, I want to say, 2 or 3 big fights where it was the Gateway army that did persevere. And again, was able to just pull Scarlett apart. Part of it, again, I do feel like is a learning curve. This was Scarlett's first time playing on Neo Azul Siren, and we saw how difficult it was for Scarlett to protect those bases, to protect the fringe bases, and to protect the other islands as well. Partly, I would say, is because of lack of Nidus Worms. I'm thinking of several players like Raynor, who even in regular maps or larger, more standard maps, they do use Nidus Worms to kind of pivot back and forth between these bases, between these expansions. We didn't really see much of that from Scarlett, and was being torn apart by just the mass Zealots, by the mass Warp-ins. Likewise, Vision on her own island was a little bit lacking as well, and Rebellion was abusing that. And GG, well played. Whew, oh my god, a crazy ace match here, and with that, Rebellion does claim the series, does advance on to those semis, and I'm hoping that we see more of Scarlett in the future. Again, this is Scarlett's first time competing in StarCraft Evolution. She hasn't competed before, so it was her first foray here, and hoping to see more of Scarlett in the future. GG, well played. With that, we do have some updates here. Let's go. We have some updates on our brackets. We have a lot to get through. Okay, from the top. Here, let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. The quarterfinals has concluded. Now we have our semis. From the top, we have Spirit. Spirit takes down Iceland 2-0, advancing on to face off against TOP. Kiwian did take down Firefly 2-1, and we have that TVT in the upper portion of the bracket. Meanwhile, Rebellion takes down Scarlett, and 3-Point takes down his opponent as well. So we have a TVT in the upper semifinals, and we have a ZVP in the lower semis. Let's go. Again, 3-Point is one of the strongest Zerg players in StarCraft Evolution. I'll say top 2. Top 2 just under Shin. I would have said top 3 just under Shin and Dark back when Dark was competing, but now I would say is top 2. Likewise, Spirit is also one of the top Terran players, Kiwian as well. That TVT is going to be spicy, man. Yeah, let's go. So we have our top 4, we have our semis. We're going to be going on a short break here, When we come back, we'll have our semifinals and our grand finals there after. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Here we go. Firefly still allowed to compete. This event did take place before that was revealed, before that was made public, before all of the before that ruling. Just as a heads up. But here we go. We're gonna be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our semis. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we are back. We have returned here with the semifinals of the 2025 Kung Fu Cup number 11, StarCraft Evolution Edition. Here we go again. We're going to be featuring a tournament featuring a different mod, a mod here pitting Brood War against SC2. Again, shout out to the team working behind the scenes on the mod. They put in a lot of work on the maps, on the textures, on the balance, on the porting as well. A lot of work has been put into this mod, and if you want to support the team working on this, exclamation mark SC Evo in the chat. Exclamation mark SC Evo, as you can get a link to the Patreon of Team Caprulu, as they put in a lot of work, a lot of efforts into this mod. It is very much so a passion project. I believe they're also working on a port of the campaign. I believe they're also working on, alongside just, you know, the competitive aspect of things, also working on that campaign as well, to create a more realistic, a more accurate kind of port of the campaign into SC2. So much stuff, so it's working behind the scenes as we are getting to our semifinals, getting into our ZVP. Rebellion just took down Scarlett 2-1, and now we're going to be following Rebellion into the semifinals into 3 points. Let's go. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Sylphid. And again, 3 Point is a much more well-versed when it comes to the Brood War side of things. In regards to this mod, 3 Point is one of the best Zerg players in the mod as well, second only to Shin. Shin, of course, our SE2 Korean pro gamer, does devote quite a bit of time into StarCraft Evolution as well. He's one of the few. There are players like Shin, players like Classic, players like Pyun and Dark before he had retired, and Hero as well, which do devote some time, which do compete and partake in StarCraft Evolution. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing among SE2 people and Team Hyper 1. It is 3 Point. I'll work on his name. I got you, I got you. When spawning in the top side of Sylphid, we have the SC2 Protoss player, we have the South Korean Protoss. Representing among SC2 people, it is Rebellion. Here we go, and welcome one all to Sylphid. We had a crazy game, of course, on Neo Azov Siren on that island map, but here we're going to be spawning into a regular map as well, at least more regular. It is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top side, bottom right, and bottom left as well, so 3 possible spawn locations. And here we do have Rebellion scouting bottom right, and he will soon find 3 points. We'll soon find him. Again, 3 point is going to be rocking Brood War Zerg. Fun fact, Scarlett never actually played Brood War Zerg. In her previous series, she played Brood War Protoss and Brood War Terran. Didn't even touch Zerg, by the way, which I found quite interesting. But from here, I mean, Zerg does work very differently. You can see hatch before gas before pool. You would assume greedy build here, but the extra macro hatchery is more necessary in Brood War because you have no queen, you have no inject, you need that extra larva. I would say that typically this hatchery is a part of the wall to get some SimCity going, but here to take the expansion instead, so that is more greedy. The base is more exposed, the hatchery is more vulnerable. So again, hatch, gas pool here from 3 point. Meanwhile, Rebellion going for a standard gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. Some players do set it. And typically what we see from here, the tech kind of paths are a little bit more limited from the Brood War side. From Brood War Zerg, we do typically see Ling into Hydra. We see Ling Hydra into fast lurker tech. Otherwise, we could be seeing some Muta play as well. So we'll keep an eye on where the gas is going to be spent. We'll see if we do go for an earlier lair or into an earlier Hydra den. Bearing in mind that Hydra tech is on hatch tech, not on lair tech for Brood War. Probe dips in. Is going to be a Stargate opener out of Rebellion. So standard play here, going for the Stargate, I would imagine into a third. Into the mid game. Meanwhile, you can see here 3 points still mining gas. So he's intentionally still mining gas here to tech up. Again, either for that den or for the lair. Should be a lair. Otherwise, we would have seen maybe a delay on link speed and faster Hydra den instead. That does move out to scout. Yo, shout out to the bipedal lings. I actually like how they look a lot more. I miss them, Pappy. I miss them. But yeah, if you're maybe watching for the first time, there are custom and unique models and textures for most, I should say, not all, but for most of the Brood War units, including the Brood War Zealots, the Marine, and the Zergling as well. These are not like skins that you can still get in SC2. These are made custom. And there it is, there's the Hydra den. Okay, so we're going into Ling Hydra. Hydra tech is on the way. Bearing in mind the Hydra is a very different unit than the StarCraft 2 Hydra. The reason for this is because for Brood War side of things, there's no roach warren, right? There's no roaches, so the Hydra has to be a more well-rounded unit. The Hydra in Brood War is not a light unit, so it does not have the light tag, so it does not take bonus damage from other units like Colossus, for example, or Storm. So the Brood War Hydra is more robust, it's more well-rounded. Likewise on hatch tech as well. What do you need the lair for? The lair is for lurkers. Tech into lurker. Likewise, the Brood War lurker is also very different as well. It's very different. Has less range. Is more massable. As we are going to be taking out, there's that third base on the way for Rebellion. Again, just claiming his Stargate opener into a third, standard opener out of Rebellion. Meanwhile, Void Rays, they do actually go for the expansion here. Anti-air is limited, and the Void Rays, they will kill the expansion. And my apologies, I assume he just opened up Oracle to expand, but no, he opened up double Void Ray. Yeah, the base goes down. And if you recall, we were criticizing, or we did mention, how 3 point was being quite greedy taking this third base just because it was so isolated and so vulnerable, and it does go down. It does go down. Hydras are building up, but not in time to save the expansion. Now we can see the Rebellion is rotating over to the new third base, but this time there should be Hydras to defend. But Hydras are amassing in the main. They need it at the third. Uh-oh. Rebellion moving in. Lings, they will hit the third. Back at him, the Oracle does defend, and the Hydras, they do keep up. Yeah, they do keep up. This time the base is saved, but again, they just weren't able to save the initial third base. 3 point has to double expand. Behind this, building up more Hydras. Getting towards Hydra upgrades. Likewise, Rebellion opening a Void Ray into what? Into Charge Lots. Okay. I assumed working towards Blink, but no. Getting to Zealots. And potentially into Archons. Was 3-point is supply blocked. Is being active. I love the Brutal Hydra as well. As he's headed over towards the third. Void Ray is getting in position. Zealot legs are still not done. Yeah, charge is still on the way. We'll see if Rebellion can defend with a bare minimum. Stasis trap is there. And, oh, does get baited. Nice moves. Nice from 3-point. Yeah, collapsing. And it's 2 Void Rays. The Sentry, the Zealot is not enough here to defend. No shots. Sentry goes down. Oracle as well. Do you have a Desperation Warp in? Oh, trying to hold the line. And it looks like there are just barely not enough Hydras. Rebellion does hold. Rebellion is barely holding on. Barely survives again with the bare minimum. And now charge is complete. And the gateways are coming online. Gateways are coming online. Temple Archives have completed as well. Working towards Archons. It's still so close. The Archon is barely not done. It's denied. Hydra stuttering back. They do stutter back. And behind this, no drones. Behind this 3-point, he's not droning. He's going for an all-in. So again, a 2.5 base all-in at a 3-point, just rattling everything across the map. His goal here is to just break Rebellion here and now, and he's so close to doing so. It's been a clutch defense. No storm. Yeah, there's no storm. No storm being researched. Just charge lots and Void Rays. So I'll say trade well. Trade well for themselves. Nice kiting here by 3-point. Overwhelms those Zealots. And he's doing it. He's breaking through. The Zealots on their own are not going to be enough. Now we get some High Templar and they can move into Archons, which can help. But again, if only there was Storm back. Ay, ay, ay. As the natural is falling. Aurelian's trying to make a stand, does pull the boys. He's pushing into a concave. As A workers go down, denies mining. Behind this 3-point, just getting another macro hatchery. Trying to spend his money. Getting into drop alerts as well. We have ventral sacks on the way. And then trying to move in, but again, this concave is brutal. Oh my god. Yeah, he moves into the concave here, he moves into the arc, and 3-point he should overwhelm. He should just completely shut this down. Takes down the Archons, takes down the Void Rays. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left. These Hydras, they catch up both Archons. And there's only Zealots. Only a handful of Zealots remaining. The base goes down. And GG gets called. 3-point. He pulls off the all-in. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Does take lead in the series, does take the first game. Again, Rebellion, he had a really good start. He had a really good start going for the snipe on that initial hatchery. It was a great start for Rebellion, but behind it, he was just so greedy when it comes to his tech, when it comes to his setup there. Remember, he barely had anything to defend. He had 2 Void Rays, a Sentry, and a Zealot, and he barely was trying to hold on. His gateways were getting online. But again, he could not slow down 3-point. Could not close that gap. And again, there was no splash damage, right? There was no Storm, there was no Colossus, there was only purely Zealots and Void Ray. And you can see how inefficient that can be. Like, Zealots are not really built to survive these engagements and to build up over time. Not like Blink Stalkers, for example, where you can preserve them. Zealots are more one and done. And with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, 3-point does take a lead, and we'll see if Rebellion can bounce back as we load into game number 2. Gonna be on Bloody Ridge. As roles are now going to be reversed, and it's going to be Rebellion's turn to embrace Brutal Protoss. Let's go. Let us go. Oh. As we're getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Bloody... God, they changed colors. God damn it. Hold on. There we go, spawning in the bottom right corner of Bloody Ridge, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the StarCraft 2 Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, also from South Korea, representing among SC2 people, it is Rebellion. Oh. And Rebellion being a little bit cheeky here, setting up for a proxy. The probe does move out. And what is our plan? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, just scouting. Just scouting. I got excited. I saw him rally here specifically, but nah, he just goes down. He goes down, does go for the probe scouts. Behind this, going for a standard opener instead. Now, as we mentioned previously, it is a little bit more common here for the Brood War side of things to open up into and lead into Disruptor drops. Sorry, I keep saying Disruptor. Reaver drops. Oh my god. As we're setting up for the Cannon Rush. I say Cannon Rush, I guess Forge Expand. There's no pylon set up here on the low ground yet, or on the natural. Yeah, just getting ready for the expansion. Interesting. Okay. Is committing. Pylon gets thrown down. Barely, he does not get the Nexus. Sets up for the Cannon Rush. Right now, there's pylons. Again, does delay his base for this. Boys are being pulled. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced. The drone is already in position to block the cannon. Uh-oh. Yeah, the drone is getting low and the cannon rush is denied, and this was not quite worth it. This does delay the natural, and Rebellion now expands, but again, this is a delayed expansion for Rebellion. Ay. Oh, does kind of keep it going, I suppose. Okay, never mind. Yeah, two cannons. Two cannons on the way. But this time it was a safer opener here out of our Zerg player. It was just Hatch Gas Pool, Spine Crawlers on the way. Setting up his spines. Cancels one of the cannons. There's going to be one cannon left. The other should be surrounded. Oof, probe goes down. And this cannon rush shouldn't achieve too much here. I mean, it's forcing delayed mining. It's forcing out Spine Crawlers. True, like there is some damage here. Bit of damage. Getting 3 drones. Getting off 3 workers, and now it's going to be cleaned up. Should be cleaned up. But this delays so much tech here. Remember, late Nexus, late Cybercore, late tech as a result, whether it's going to be a Robo or a Stargate. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced. I'm not too convinced. We'll see. We'll see how we do transition out of this. I mean, it's going to be secure with that cannon. Hello. This really builds me out. A Ninja Mace would make, yeah, Ninja Mace would make sense here. So basically, because of the late tech, because there is no army, right? There's one Zealot and one Dragoon. Technically, Rebellion cannot expand. He cannot take a third base. He'd want to in this kind of game. Say he won a third base, but he cannot take a third. So a Ninja Base would make the most sense if we were to take this Nexus. Citadel is on the way. No shot we're hiding tech, right? No shot. Meanwhile, we just see 3 point going for 2 base lair. We have a 4-minute lair, so early lair timing here out of 3 point. Roach Horns on the way. Looks like aggression out of our Zerg player. Once again, Rebellion working towards Zealot legs. My eyes are still on this probe. I mean, he wants to expand, but at the same time, he has no money for it. Yeah, throwing down extra gateways. Never mind. Oh, looks like there was a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Oh, the Brood War theme. The Brood War OST, let's go. As we have Verge Speed on the way, plus 1 range as well. No third base yet for 3 point. And he might just commit here on 2 bases. And there we go, Roach production has begun. Building up Roaches. Rebellion will be expanded. It's been there for a while. At this point, expanding would be a mistake. At this point, because 3-point isn't taking his own base and he isn't droning, now expanding would not be the play. Zelts are revealed. They're speedy boys. Zelts moving out to working into Dark Archon. Okay, does go for the ninja base and is working towards Maelstrom. Interesting. Maelstrom, that is an AoE stun. We featured it earlier from Scarlett, if you recall, when Scarlett played against F91. His way to stun, his way to lock down. Is going to be more valuable against Roaches, true, more so than Storm. I say that, Brood War Storm does hit different. I know. As outside getting called out. And remember, 3-point is 2-base all in. He's 2-base all in, there is no expansion, he's just rallying across the map. Looking to end it. We have a wall of cannons on the way. There's going to be one Maelstrom. Is it going to be enough, though? I mean, the army is choked up, true. But there's no DBS. Yeah, there's no DBS here. Boys are being pulled. Cannons being targeted down. There's just no army. There's nothing here. There's nothing. There's one Dark Archon. And there's the stun. Is Zelda coming from behind? Massive stun, by the way. Jesus. It catches so many roaches. But it doesn't matter, right? There's no DPS. There's no support. There's nothing to follow up from that stun. Boys are being pulled. And 3-point, he has done it. He has done it. Takes the cannons. I'm loving the Ravager here to wall off. Cheeky move. Does just zone those Zelts away. Shout to the Ravager. And the base is going to fall. And again, Rebellion's ninja base does not come into play. He was up against an all-in, so this really hurt him more than anything. And GG gets called. 3-point will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Ooh. GG, well played. 3-point. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Again, Rebellion, unfortunately, I mean, we saw nothing but all-ins out of 3-point. Rebellion, unfortunately, he wasn't able to confirm. I don't think he never scouted. He never saw whether or not 3-point was expanding. We saw that there was no third, and it was just a 2-base all-in, but Rebellion was unaware. So again, the ninja base was hurting him more than anything. He needed to build up an army, but he had nothing. He had a handful of Zealots, and of course the Dark Archons. Like, he had teched up into Dark Archons into Maelstrom, which is great and all, but he was lacking an army to take advantage of that. Just because he was up against an all-in. So taking up in such a way was not the play. Was not the play there. GG, well played. With that, 3-point does make it through, and now we're getting ready for our upper semi-finals. 3-point will advance on to the grand finals, and he's going to be facing off against the winner of Spirit and Kiwian. Let's go. Let us go. As game 1 is going to be on Lost Temple. Do we get... Lost Temple, I would say, is maybe one of the most controversial maps, depending on spawn locations. Let's go. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. So spawning into Lost Temple, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Lost Temple, we have our StarCraft 2 Terran player. We have the Korean Terran. It is Kiwian. And spawning in the top side, at the top left-hand corner of Lost Temple, we have our Polish Terran player. We have the Brood War Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. Spirit, he's proxying. Let's go. Spirit does move out with 2 SCVs. Now, bear something in mind here. Welcome, one and all, to Lost Temple. This is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left at 2 possible locations, and you can spawn in top right at also 2 possible locations as well. So there are 4 possible spawn locations. But I guess they're kind of like 2 spawn locations, just because 2 of them are quite close to each other. We'll see if Spirit can determine where his opponent is. Just proxying dead set in the center of the map. No gas. No gases. So proxy Marine. Bunker rush, I would imagine. So shout out to the Kakaro. Meanwhile, we do have double gas opener out of our Terran player. So Kiwin, he's opening up double gas into a faster factory, into a faster Hellion, and this is a stronger defense. This is a very safe opener here in TVT. So Kiwin is playing safely. Meanwhile, Spirit is going all in. Does take the gas, guys. So for now, Marines are on the way, and he still has to figure out where the hell his opponent is, and he gambles well. He does roll the dice, and he will scout Kiwin immediately. Checking both locations. Does find him. Does find the SCV. And with that, he will confirm. He will confirm. There we go. Gets eyes on the gases. Now he's aware. We do see Kiwin going for his own SCV scout as well. And Kiwin, he will confirm that the Raxes are missing. The production is nowhere to be found. We're going for, again, our initial Hellion, our initial factory. Hellions are going to be crucial here in the defense. Building up his Hellion counts. Yeah, so he does confirm the factory back at home, and we do have a gas. So factory's on the way. Here comes a proxy. And the Reaper just ignores it. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, just ignores it, goes straight for the mineral line. He can deny the factory. No shots. He can't deny. The factory is not done. He can shut it down. At the same time, CC on the high ground. Ooh, is quite exposed, actually. It's quite exposed. Bunkers on the way. He did make the Hellion. Oh, Kiwin, too greedy. Too greedy. We spoke about it. We spoke about the Hellion, and he wasn't making it. He was going an add-on. I was making an add-on instead. Yeah, a bit of a misread here from Kiwin. Does pull the Voice Rush around. Once again, latest around as well. Marines, they're busting in. We have what? We have 5 Marines left. Oh my god. A couple Marines are going down, killing a lot of SCVs. It's gonna be 6 SCV kills, and in the end, Kiwin holds. Whew. Kiwin, he does hold on. The Hellion finally arrives, but again, it was a greedy reaction, greedy response here from Kiwin. He sustained more losses than he should have. And the game will continue. The Reaper is still across the map. But now we have the Vulture. Vulture is out. Factory did complete. And the game will continue. The game will continue. Spirit, he's racing back home. And we're getting into a longer game state. As the dust does settle here, Spirit, he's up in workers. True, he does have the greater economy. Meanwhile, Kiwin doesn't really have much of an army to work with. So I do favor Spirit in this position. Yes, there's faster progression on the CC, but it's on the high ground. It has to float over anyway. It has a long way to float. Long way to fly. So Spirit not looking too bad. Not looking too bad here. It's still not done. Reapers move out across the map. That means back at home, Kiwin is exposed. We'll lose an SCV. Cyclone has arrived. Cyclone will lock this down. Not bad. And we will delay the CC as well. Okay, Kiwin. He defends back at home, gets across the map, takes down the building SCV. I will still lose 3 workers. 3 workers still do go down. But he does lay the expansion. That's what matters here. Is laying the economy. Spirit working into mech. Second factory. Going into ion thrusters. Siege mode is done. And Spirit is meching it up. And we have a back and forth. After a very, very chaotic game. After a very chaotic early game. Ooh, Cyclone does close the distance. Takes down the tank. Kiwin, calm down. Takes down the tank. Goes for more SCV kills. That is going to be a one-way trip. And the Cyclone will fall. And welcome to Los Angeles. The second Cyclone does arrive. And Kiwin, he might just have too much. Yeah, with 2 Cyclones. The Cyclone Swappy denies mining at the natural. Takes down another SCV. Zones away Spirit. Does need that tank. And then Kiwin, he's catching up. He's catching up here. Claiming his own base. Oh, nice control out of Kiwin, dropping on the tank. Kiwin, calm down. He's oh my god. Here it does take his natural. His natural's getting up running. A third CC is on the way. We're building up in towards the mid game. When it comes to Lost Temple, we do have islands. True, there are islands on the corners of the map. There are also these ridges, these kind of alcoves that you can take advantage of as well. Once again, going for the tank. This time should not get it. Plenty of vultures. But this is what we spoke about here. This ridge here is so abusable. You can siege up tanks. Like, you can get a couple of tanks here and deny mining forever. Just such an abusable location. And the problem here is that spawns do matter. As we deny mining here at the natural. No anti-air! Yeah, no anti-air. There's no Goliaths. There's no academy. Oh, no armory, I should say. So mining is just non-existent here as, oh, the Liberator does reposition. Going for the going for the armory instead. Makes sense. Takes out the marine, denies the armory. Remember, the armory is a prerequisite to make a Goliath. You cannot make a Goliath without the armory. Let's go down. Let's go to the marines. But the reason why spawn locations matter, here you can abuse this mineral line, right, if you spawn in top left. Meanwhile, the ridges here denying gases, not the mineral line. So one base is not like the other. Like, this base is more abusable than Kiwian's natural. Where here you're within range of the gas geysers and the mineral line. And this is why I did mention earlier that that this map is more imbalanced depending on where you spawn. So depending on spawn location, some bases are more vulnerable than others. Yeah, that's like early 2000s brutal for you. That's Aye. Symmetrical maps? No. Not in 2005. True. As SCVs are going down, Spirit just getting bullied here. Just getting bullied back and forth. 17, 18 SCV kills. The Goliath finally online. But again, it took so long. Again, the armory was heavily delayed. Could not make any Goliaths. Liberated repositioning. Same Goliath count is on point. Now we have high ground vision as well with the racks. Brutal maps are atrocious. There's some really good brutal maps. Just not like this one's an older one. Like this is like I should say there's a lot of variance when it comes to brutal maps, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Where there are some good maps, there are some awful maps. For sure. Fighting Spirit was really good in 2008, but somehow will not leave the ladder pool in 2025. Fighting Spirit is another interesting one. I do like Fighting Spirit more than Lost Temple, though. For sure. And Spirit again, he's just trying to hold on. Third base now being taken. Behind this, you see Kiwi just freely expanding, claiming a third. Claiming a third base, moving out across the map. Armies are soon to clash. Liberation has arrived. Kiwian moving in. Has position here, takes down the lid. Takes down that Liberator. Third base is denied. Again, this third base is so open as well. It's so hard to take this third. No shot. And the win condition here for Kiwian is not to push in. He doesn't have to break this position, just contain, right? Just contain Spirit here to 2 bases for as long as possible. Spirit, of course, he can float over to this other expansion on the right. It's going to be more difficult to saturate, but he can take it. Oh. Yeah, so he kind of push into the siege line. Meanwhile, going for the Dune drop into the main. Kiwian, he doesn't see. Sorry, Spirit, he doesn't see, doesn't know. Does not spot the drop. Turrets are on the way, but they're too late. They're a little bit too late, but there are spider mines. Oh, that just ignores him yet. he just goes straight in. Goes straight into the main and takes out the tank. Vulture's trying to rotate. Brutal trades here. GG gets called, and Kiwian, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. just pulling Spirit apart here, and again abusing some of those locations as well. To be fair, we did kick things off with Spirit proxying, right? Spirit did proxy across the map, did go for the proxy 2 racks, which I would say did do a good amount of damage, but it was the follow-up, it was the Cyclone drop, it was the Reaper harass. Kiwian did claw his way back into the game, then didn't just come back, took a lead. Took a lead from there as well. GG, well played with that. Ooh, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Spirit can bounce back. We'll see if he can bounce back. As we are going to be getting into Sylphid. So in chat, do players keep switching back and forth? Yes. So the way that the tournaments, they have different formats. So depending on which tournament you're watching, they have a different rule set. But specifically for KungFu Cup, they do force players to switch back and forth. So now we have our Polish Terran as an SC2 Terran. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid. We have our Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing our CE Sports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Kiwian, aka TOP, the South Korean Terran player. Hold on, let me just quickly set up his name, as they did switch places. SMH. Bam, there we go. As it does have a 1-0 lead. But yes, so in this tournament, they are forced to switch. Meanwhile, in StarCraft Evolution League, they are not forced to switch. Instead, it's loser's pick. So technically, a player could play as Brood War Terran, lose the game, and then in game 2, they still stick with Brood War Terran. Like, so in StarCraft Evolution League, it's loser's pick. But obviously, it's always opposing races. Like, it's never Brood War versus Brood War, SC2 versus SC2, at least in StarCraft Evolution. In KungFu Cup, if we get to the ace match, you get to pick. In KungFu Cup, that's where you're unchained, you're unleashed, and we can see StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2, which is what we saw earlier between Scarlett and Rebellion, where they did play both StarCraft 2, or sometimes we get Brood War versus Brood War as well, which is also a lot of fun. But that's only in the ace match of KungFu Cup. Only in the ace match. At least in best of 3s. Best of 5, it's different. But we'll get there when we get to the finals. As welcome one on to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, and top side as well. So 3 possible spawn locations. Kiwian does scout top side first, and this time Spirit does not proxy. This time it is going to be a more standard opener here out of Spirit, going for a rack to expand, going for a bit of a later second gas. Here we go. Go. But someone's asking how balanced is it if they have Brood War versus Brood War. This game mode and game mod is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War. KungFu Cup, they do allow them to play like that, but it's not balanced for it. Brood War versus Brood War, from my understanding, there are some aspects about it that are imba. As all the balance changes and all the balance updates are all catered specifically for SC2 versus Brood War. Specifically. That is the purpose of the changes, purpose of the balance updates. They don't take into consideration other kind of dynamics. Meanwhile, we do have Mech on the way from Kiwian. Again, Mech is very popular when it comes to Brood War Terran. I mean, I say very popular. It is very meta to go 3-rex stim timing in other matchups, but in TVT, like, Mech is one of the more go-tos. Likewise, Armory is on the way. Now, this fast Armory does mean that if we need access to Goliaths, they're going to be more accessible. If you recall, that was one of the failings of Spirit, is lack of Armory, and he was abused, and it took him a long time to get his Goliaths up and running. Here, Kiwian will not make that mistake. As we do have Spirit going for his own 1-1-1. So here we go. So I'm moving out. Vultures are setting up here outside of the bases. Academy is on the way. Again, this should be for the Comsat station. Kiwian setting up well. Working on the Academy, getting his Comsat stations up and running, just containing Spirit, setting up the Spider Mines. And Spirit behind this getting a third. Just building up towards the third TC and building up towards the mid-game. Again, game one was very aggressive and very intense. Here we're slowing things down. Liberator moves out, but we already have a Goliath on the way. We did mention that because the Armory, Goliath production is already available. So again, clearly, like Kiwin, he spends a lot of time playing Starcraft Evolution. He's getting ready for this. I would say his Brood War is stronger than his SE2 for Kiwian, for sure. As the Liberator is set up outside the base. Of course, we're embracing Bio out of Spirit, throwing down extra Raxes. Getting into his 5-rack setup, moving out with a second Liberator. So ideally, he wants to hit both bases at once. We do see that the Natural is exposed here for Kiwian. Goliaths are in the main. And they will respond. And the cannon will respond. Oh, I say that Liberation is set up. Denies mining. And no major kills yet. But Kiwin, he's distracted. He is distracted. SCVs are finally going to be going down. Getting 1, 2, 3 SCVs. Getting up to 4. Getting up to 5. Yeah, 5, 6 workers. Again, he does deflect the first Liberator, but he's being pulled apart. Being pulled apart here. Mining is denied. And despite having the tools to defend, the attention wasn't there. The attention wasn't there. Getting 7 SCV kills. So a strong start for Spirit. Doesn't do critical damage, but damage nonetheless. Damage nonetheless. Spirit does break out. Third base being taken. I wish the rest of the two maps without main base ramps. I mean, that's for balance purposes, for sure. Hi. But it would be fun to like mix in at one point, I suppose. Like for Brood War, it's a little bit different. I mean, even here, it's very different. Like the high ground advantage here is so strong in Brood War because of that mischance. For those that are unaware, in StarCraft Evolution, they have adopted that mischance here. So basically, if you're firing up a ramp, you actually have a chance to completely miss and do 0 damage. So we have seen situations where we've seen like a Terran player go for like a tank bio all in on 2 bases. They like fire off like 3 volleys of tank shots to a pylon, and the pylon takes no damage. Like the pylon just be dodging, baby. It's crazy. So again, the high ground advantage here is a big part of StarCraft Evolution. The pylons, it's nimble, baby. It's just pretty nimble. Spirit moving in. Liberator still being annoying, just still keeping the attention of Kiwian elsewhere. Oh. Kiwian does hold. Dropping on the tanks. Does drop on. Takes down one of the tanks. Not bad. Takes down one. Doubling down here, getting to his own bio tank. Spirit's still looking for a way in. Likewise, Kiwin, he's just turtling up. He's just turtling up turrets, tank lines. Just walling up here at the third. Spirit going for a drop into the main. We do see Kiwian, likewise, is working towards Wraiths. That will help when it comes to anti-air. Ideally, he wants to hunt down that Liberator. But the main base is exposed. No turrets! Uh-oh. Yeah, no turrets in the main. Spirit, he's moving in. And he does find another opening. And catching out more SCVs. Qin, he's racing back home. This is brutal damage. Yeah, Qin just out of position. Only gets 3 SCV kills, nothing major. Likewise, drop into the natural. This time, turrets, they come into play. This time, the turrets are ready. But the drop does unload. A tank volley in the middle line. Massive tank shots. Getting another 5 SCVs. But only 5. So 5 workers at the same time, dropping the main, still wreaking havoc. Yeah, still popping up. Despite those losses, Qin still has an equivalent worker count to his opponent. And will defend. Does defend. Spirit behind this, taking another base. He has map control. What I find interesting here is that it's still a very bio-heavy composition. Like Spirit, he's still very light on tanks. Very light. He has 1. He has, sorry, 2. He has 2 tanks. Just really heavy Marine Marauder army instead. Much more mobile. Goes back into the main. Picks off more SCVs. And you can see Spirit, he's looking for an opening. Looking for a way in. Drop is dealt with. Not going to be sent away. Well, I should have done this. Jesus. Spirit is going to mass starports. From here, we can go into towards Raven production or just more mass lib. Looking for a way in. Yeah, late reaction here from Qin. Tank's gonna be going down. He gets 1. Oh, gets 2. Takes down both tanks. The spider mines. Oh, he steps in. Oh, clutch moves. Yeah, clutch moves. Clutch scan. Takes down all 4 spider mines. No connections. Yeah, and Spirit, he breaks through. Spirit, he breaks through. Denies a third, the rest of the army out of position. Just now rolling in. It will force us back. Now what's important here when it comes to these trades is that Qin, he's not losing any SCVs. Like, he does pull away in time. Does preserve his mineral line. He needs to get that base back up and running. Drop into the main. Qin somewhat in position. And does defend. Does deflect. So we're pushing in between the bases. The tank line is ready. Uh-oh. Okay. Cannot touch this area. Cannot push in. God. I feel like the anti-ground attack of the Wraith has always been a little bit pathetic, but it's fine. It's fine. Shuts down the tank. And here comes a Mass Raven. Again, we were expecting a transition like this with all the starports now going to Mass Raven. Curious to see if Qin does head into his own science vessel setup. Curious. With that, he can go for EMPs. And even irradiate the bio army as well. But for now, just pure mech. And Spirit is maxed. Spirit is maxed out. He has denied enough mining here to just take that lead, taking more bases, getting up to 5 base setup. Now dropping in, just as Qin moves out. He just wants to harass. Yeah, the tank line does crumble. Now going for the CC, and this time SCVs are finally going down as well. Qin a little bit, a little bit indecisive. Does he attack? Does he defend? Runs into a planetary. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, we missed the spider mines popping off. Speaking of. Oh! Oh no! Okay. Does somewhat react here. And cleans up the spider mines. Qin holding his own. Okay, that was 18 Marauders going down and 14 Marines. Kiwin, he's holding. Unfortunately, there's no real counter here to the Raven currently for Kiwin. Like, he's got some Goliaths, that's true, he has some turret lines. But the Ravens are going to be a problem. Again, there's no EMPs, Master Stable on the tanks. Marines, they stim in. And there's nothing to stop Spirit. And Spirit, he will overwhelm, takes out the tank line. Stims forward. And Kiwin, he's being broken. He's broken here and now. I can't really push in towards the natural, but does get the mineral line. It takes out all the SCVs, takes out the expansion. Or at least does force it to float away. And Spirit can just gear up and wait for more Ravens. Again, ideally, you do want your own counter for that. You want your own science vessels. You want your own EMPs to stop that from happening, of course. And then that will force out like Sky Terran, like more Vikings and more Valkyries. But Q, and he's just one step behind. One step behind. Disables everything. As Spirit, he has done it. He has broken through. Takes down the siege line, heads in towards the third. Boy's trying to be pulled away into auto turrets. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. And we'll see what races our players pick there. Curious. GG gets called, and Spirit does tie things up. We're going to that ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. Again, unfortunately, Kiwin, even though he wasn't really sustaining too many worker losses throughout the course of that game, he was being denied so much mining. And again, he fell behind as a result. He was contained on 3 bases, had a really hard time expanding and getting a 4th, and it allowed Spirit to max out, to take up, to safely get into Mass Raven and just go for the kill. Go for the kill then and there. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything that Kiwin had available to deal with that, whether it's Sky Terran, whether it's Science Vessels, whether it's his own Ghosts. Had no setup. GG. GG, well played. And we're going to be loading into one of my favorite maps. A very nostalgic map here. Up next, we're going to be loading into Blue Storm for the ace match. And we have confirmation. Spirit is playing StarCraft 2 Terran. And Kiwin is committing to Brood War Terran. Let's go. So getting into the ace match. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a tank volley. True. True. So here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Blue Storm, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing RC Esports, the StarCraft 2 Terran. It is a Spirit. Tying up the series 1-1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player from South Korea. It is Julian. aka TOP, and we are opening up with a proxy. Okay, let's go. SCVs are being sent across the map. Welcome on to Blue Storm. Blue Storm is a 2-player spawn map. The natural base is a little bit more quirky. There's a very narrow choke point coming into the natural. There's also a tower here that you can knock down as well to fully wall this area off. But we're moving out with not just 1, not just 2, but 3 SCVs going for a mass, or 3 ranks mass marine all in. Let's go. No shot with okay. You know what would have been amazing? We have seen this before. Is the proxy here and then floats into the main. Like the main base is huge, and we have seen proxies in the main base before, in specifically this area. Unfortunately, we're not set up for that, but that would have been amazing. As the mass marine is on the way, Spirit, he will SCV scout, going for an economic opener. Racks expand. So single gas out of Spirit. This is going to be ideal for Kiwian, as the SCV's on the way. He's on the way. Marines are amassing. And again, here they come. Meanwhile, Spirit now knows. Now he does scout. He is aware. Behind this, there we go. Safety bunkers on the way. He's now aware that, of course, the production is missing. There's no gases. It should be mass marine. And he does go for the factory. It's going to be a little bit later as a factory, but it's on the way nonetheless. Spirit, he does react. Yo, bunker next to the bunker. Let's go. Bunkers are on the way. Boys are being pulled. And Kiwian, he cannot get surrounded. Has to be careful here. Does pull away. Reaver going for the SCV. Does get one. Does surround the SCVs. Gets one. Gets two SCVs. Massive pickups. There's one SCV left, and the bunker should not finish. Yeah, it should not complete. The bunker doesn't complete for Spirit. As there's again only one SCV left. Yeah, with that, Spirit holds. He holds. The bunker completes. He denies the bunker here of Kiwian. And there's no breaking this. There's no breaking this. Not anymore. Spirit, he was so close as well. we almost saw bunker versus bunker. We almost got it. Oh, let's go. Yeah, the boys are here. The bunker's almost finished. He gets it up. The bunker finishes. Let's go. Mass repair. Oh my god. Does get the mass repair off. Marines that focus on SCVs so much faster. And it's working. He does get the SCVs. Yeah, SCVs are falling. Spirit, he cannot keep up. Yeah, he cannot keep up here. Not with the mass marine. The bunker is almost going down. A tech lab? Oh, so greedy. So greedy. No Hellion. Yeah, to go for the tech lab. Did lose all of his SCVs. Down to one worker. Here comes the mass repair. And again, Kiwian, he has done it. Brood War, bunker rush, greater than SC2. Let's go. Boxer would be proud. He would be proud, Pappy. Ah, let's go. Takes down the mule. No SCVs left. Yeah, and with that, Kiwian has done it. GG gets called, and Kiwian, he will take the series 2-1. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. When it comes to the bunker rush there, Marines, obviously they have more range than Reapers, so Marines, they were able to, and likewise also the DPS rate to focus down those SCVs was a little higher, so he was able to focus down as many workers as possible. No. Was able to focus them down. Was able to focus them down. Meanwhile, Spirit couldn't do the same. Like, he could not focus down the same amount of workers, could not deal anywhere near as much damage. With that, he was overwhelmed. Kiwian popping off. Let's go. GG. GG, well played. Bunker versus bunker. You love to see it. Oh my god. Do love to see it. GG. And with that, we have our two finalists. Again, Spirit, he was poised to make it to the finals, but no, not here, not this time. It's going to be a TVZ between Kiwian and 3 Point. Let's go. Let's go. We have our grand finals. We have our setup here. Again, Kiwian and 3 Point are our two finalists. Coming into this, it's going to be an interesting dynamic here. I think I favor 3 Point coming into this series, but at the same time, I know that Kiwian has been improving so much. Kiwian, he's more of a streamer nowadays. He's a streamer, he's a caster, but he's been devoting a lot of time here to StarCraft Evolution. He's been improving a lot, and I'm hoping for a series, right? I'm hoping for a back and forth. I would love to see a game 4, maybe even a game 5. Let's go. So we have those two finalists. On top of that, I should also emphasize, I mean, we kind of brought it up during the all-in, but Spirit, he was also quite greedy. He went for the factory. He went factory into tech lab. Didn't make a Hellion. No defensive Hellion there for Spirit. So he had that much less to work with, that much less to defend. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. As we're making our way into those finals. And game 1 is going to be on Vermeer. Now, for a best of 5, it's a little bit different. I did mention how the best of 5 format in this tournament is crazy. But the way it works is game 1 is going to be SC2 versus Brood War. Game 2, roles are reversed. Game 3, I believe game 3 is Brood War versus Brood War, and then game 4 is SC2 versus SC2. I believe that is the dynamic. And then game 5, the ace match is player picks. So here we go, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Ooh. The SC2 Terran. It is Kiwian, aka TOP. I have to set up all the player names. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Brutal Zerg, the Red Zerg. For Team Hyper 1, it is a 3 Point. we go, and welcome one and all to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top right, and top left as well. As we have gas first. Okay, gas first out of our Zerg. Interesting, gas into pool. With this, we can rush into early link speed. We can go for an early flood. Oh boy. So hyper aggression out of 3 points. That's going to be on Kiwi to figure out what's going on. Now, because this is a 4-player spawn map, it is very common to see Terran players go for faster expansions, even CC first. Here, it is going to be Rax expand out of Kiwian, but still an economic, a standard economic opener. We'll see if we can get a read on what's going on, though. We'll see how long it takes for him to scout his opponent. It goes both ways. We do see our first Overlord being sent diagonally across the map, going for the cross spawn, and the first Overlord checking the vertical spawn location. So eventually, 3 point will find Kiwian. Eventually. SCV moves out. CC is on the way. And it looks like Kiwian, he is scouting top left. Okay, so he does roll the dice. He rolls well. And Kiwian will find 3 points. Meanwhile, link speed is on the way. He's staying in gas. Okay, staying in gas. Tells us we might rush into a lair. Or might rush into Hydras. Hatchery's on the way. SV does confirm how late the bases are. And he does confirm the Zerglings. And Zerglings have arrived. Ooh, sniping the SCV. 3 point, he does send it. Does send it across the map. Oh. Well, this he does rally. And thankfully, Kiwian, he has a wall, right? He has his wall set up. He has 1 Marine to defend. These links, ideally, they want to delay the CC, and it looks like they might just be able to. Oh, so they get on the worker. They will delay. SCV will go down, and we'll see what else he can get done here, because this is pretty expensive. Very committed here to delay and to deny the CC. Diving on the Marine. More boys are being pulled, and the Marine does go down. And we're still flooding. By the way, we're still flooding across the map. He's not stopping. He's not stopping, not slowing down. Can delay once again. He can. Another SCV goes down, going for the Reaper. Oh my god. Reaper does pull away. Another worker falls. Yeah, with that, can he force a cancel? No shot. Yeah, the base is getting low. Behind this, we are droning. 3 point droning up, going into 2-base lair. Very fast lair here. Now we know what the gas is for, and he looks like he will force a cancel. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, brutal cancellation. Kiwian stuck on 1 base. Brutal loss. And behind this, going into 2-base muta. Again, the lair means one thing only. Spire play going to mutas. Now we see a 3 point droning up. Is droning. Is saturating. Hit the natural at the same time, does miss the main army. Uh-oh. Keep going. No, there's nothing. There's nothing. Kiwian. Don't be scared. There's literally nothing here. No. Lings, they race back home in time. I think they get us around as well. Aye, aye, aye. Kiwian. There was nothing to defend. He could have sent it, Pappy. He could have just gone in. Just go in. With that 3 point he holds. He does hold, he does defend. Very lucky, very fortunate there, as he had nothing at home to help defend. Just drones. And Kiwian, he's in a rough place. He's in a rough position here. Aye, aye, aye. Stuck on 1 base. He does have a lot of Hellions to work with, true. But he's so committed. Like, he needs to get some kind of damage done here. And the move gets spotted by the Overlord. 3 point he knows. We have a sunken colony on the way. Muta production has begun. As now there's a defensive setup. Let's go. Morphing in Hellbats. Let's go. Lings, they cannot engage. But Mutas are on the way. Going for the Marine. Oh my god. Again, there's only 1 Marine. Mutas, they pop out. Hellbats, they bust into the mineral lines. Kiwian, he can still pop up. He's going for the workers. Does roast up all the Lings. Lings are roasted. Oh, but the Hellbats are cleaned up. And that was not enough. That was not enough damage here. He killed what? He killed 1 drone? Yeah, 1 drone. 1 drone went down. Aye, aye, aye. Mutase popped out in time. Back at home, the natural base is compromised. It's open. There's nothing here. It's going to be 2 Adamites. Oh. 2 Adamites to defend. And Kiwini cannot keep up. Oof. Takes out a Muta. Takes down 1. Just the one though. GG gets called, and 3-point he will snowball out of control. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. 3-point does take a lead. Again, a very intense game here, very close as well. 3-point opening up with early link speed. It was there was so much hinging on 3-point, not just delaying the expansion, but forcing a cancel, and he barely pulled it off as well, just barely. Very close, very clutch. With that happening, then the pressure was on Kiwian, and he did go for a hellback counterattack, but did not do enough damage. He killed one drone, did not get into the middle line, did not do enough damage. GG. GG, well played. With that, so we're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Blue Storm for game number 2. Let's go. Here we go. So we are loading into game number 2. And again, the roles have been reversed. This time it's going to be a StarCraft 2 Zerg. Oh. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Blue Storm, we have our StarCraft 2 Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1, leading the series 1-0 in the specified grand finals. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the Blue Terran, also from South Korea. It is Kiwian, aka TOP. Here we go. So we are setting up. And once again, welcome to Blue Storm. We didn't really get to embrace this map earlier. This is the map, of course, where Kiwian did bunker rush Spirit. And did work amazingly, by the way. That's crazy. It's crazy. Of course, some of the big features here is that there is a very narrow choke point coming into the natural, so a much more defendable natural base. Likewise, also rocks here you can knock down as well. The third base is more exposed. Here on the left-hand side, we have our third, and as you can see here, it's very open. More importantly, there's high ground. There's high ground right next to the third base, which is crazy. This does often mean that if you want to take a fight, if you want to protect this base, you have to fight further out. Like, you cannot make a stand here at the third. You have to make a stand further out here at the opposing ramp, at the opposing choke point. Very wide choke point instead. On top of that, we do have a larger main, so there's a lot of area here to drop into the main base. And of course, very short rushes since my ground. And Kiwian opening up 3x. Okay, he's going for a 3x stim. This is a very common and very trendy build amongst Brood War Terran players, going up to 3x's, going into the academy, and going for a stim timing. If you've been watching any amount of StarCraft Evolution over the past 6 months, you'd be very familiar with this build. Very familiar. It's done against Zerg, against Protoss, and even against Terran at times. Even against Terran. Yo, meanwhile, big shout out to Flipper Fat Jack in the chat. Gab, amiga, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time, and welcome to the grand finals of KungFu Cup. Welcome to some StarCraft Evolution. Now, this stim timing, as you can see here, Academy to stim. Now, what makes this so terrifying, what makes this hit so hard, is that an Academy allows you to make stim. It also allows you to make Firebats. And Firebats against Zerg, against Zerglings, they do so well. On top of that, allows you to make Medics as well. You don't need a starport. In StarCraft 2, this push hits later, or it's just weaker, because you have limited stims, because you have no starports, or so you have no medevacs to support yourself. Here, Medics are available. So this is a stronger build in Brood War. But because it's so strong, it's been nerfed. It has been nerfed quite a bit. The way that this has been nerfed in the most recent patch, I say recent patch from a couple of months ago, rushing into a lair, he's crazy. That's a 245 lair time. He's crazy, but oh my god. Are we going to 2-base Muta? I think 3-point might just be dead. I'll be honest. This might just kill him. This is crazy greed at a 3-point, and he should not get away with it at KK. It's going into roaches. So the reason why he's going for the lair is roach speed. Okay, so he's going into fast roaches, into roach speed. He can pull off a defense here with roaches. We'll see how many roaches he has for the defense. But this is going to be a very tight defense here for 3-point. But the way this build was nerfed was that they increased the attack priority on the medic. They also decreased the medic's health, and I believe they also increased the build time of stim. So that there was actually this build did get quite a lot of nerfs in recent times. So they increased the build speed of stim, they increased the priority of the medic, and they decreased its HP as well. And I want to say there was like another nerf. There was like one more as well. Oh, let's go! 3-point. He knocks down the rocks. He's gonna delay the push. Yeah, he has to go the long way around. Wow. Very nice use of the terrain here. He knocks down those rocks. He delays the timing. Yeah, Kiwin is trying to figure out, wait, what? He's like, what's going on? Aha. And again, every second counts. Every second counts here. Roaches are amassing back at home. 3 points. He didn't even scout, by the way. He just assumed it was going to be a 3-racks. This is how popular this build is. But a very nice delay, as Kiwin has to go the long way around. Back at home, roach production has begun. Building up roaches, building up queens. And again, this is hitting just as the roaches pop out. Just in time. 3-point is ready. And Kiwin, he scans. He sees the army. He knows, he can't push in. He can try. Kiwin forced back. Behind this, working on +1. Getting into 2-3-8 shells, right? Is it 2-3-8? And building up his tanks. Yeah, factory into machine shop. Into tank production. The timing has failed, and now suddenly 3-point momentum is in his favor. You can hit that 1-1 timing. You can move out with mass roach. Does scan, does confirm the lair. And Marines are being shot down. And we can see 3-point just bullying this army. Catching on all 3 medics as well. Medics do crumble, and Kiwin, he has nothing. He has nothing here. Remember, everything was delayed in favor of the stim timing, and he missed the timing. That's why there's no tanks. There's no tanks, there's no setup. Kiwin, he scans, confirms no third base. It's a 2-base all-in. Just 2-base all-in here by 3 points. Plus one carapace about to finish up. Back at home, we're just fully walling up. But remember, there's no tank. There's no tank. It's just now popping out. Remember, Kiwin is not ready for this. Does bypass the main army. 3-point moving in. Going for the bunker. Tank does siege. But the bunker goes down. The boys are being pulled, and there's almost nothing here. There's a handful of Marines who do see Kiwin trying to catch reinforcements, and he is trading well for himself. Does get a queen, but that's going to be 21 SCVs. 25. And the tank as well. Biles, they will connect. They shut down the tank. And Kiwin, he has nothing left. Again, 3-point did such an amazing job of just buying time, delaying the timing, delaying the push, and getting away with his own roach all-in. And Kiwin, he's stuck on 1 base. He's stuck on a 1-base setup. There's 1 tank, there's 1 bunker. Behind this 3-point, just droning. He's droning up. Has a very low drone count to begin with, but is now droning. From here, he doesn't have to push in. He can just expand, and he will. Takes the 3rd. Snipes all the gases. Kiwin fighting out of range of his tank. From here, Kiwin can't get much done. Oh. Going for a drop, a bit of a desperation drop across the map. Once again, Kiwin just stuck on 1 base. Well, we're coping a little bit. Let's go. I mean, hey, man with gun is pretty good. True. Does hit the 3rd. With that, gets a couple of worker kills. 3-point racing back home. Does alleviate some pressure. Gets 4 drones, not bad. Gets 4 workers. 3 points still in position. Hatcher taking a lot of damage. From here, dropping in towards the main. Loving the blue storm. Does to the main base. And ideally, this is designed to just force back the Zerg, but 3 points still here. 3 point is still at the natural. He doesn't turn everything back home. Now being forced out, finally. Qin can expand. Meanwhile, 3 points, Hive. Hive is on the way. She's out joining up his third base. From here, can take another. Just taking it slow. Is Radiate nerfs something? I think you'd rush straight to Vessels. If you're referring after the failed stim timing, Irradiate's not amazing in this position. It has its place in this matchup, 100%, especially in the late game. But specifically, Irradiate wouldn't do much against Roach Ravager. The reason for this, Zerg players have been getting very, very good at just sniping the Irradiate units. So like, Irradiate comes in, targets one Roach, you just kill the Roach. Just kill your own Roach, and just keep going. Just keep going. Obviously, that's a little bit different when you irradiate like an Ultra, for example, or if you go for Ling main. But against like a more dense army like this, it's less effective. For those who are curious, unlike something, for example, I guess you can irradiate your own science vessel, true, to try to erase her. That's probably the best move. But irradiate, it does run out if the targeted unit dies, if it expires. Unlike Power Bomb, which persists after death. True. That'd be crazy, by the way. That'd be insane. As now Ultras are on the way. Bringing them up. But again, the Hive is done. Ultra production has begun. So we go with the drop into the natural. Qin, he's able to build up on 2 bases. Yeah, he's getting there. Science facilities on the way. Let's go. I mean, again, against Ultras, Irradiate would be ideal, but unfortunately, the economy is just not quite there. There's going to be a world where we're almost there, where 3 points are about to max. It's about to max now. It's going for a massive Doom drop, and Qin is down almost 100 supply. Currently down 80. There's Irradiate. And again, the scenario that I mentioned earlier about targeting units and they can just kill their own is less applicable here, just because Ultras have so much health and so much HP. Like, Ultras are kind of the target for Irradiate. But we're going for the drop. We're going for a massive Ultra drop. Let's go. Irradiate's in production. There's going to be 1 science vessel. And does not have the energy for Irradiate. Does scan, does spot the Ultras. Drop is coming in. Yo, can he snipe the upgrade? No shot. Oh no! As he does leave the army idle, 1 drop load goes down. But there we go, he's going for the science facility. No, does ignore it. Going for the tanks. A bit of an awkward engage here. Yeah, it does go into the tank line. Oh my god, the Ultras, they melt. Irradiate does complete. God, the arms of the Ultras are so wide. Look at that. Jesus. Oh my god. Takes down the science vessel. So a bit of a blundered assault here. Lings, they rush into the wall. Tank boys are brutal, and Qin is holding. Qin, he does hold, he does defend. Let's go. Again, it was a messy engagement there, and again, 3 point, he should not have tried to push into that tank line. But he's going to try again. More drop lords on the way. This time going for a Ling drop. Marines are in position. Uh-oh. go. Radiates on the weekends. Drop a Lord. That does get 2 though. Does get all 3. Oh my god. Very nice cleanup. Solid defense here from Kiwian. He's holding the line on 2 bases. Let's go. Eventually, 3 points should break through. Eventually. Still need more bases, more of an economy. 3 point is on a low drone count. True. That is hurting him. He's only on 64. 64 workers. So he doesn't really have as much of a bank as he should have. But this was the problem. We need more Dropper Lords. Let's go. From here, he could just drop on top of the tanks. Like, that would be the ideal, I would think. So just Doom drop on top of the tanks instead. He's rushing through the turrets. Will unload. Unloads a couple of ultras. Going further in. Going for the tank line. And here he should have enough. He should have more than enough here. Unloads on the tanks. Tanks are going down. And 3 point, he will break through. Takes out all the tanks. GG gets called, and 3 point, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. 1 game away from becoming our champion. GG. GG, well played. Oh. Does take a lead. And we'll see if he can claim the series here. 1 more game away from popping off, from claiming it. Vulture into rates works. I mean, Bio into tank works as well. As a reminder, the reason why Kiwian had such a hard time getting into the mid game is because he went for a very strong stim timing, a very dedicated stim timing that didn't do anything. If you recall, he achieved 0 damage with it. He was shut down. He was heavily delayed. So after that stim timing failed, he got punished and he lost his natural. He lost his natural. He was stuck on 1 base. He had to slowly retake his natural base. Slowly. I mean, he never took a 3rd either. He was just crippled from the get-go, from the beginning. Again, a very calculated and very intentional build there at a 3 point designed to hard counter, or designed to hard counter and shut down the 3 racks. GG. GG, well played. So really well executed there by 3 points, and again, Kiwian had just a really rough transition out of it. And now we're getting into game number 3. Up next, going to be loading into Bloody Ridge. Let's go. Bearing in mind as well that after this tournament, as we are here in the finals, we do have a show match as well. I believe a show match between Classic and Shin. Oh boy, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. But we have some more StarCraft. StarCraft does continue, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Bloody Ridge, we have our Brood War Terran player, our blue Terran. Down in the series, down heavily here in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can bring us here to game 4, to game 5. The pressure is on. It is a Kiwian. And a spawning in the top right hand corner, going for the 12 pool. Let's go. We have the red Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 points. Here we go. Again, it does open up with that initial 12 pool. And welcome to game 3 of our series here. This means Brood War versus Brood War. Again, specifically in KungFu Cup in this tournament, the way this format works for a best of 5 is that game 3 is Brood War versus Brood War, game 4 is SC2 versus SC2, and then game 5 is player pick. Game 5 is up in the air, whatever the players want. They get to embrace either Brood War or SC2. So this is a unique format for KungFu Cup. And initially we do have a Kiwian walling up. Does wall up with his racks. Again, the 12 wall. We're going for the 12 pool drone pool. Let's go. The 12 pool drone pool is upon us. But again, Kiwian, he's already walling off. And we'll see if 3 point can break through this wall. As the drones, they are stacked. Send it, baby. Send it. So here we go, 14 drones, so we leave nothing at home. There's nothing at home. 14 drones, 8 Zerglings, and a dream. Send that, baby. I love that the drones, they're still fully stacked, by the way. Fully stacked up. They avoid the SCV scouts. Meanwhile, there's a full wall, and the goal here is to bust down that wall. Does go for the initial SCV. Likewise, a drone drilling here on the depot. At least trying to. Boys are being pulled to repair. Yeah, GG. GG gets pulled. We have the full repair, and Kiwin, he just shuts it down. He just shuts it down. You cannot break through that repair, and we have a series. God damn it. We have a series. We have a back and forth. We're going to game number 4. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, Kiwin with a full wall is almost like a hard counter. He didn't even scout, by the way. Like, he didn't even scout what was going on. Wasn't even aware of what 3-pointer was up to, but did have that wall fully secure, fully set up, and there was no breaking through. There was no breaking through. With that, yo, has the comeback begun? Kiwin, he does put a point on the board. Now we're getting into game 4. Can we go all the way to the ace match? Up next, StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2. Oh my god. Oh no, shot. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, so up next, we're loading into the best map in this tournament map pool. We're going to be loading into Neo Isles of Siren. If you recall, this is the island map. Let's go, Papi, let's go. Scarlett's favorite map. Kappa. But yes, we're loading into the island map here, and this is going to be an interesting dynamic. 3-point notoriously, I think in the history of StarCraft Evolution, he has won on the island map once. I think he's won 1 game on this map. So historically, he's had a bit of a harder time. And we'll see how he does approach this. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the SE2 Terran fighting back, putting points on the board. Can he force the ace match? It is a Kiwin. Okay, TOP and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here of Neo Isles of Siren, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our SE2 Zerg representing Team Hydra 1. It is a 3-point. And welcome one and all to Neo Isles of Siren. This is a very unique map in the map pool. What do we have here? First things first, you're walled in. You're initially walled in, so you have to mine through the minerals to be able to expand. And this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, top left, and bottom left. So 4-player spawn map, and you have your own island as well. As you can see here, you have a natural 3rd and 4th base. You have your own island to yourself. We actually featured this map earlier between Rebellion and Scarlett, and Rebellion was doing a great job at just abusing the map. In general here, SE2 Protoss has so much mobility on Neo Isles of Siren. The reason for this is because the river that does slice up the map and does cut up into quadrants is very thin. It's a very thin river, so you can blink back and forth and harass back and forth between them. Likewise, I would say that SE2 Terran also has a bit of a stronger presence here because of drop play. Like, you can just pop off a drop play back and forth, striking base after base as well. So we'll see if Kiwin goes into mech or goes into bio. Opening up 2 racks. Okay, so he's going for a 2-on-1. So 2-on-1 stim timing out of Kiwin. Meanwhile, 3-point opening up. Oh my god, he's crazy. Kiwin opening up into a lair first. 1 base lair. He's lost his mind. Now, this should be for me to play, of course, but this is insane. Okay, let him cook, Papi. Let him cook. Oh my, okay, sorry, my apologies. I assumed he's going for a Nidus all-in. He's going for a 1-base Nidus all-in. Okay. 1-base Nidus out of 3 points. Meanwhile, 2-on-1 out of Kiwin. Now, what is this 2-on-1? We're going for sim timing. We're going for mass marine early sim timing into a factory, into a starport, into a medevac drop. This will hit like a truck. But I don't know how this lines up here. Right now, 3-point is looking. He's looking for his opponent. He's scouting here for the Terran, for Kiwin. Nidus is on the way. I believe Nidus hits first. Yeah, the Nidus is going to hit first before Stim finishes. It's going to be close. There we go. We have the factory on the way. Overlords are moving in. And again, we have confirmed that Kiwin is not top right. He's aware. And 3-point still trying to confirm the location of Kiwin. Overlords are moving in. Get him over there. Get over there. Roaches are amassing. Nidus is almost done. And Stim only just now began. Stim had only just started. Again, he's crazy. Let's go. Overlord does move in. It does move in. There we go. Going for the Nidus. It's crazy. Oh, of course, right. On the new patch, you also know that your opponent is either on 2 locations, not 3. True. Basically, at the start of the game, 2 locations are pinged, so you know 2 locations are possible. And here we go. The Nidus does complete. Roaches, they bust in. And there's no stim. There's no stim. there's no stim. The add-ons are denied. Boys are being pulled. And the Roaches, they can hold their own. We have more Roaches on the way. Going for the add-on. Does kite back against the SCVs. And stim should be denied. Yeah, he's so close to sniping it. It's so low. It does catch fire. More boys going down. More Roaches have arrived. Stim is denied. And that's going to be game. That's going to be game. No stim. Tank production has just now begun. There's barely any mining. Another Nidus. And again, the one base Nidus all in is crazy. Ay. Yeah, he does kite back. 16 SCV kills. 17 SCVs. And again, there's almost nothing left. Now, again, for those that are curious, the reason why we saw that 3-point only scattered 2 locations instead of 3 is that there was a patch released a couple of months ago in StarCraft Evolution on 4-player maps. The locations are pinged and they eliminate 1 possible location. So because of that, 3-point knew that he wasn't in the bottom left. He knew it was going to be either top left or top right. So it does. So the map does indicate, it does tell you that 1 location they're not there. It tells you, it confirms that there's 1 location where your opponent is not. So builds like this are less gambly. True. There's less of a risk, as you have to scout less locations. And with that 26 SCV kills, he cripples the economy. Kiwian down to what? Down to 7 workers. Ravager's morphing in. We're still not droning, by the way. Like 3-point is still not droning, still not saturating. But I know that the mechanic that we're referring to when it in regards to revealing that, oh my god, we're pulling the boys. he's an animal. Oh my god, the boys are being pulled. Is this gonna work? By the way, the boys are gonna be going down. Marines, they can hold their own. The tank volume doing so much in the background here. So many shots going off. Tank does finally fall down. Tank does fall, and it looks like 3-point. He barely breaks through. Oh my, he barely overwhelms. He lost 13 drones in the process of this, but he does take down the Marines, does take down the tank. There's 2 Marines left. Down to 1. And down to none. Down to 0 Marines remaining. Back in the main. Came with the production. Queen waddling in. And 3-point, he's done it. He has done it. Tank pops out. The tank is on its own. Takes down one of the Ravagers. The tank should not survive. We just see Q and he's muling. He has some economy. Drones are pulling back. Yeah, stim is denied. And the 3-point going back to mining. Going back to mining. Now, if Kiwi can somehow clean this up, we can try to force the macro game out of this. But yeah, there's no shot. No shot. With a queen, with 2 Ravagers, like Kiwi, he should not mess up. He should not mess up an army. That should not happen. As 3-point, oh, that's 3-point he's droning. He's droning, he's saturating back at home. He has no economy. Kiwian kind of does. Kind of. Oh, he doesn't lift the CC. Does catch fire. Yeah, the production is on fire. There's 1 Marine to defend. And there's no rush for 3-point. 3-point, he just chill. He just chill, he can just drone up. He just saturate, he can expand. How do you know the non-spawn location? So when you load into the game, basically there are pings. There's 2 pings at the 2 possible locations, and there's no ping at the 3rd location. So you know, like the location that isn't pinged, you know that they're not there. And GG, well played. 3-point. He will claim the series. He will be this week's Kung Fu Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very, very intense game. Again, that almost failed, by the way. Like Kiwian, that was a clutch defense. That was very close, very intense. Again, for 3-point to pull the boys made it even closer as well, but he barely broke through the tank, barely broke through, and GG. GG, well played. He does overwhelm. Congratulations. 3-point is going to be this week's KungFu Cup champion. Congratulations here to 3-point. A shout out to KiWin for holding his own. Another thing that I wanted to add here is that I do know, because of that new spawn mechanic for 4-player maps in StarCraft Evolution, I know a lot of people are advocating for that for SE2. Like if 4-player spawn maps ever come back to StarCraft 2, to add that, to eliminate one of the possible locations, to make it easier to scout your opponent, to scout for all-ins, and I guess also to pull off all-ins as well. It's a double-edged sword, but to just eliminate one of the possible locations where your opponents would be. So with that GG, well played. Whew. Again, congratulations to 3-point. My condolences to KiWin, but he had an amazing performance nonetheless. So we can switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. And again, top or KiWin, he did take down Spirits to make it this far as well. It was not an easy match against Spirits. And we had a crazy, I would say almost the highlights. I mean, there were so many highlights of the broadcast. We had the Bunker Rush versus Bunker between KiWin and Spirits. We had 3-point with this game as well, going for the crazy 1-base all-in, the Nidus play. We had Rebellion versus Scarlett with the hyper late game. Also on Neo Azul Siren. So it was crazy, it was beautiful, it was amazing. GG, well played. Congratulations to 3-point, and I hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you'll had a great time. And again, if you want some more StarCraft Evolution content, I believe we have more on the horizon next week. Again, StarCraft Evolution League is around the corner. That is like an end of year or an annual championship for StarCraft Evolution. It is going to be taking place after EWC, after Esports World Cup. That's when the StarCraft Evolution League will be taking place. Again, it's going to allow all the players to, of course, focus and compete and you know, focus on EWC, and then after that, during the off season, then we can embrace StarCraft Evolution. That is the plan. Oh my god! You just call it depleted uranium shell? I guess so. I guess so. But GG, well played, KiWin. Yes, that is the end of the tournament, but not the end of the broadcast, by the way. As a reminder, a shout out to Enki Ledmos. Oh my god, Enki, he did actually host a show match a couple of days ago. Unfortunately, we were casting another event at the time, but a couple of days ago, Enki did host a show match. He hosted a best of 9 show match in StarCraft Evolution, so it's within theme of this broadcast, between Classic and Shin. Oh boy. Now, if you haven't been watching too much StarCraft Evolution, you might not be familiar. There are some SE2 players that do actually compete and do actually practice and devote their time to StarCraft Evolution as well. There's not many of them. There's only a handful of them. As you can imagine, they're at the top of kind of the rankings. We have Shin for Zerg. It was Shin and Dark. It was Shin and Dark for Zerg, alongside Wayne and Young Yakov. For Protoss, Hero, Classic, and Skillus. And Geralt. I would say that they're like the top 4. So Hero, Classic, and Skillus, and Geralt. And for Terran, it's Bjorn and Spirit, and Milky Cow. Like, so there's like a couple of key like SE2 pros that do also compete in StarCraft Evolution, and they're pretty damn good. they're pretty solid, as you can imagine. I would say amongst all of them, the strongest was Dark, but Dark retired. Now I would say Hero. Like Hero, he looks terrifying. Like when Hero plays StarCraft Evolution, he looks like a beast. Classic as well. And I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about that. To think about how like Hero and Classic, they're at the top of the rankings in StarCraft Evolution, and obviously they're both now new GSL champions in StarCraft 2. Like they're very much so in form in both modes of the game. In both game modes. Bam. And we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. I have to set up all the overlays. I have to set up all the overlays, set up all the assets here, or at least remove assets from KungFu Cup. And after the break, we have a best of 9 between Shin and Classic in StarCraft Evolution. Oh boy, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be intense. A shout out to Enki. Enki has been hosting a lot of these best of 9s on a monthly basis. Basically, every single month, he does bring together players for a best of 9 in StarCraft 2 and in StarCraft Evolution as well. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, Shin and Classic coming at you next. See you soon. See you soon after this short break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. It's been intense already. 4 hours of non-stop StarCraft Evolution. By the way, we just wrapped up with KungFu Cup number 11 with some StarCraft Evolution action, and now it continues as we're jumping into a best of 9 show match. The Enki Epic Series number 3, a show match between Shin and Classic. Again, a big shout to Enki. Enki el hermoso, papi el hermoso. Enki, of course, he's a Spanish caster. He's a Spanish caster, Spanish content creator. He actually recently joined the CranKy Ducklings. I want to say like a couple of weeks ago at this point, but did join us. And Enki has been organizing some show matches in in StarCraft Evolution and in StarCraft 2 as well. This was from a couple of days ago. We weren't able to cast it live. Unfortunately, at the time, we were casting something else. Like, we were already casting another event, so much casting. But we were casting another event at the time, so we couldn't cover this live. But now we're here a couple of days later to jump on in. And again, you just experienced some StarCraft Evolution. This is going to be some of the best ZVP you can get in StarCraft Evolution. Shin is the #1 Zerg player in SE Evo. Meanwhile, Classic is top 2 Protoss. Top 2 is second only to Hero, and even then, they both have their strengths and weaknesses, so you don't get better than that. And a best of 9 is crazy. Best of 9s are so rare nowadays, but for show matches, we can make it happen. We can make it happen. Vetoes are non-existent. All maps will be played, and we'll be jumping in. We'll be jumping into game number 1. Game 1 is on Blue Storm. Let's go. Let's go, papi. Let's go. As we just wrapped up on Blue Storm. True. Or I should say, second last game of the finals. But here we go. We're jumping in to our ZVP, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Blue Storm, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss, the SE2 Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Here we go. Now, best of 9 has commenced. Oh boy, and best of 9s, they can go the distance, baby. They can go the distance here. We'll see how aggressive, we'll see how intense our players are going to be. Again, welcome on to Blue Storm. We do have a gate expand setup, but Blue Storm is one of the smaller maps in that pool. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. Fun fact, the last 2 games that we saw in Blue Storm, we saw nothing but all-ins. We saw nothing but all-ins. This was the map where Kiwi did bunker rush Spirit. This is also the map where we saw 3 points go for the 1.5 base all-in. Roach rush against Kiwi as well. So we do often see all-ins here. We'll see if that trend continues. As for the time being, hatch first. Hatch first out of Shin. Likewise, gate expand setup here from Classic, or even gate cyber expand. Does poke in to confirm. So we're calming down. Again, when it comes to Blue Storm, it isn't just a short rush distance. So we have a very narrow choke point coming in towards the natural. Likewise, we have these rocks we can knock down as well. The third base is more exposed, so you might actually be able to embrace that. So far in today's broadcast, we've seen a lot of shorter games on Blue Storm. I'm hoping to sink our teeth into the mid game here. We'll see. Por favor, papi, por favor. Give us some mid game. Give it. Speaking of, Shin takes the third. Shin does claim a third base, spinning towards the left hand side. Does take that third. Behind this, again, just going hatch gas pool into a third. Settling in. The third bases are typically taken faster here when it comes to Brood War Zerg, just because you have no queens, so you have to spend your money somewhere, and you have to keep up with your production. You have to keep up with your larva. So it is more common to get faster expansions and to get more macro hatcheries as well. Ling speed is on the way. We can see Shin, he stays in gas. He stays in gas. So this should be either for a fast lair to go into Ling into Muta play, or for a fast Hydra then to go into Ling Hydra. Again, Hydras are hatch based here, or the hatch tech I should say, in Brood War. As Hydras, their role is multi-purpose. You know, they have to be more well-rounded, just because there's no Roach. So they have to take the role of the Roach as well, as a more robust core unit. Meanwhile, it is going to be a Stargate opener. Okay, so Stargate opener out of Classic. Everything's looking normal so far from the side of Classic. Just gate expand into Cybercore, into the Stargate, into most likely Oracle. Meanwhile, there's that Hydrogen fully walling off, actually. Okay, does completely wall off the natural. Interesting. With this tech, and as it does, it rotates towards the left-hand side, looking for a way in. Lings have been amassing. And Shin is now droning. I did invest quite heavily into these Zerglings, and Zergling speed is about to finish up. He wants that Adept. He wants him. Link speed does complete, and he should get this around. Oh my god. Adept does slip away, but it will not escape. Nice clean up there from Shin. Does rally. As he moves out, we do see Classic setting up defensively here, throwing down extra gateways. Oracle's on the way. Nice Sim City here. Again, Classic, he also fully walls off with the pylon, so walls up with the pylon, and a very nice Sim City here as well, does wall off this location as well. A bit of a more awkward wall, but because of the ramp coming down, this is a low ground natural, by the way. Like, this is so rare, but a low ground natural, we have the high ground right next to it. Because of that, we have to wall up further back and make use of the Nexus. So really nice Sim City here from Classic, as you cannot wall up this ramp. Spore is done. Oracle is deflected. We have Hydra speed on the way, plus on range as well. The drone cannon is still getting there. Again, Shin did invest quite heavily into these Zerglings. It's building up his drone counts. Meanwhile, Void Ray behind this. Void Ray into a Twilight Council. I don't see a Forge. This could be Charge. Do we go into Charge or Glaive Adepts? What's it going to be? Stasis goes off. We have the answer, Charge. So Charge on the way. The reason why I assumed it was going to be Charge is because this is on 2 bases. There's no third, there's no expansion, there's no Forge either for upgrades. Oh, Lings, they get us around. That should not have happened. They get us around, they take down 1 Adept. They get 1, and they get a Zelda's ult, not quite. They have to respect the Oracle. The Oracle has arrived, Lings, they back off. Behind this, Hydras are amassing. Third base getting saturated. We're still droning up. Still saturating. And Classic going to 2 base, Charge Lot Archon. Oh boy. Now, this is not getting all in. It's quite committed here on 2 bases. We're getting up to, what, 6 gates? Yeah, 6 gateway setup. But Classic is expanding. If we were going all in, we'd get to 8. Up to 8 gateways. But he will take that third. A later expansion for Classic. And Shin, so far, just enjoying himself back at home. Baits out into the stasis. Building up his drones, working towards that lair. Now, when it comes to lair tech, that does give access to lurkers. So we should be seeing a Ling Hydra lurker here out of Shin. And ideally lining that up to defend against the storm timing. And I could be mistaken, but I think this is the most standard game that we've seen tonight. Like, we've seen a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins during the KungFu Cup. But here between Shin and Classic, like, we're not afraid of the mid-game. Not at all. It's a very different kind of change of pace here, which I appreciate. I mean, sure, we had some macro games on some island maps, true, but that was a little bit different. Meanwhile, Void Ray goes down. Lurkers are being researched. So we have lurker research on the way. And again, this lurker timing is so crucial to survive against Storm. Storm is done. Storm is complete. Classic soon to be pushing out. It's a miracle. Well, it comes down to the player's playstyle. Like 3-point, I say, like, in my mind, I mean, I say this all the time, 3-point is like the cheesiest Zerg player in South Korea. 100%. Like, you don't get cheesier than 3 points. So we often see a lot of all-ins when he's involved. Here we go. Storm is done. Classic pushing forward. Lurkers aren't ready. Uh-oh, these are late lurkers. Yeah, late lurkers here from Shin. Every second counts. Storm is coming in. I mean, nice, very nice Sim City. Oh my god. Yeah, the hatcheries, they create a choke point. Zealous, they cannot engage. Yeah, very nice setup here from Shin. Lurkers, they do morph in, and Shin holds. Yeah, Shin, he does hold. Scuttling in. Remember, lurker range is just shorter. Like, lurker attack range. It's much shorter here for Brood War. And a Classic rushing into Sky Toss. Let's go. I mean, just like you would against SC2. Sees lurkers, is like, okay, you can take control of the ground, I'll take control of the skies. Oh, the force field! Oh my god, the force field locks him in! Yeah, brutal force field. Ay, shit, what are we doing here? Not like this, losing every single Hydra. Oh my god, Hydras, they might not be light units, but he gets completely locked down. And a very nice cleanup here from Classic. Oh god. Oh, that was brutal, Pappy. Ay. And Classic, he takes the fight. And remember, Skytoss is coming. Skytoss is on the way. Not like this. There was no way out for Shin. No way out. Lunker's moving forward. As Shin, he has to commit. He's going for it. Classic's gonna flip around. Oh, diving on the High Templar. Gets one. One High Templar goes out. Nice snipe. Gets one. Forces out an Archon. Yeah, better engagement here for Shin. Lurker's knocking down the front door. At the same time, Zells, they do hit across the map. Shin racing back home. Does race home to defend. And we'll clean this up. And Shin, he's holding. At the same time, Classic, he just ignores the main army. He just sends it. He just goes straight here for the Mineral Lions. And again, we need more Lurkers. We need more of a ground army here. Hydras are coming from behind. They will snipe the Prism. Nice snipe there from Shin. Lurkers still pushing forward. The Tempests are revealed. And now Shin knows. Now Shin, for the first time, he's now aware of the Skytoss. He's aware of the Tempest. Now we have the Spire on the way. Again, reactively here to what he's seen. And the Tempest kind of still relatively low. Hydras, they still can hold their own. Oh no! But the Lurkers are being thrown away. Yeah, losing 5 Lurkers. Hydras moving in. There's only one storm. No storms! Oh wait, they're coming in. Storms are coming in. They turn back the Hydras. Shin, he can still try to overwhelm. Oh god. But the storms do zone away. Shin rotating over. He gets caught out. And Classic, he's just running, he's just getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. He's on full 3-way saturation, getting a 4th behind this. Still has another storm. And Shin just cannot engage. Not anymore. Again, that was just a brutal catch earlier. He's lost 40 Hydras. That's 40 Hydras so far. Crazy. Shin coming in from behind. Attempting to surround. A better angle here for Shin. But there's still storms. There's still storms. Very nice control by Classic. Does pull away. Does pivot around. Shin going for Overlord speed. Interesting. Might be getting ready for drop lords. But GG gets called too far behind. Shin, he does tap out. And Classic takes game number 1. Whew, GG. A very intense game here. Again, we had a back and forth. Shin was holding his own. I love the opener. I love the initial defense against the initial storm timing. But then he got caught out. Then he got caught out in the center of the map. The force field was brutal. He got locked down and he lost so many Hydras. He let out 40 Hydras throughout the course of that early to mid game. And from there, Classic just snowballed out of control. Just snowballed out of control. Dominated that fight. GG. And with that, got away with Skytoss. And Classic does take a lead in the series. Does take a lead. That leads us here into, we go from one of the smallest maps into one of the largest maps. This is also one of the things that's really unforgiving, is that on Blue Storm, if you take a bad fight, everything can just snowball out of control because how small the map is. Here, we're loading into Maganatha, the largest map in the map pool. Let's go. Let us go. So here, would you favor longer macro games? We could even see something like a Spire-based opener as well. Something like a faster lair. But now though, we're spawning in, and spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Maganatha, we have our Brood War Protoss player. Let's go. We have our Brood War Protoss. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the SC2 Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing team Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Go. So players are settling in. And on a larger map, we'll see how Classic does approach this. Now, Classic, if you're unfamiliar, especially in ZVP, he is so willing to go into Skytoss. I mean, we saw that last game. Like, hey, he sees Lurkers, bam, Fleet Beacon. Like, he is so willing to go into Skytoss and embrace that kind of late game army. I mean, we saw that. We saw him kind of showcase that against Cyril, you know, at DreamHack Dallas. We saw him showcase that against Rogue as well. I mean, a little bit less, just because Rogue was so committed, so all in GSL. And just in general, like, he's very much so willing to embrace that kind of late game scenario. Gate expand out of Classic. And we'll see if he's willing to do so here with Brood War as well. We will see. This would be the map for it. Brutal Skytoss does hit different, of course. Like, there's no Tempest, for example. But Mass Carrier can be terrifying. Mass Carrier Corsair. Corsairs, for those that maybe don't remember, Corsairs, yes, they are built as the anti-air supportive unit, that's true, but they also have Blinding Clouds, or they have Disruption Webs. Disruption Webs are the almost brutal equivalent to Blinding Cloud in their own way, which can be amazing when it comes to supporting the army against a ground-based composition. Disruption Webs, they can be crazy. But I'm getting ahead of myself. For now, Robo Opener into Reaver Drop. So Robo into Bay, into Shuttle, into Reaver Harass across the map. That's what we're expecting here at a Classic. It's a very common opener in PvZ. Very common opener. Shin, Hatch Gas Pull into a third, just droning, just saturating. He does skip his second queen in favor of a hatchery. So Shin is cutting some corners, being a little bit greedier here by cutting a queen. But I feel like greed is the name of the game on Maganatha. Pulls out of gas. Pulls out of gas, droning up. Here we go. As I mentioned with a Robo Opener, yep, there's the Bay, into Shuttle, into Reaver Drop. Now, Shin, I'm sure he's played against this plenty of times. He can assume that this is the opener, but he still has to confirm, right? It's not uncommon to see like a Stargate opener or even a faster Citadel into earlier Zealot legs. I know that Classic is very fond of that on smaller maps, not on larger ones, but on smaller ones. I would imagine at some point in the series we'll see like faster Zealot legs and faster Zealot speed out of Classic. But for now, going for the drop. Shuttle is on the way. Shin is not droning. Wow, Shin, he's going for the all-in. He's not droning. He's going for a massive Link Flood. Ay, ay, ay. The shield battery is done. The Zealot will hold its own. But Links are going for the building, going for the Cybercore. Cybercore is exposed. And Shin, we spoke about a longer game on Maganatha. Nah, Shin, he wants to end it early here. He's going for the Cybercore. The Cybercore will fall. Cannon does finish. Cybercore goes down. Reaver's on the way. And can he break down that wall? Can he bust in? Going for the Gateway. Gateway's under fire. That Zealot is tanking so much. The Zealot's holding its own. But the shield battery's running out of energy. It's running out. So many Zerglings are going down. Reaver has arrived. And Classic holds. Yeah, Classic, he holds. The Link Flood is not successful. Does not break through. Oof, brutal shot goes off. Shuts down the Zerglings. And Shin, he is miles behind. He has such a weak economy. There's barely any drones. 22 against 36. Again, he made so many Zerglings and he did not break that wall again. If he had to save the shield battery, the Zealot held strong. And here comes the drop. Here comes the counterattack. Meanwhile, Shin, he's still committed. He's still all in. Oh, I say all in. He's droning up, but he still has all these Zerglings to work with. Scrap shot's going up. Gets a queen. Takes down a queen, going for the middle line. Oof. Need one drone. From here, can go for the Zerglings. Up! 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 Doesn't connect. Yo, the Jukes avoids a Scarab shot. Up! Yeah, better connection. Much better here towards the end. Oh, God. Yeah, better connections. Again, for those that are curious, the Scarab shot is an actual, like, is a physical thing. It does, like, chase. It does follow pathing. Oh, God. These connections are brutal. Oh God. Takes out all the Zerglings. Ay, ay, ay. Initially, it was a good defense, but Shinny stacks. He stacks up too much against the Reaver shots. And with that, Shinny gets shut down. That was how many? That was 60 Zerglings falling. Look at the efficiency here. 60 Zerglings, 1 Queen, 1 Overlord, 4 drones for what? For 1 Zealot, 1 Gateway, and 1 Cybercore. He's killed 1 Zealot, man. Yay. That's insane efficiency here from Classic. And again, Classic has had the better economy the entire time, working into a massive Gateway explosion, getting into Mass Dragoon, going into Dragoon range. Reavers are coming back in. Oh no! Okay, nice reaction. That does peel off. Does peel off his units. Another Queen goes down. Going for another Queen. There's 36 kills. Oh god, 39! 39 kills on that one Reaver. Oh god, more things falling. The shuttle does take a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Dragoons there rallying across the map. I mean, classic, he knows. He knows how close he is, just overwhelming Shin. So he gets another queen. And another. Oh god, god, no, the drones are stacking. 7 drone kills. Takes down even more. Roaches are piling him, but GG gets called in. Classic, he overwhelms, he shuts down Shin, and Classic takes a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. Classic, he extends his lead here. Again, Shin, he himself chose to go for the all-in. He went for a Ling Flood, went for the all-in, but alas, he did no damage. As we pointed out, that Ling Flood killed 1 Zealot, 1 Gateway, 1 Cybercore for 60 Zerglings. that was insane. So the Ling Flood just could not break the defensive setup there of Classic. Classic, he did have the wherewithal to go for a earlier Forge and to go for a safety shield battery as well. So he had a cannon, he had a shield battery, he was perfectly safe and sound, he was able to wall up as well, and the Reaver drop just got out of hand. GG. GG, well played. Oh, Classic popping off early on here. He does pop off. Does take the 2-0 lead, and now we're getting into game number 3. Classic is a pretty good unit. He's pretty good. It's pretty good. So is Shin, though. So is Shin. Again, it was Shin's failed all-in that did snowball out of control, but now here we go. We're loading into Sylphid for game number 3 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Sylphid. Oh, going for Brood War Protoss once again. I mean, I say going for Civic Brood War Protoss once again, as I believe it is loser's pick. Just bear that in mind. We have representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic, leading the series 2-0, and spawning in the top side of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Shin having a rocky start to the series, but as a reminder, best of 9. Best of 9. Best of 9. So plenty of games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Classic scouts, and Classic he finds him. He does find Shin immediately. As a reminder, this is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, and top side as well. So 3 possible spawn locations, and Classic finds Shin, and he will block the expansion. Does force the unnatural natural. So already Shin having an uncomfortable start to the series. Already getting uncomfortable. We can see Classic checking the triangular third location, and from here should check the linear third location as well. Or just going in, checking for the pool timing. It is going to be a standard pool timing, so again, hatch, gas, pool, standard opener here out of Shin, just a bit of a delayed start. And back at home, gate, expand into Cybercore. Now, Classic last game did go for a Disruptor drop. Sorry, I keep saying Disruptor drop. Reaver drop. He did go for a Reaver drop opener. But if you recall, I did bring up the fact that Classic is very fond of going for early Zealot legs on smaller maps. This does count as a smaller map, so we'll see if he goes for a Robo into another Reaver drop, or if he goes into a Citadel into fast Zealot legs, into Zealot aggression. If that was the case though, I will say that typically Classic does make early Zealots, so he does skip it. So looks like he's not going into the Citadel. Waiting for the Cybercore, should be for the Robo. Yeah, Robo opener. So the same opener here for Classic, just going for the Robo. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see him mix in something like a Stargate opener at some point, but not for now. Not here in game 3. Just going for the Robo, getting a safety Zealot. The Overlord does scout. Shin, he's aware. Shin, he sees everything here. He's fully aware of the Robo. He's fully aware of the Reaver drop that's coming. And we expect Shin to have a stronger defense this time, as he most likely will not go for a Ling Flood. He will not go for the Ling Flood. It's going to be on Shin to keep up with that Robo, with that shuttle. With his queens. Now it's droning and saturating. This time it does get his earlier queen setup. Here comes a shuttle and the bay into Reaver drop. Again, same opener as game 2. As Maganatha. It's the same opener. Same build. This time Classic, he even gets a safety shield battery as well. So safety shield battery. also appreciate the custom shield battery here as well. As I mentioned before, like, even though we're in the same engine, even if we use the same units, or same buildings, same structures, we have like custom like assets here. For the zealots, for the shield battery, for the pylon as well, if you notice, pylon is different. The assimilator is also different as well. Like, they're all custom. Just to make sure that you can distinguish one Protoss from the other, as they are very different in how they play. Very different. Or one race from the other. As like, Brutal Zerg and SC2 Zerg are like the same in name only. Same with like Brutal Protoss and SC2 Protoss. And of course Terran and Terran as well. They work very differently. Oh, okay. So we have the initial Reaver drop, which is standard, and we have a faster +1 air attack and Stargate rushing into Sky Toss. This is not standard. There we go, second Stargate's on the way. Classic being very greedy here. Oh, meanwhile, Shuttle does take a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Shuttle, oh my god, barely pulls away. And this time a much stronger, much cleaner defense here from Shin, as the Shuttle barely survives. And this time, no economic damage. This time, no massive connection on the Zerglings. Again, Shinny's much more secure here. And a big reason for this is because, remember, one of the reasons why the Reaver drop did so much damage last game was because Shin went for a failed all-in. He went for a failed all-in. But not this time. This time he's... Oh. This time he's macroing, he's droning, getting more queens. Shot goes off. He wants the queen. Does get it. Oh no! Does get us around. Nice punish here. Nice pickup. Shuttle was zoned away. And with that, we trade a queen for a Reaver. Better trade for Shin. Much better trade here for our Zerg player. Behind this has been droning, saturating, does have the greater economy, now working towards Link Bane. Lair is on the way. And, oh my god, brutal shot. Shot goes off. Reaver does defend. Up! Reaver does defend. And behind this, going into Mass Corsair. And the Overlord does confirm. Shin, he's fully aware what's happening. Does scout to the Corsairs that are building up. This is so risky. Classic, we shouldn't be here. The shuttle! Oh god, get out of here. The shuttle is so very low. 6 HP. Oh god. Shot goes off, does get a tumor. Classic barely gets away, playing with fire here. Meanwhile, Shin going into Ling Hydra. Going to a Ling Hydra based composition to help deal with the Corsairs. Fleet Beacon's on the way to eventually switch into Skytoss, into Carrier. We mentioned at the start of the series, I should say we mentioned that in Maganatha, how Classic he is one that's willing to embrace Skytoss more than others, and to rush into it as quickly as possible. And he's getting there. Meanwhile, as he moves out, Lings are moving in, there's nothing to defend. There's a cannon. Okay, there's a cannon, there's a Zealot. Shu gets surrounded, sorry, 2 Zealots even. Classic turns back around. And he will defend. He will zone away. But again, Shin's just buying time. Once again, just buying time. Takes out another Zealot. Oh my god. Through connections. Connections on the Zerglings. Meanwhile, again, just buying time for more Hydras. Hydras are amassing. Fleet Beacon is done. Destruction Web is on the way. Hydras are spotted. Oh. And we're just going for the all-in. Yeah, we're going for the all-in. We're cutting workers here at 65. That is 3 base saturation. No 4th base. No drones. Just purely 3 base all-in by Shin. He's going for it. Does send it across the map. The Queens, they're trying to get involved. Reaver shots are brutal. But the Queens are moving in. Queens are moving in. Again, still just letting more Lings and more Hydras. Hydra speed is not yet done. Nice Reaver shots here on the Hydras. Hydras are going down, but we're running out of Reaver shots. Running out of Scarabs, I should say. Running out of Scarabs here. And the Corsairs do nothing. The Corsairs, they do nothing. They can't. It's just dead supply. Yeah, dead supply with the Corsairs. Destruction Web is almost done, but even then, it doesn't do damage. Base goes down. And Classy just a little bit too greedy here. Just too greedy. Like, this is the only defensive units here, the Reavers. They're the only things. Destruction Webs on the Hydras. But it's not enough. The mass webs, let's go. Yeah, Lings, they don't care about your webs. They take down the Reavers nonetheless. They bust in. We're just throwing down just a field of destruction webs. Let's go. That's all we can do. And again, for this curious, destruction web is kind of like blinding cloud. It's like blinding cloud. It means that the Hydras do no damage. If they're in them, they can't attack. If they slip out, then they can. And Hydras, they just step in. There's now one Reaver. One Reaver has arrived. Hydras, they bust through. And they will overwhelm. And GG gets called in. Classic just being too greedy, rushing into Corsair, which did nothing for the defense. And Shin will fight back. We'll put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. Shin, he will take the initial game here. We'll fight back. Again, a very intense back and forth. We did have Classic just, again, being a little bit too greedy, rushing into the mass Corsair, which did nothing in the defense. Destruction Web eventually finished, but that was after the base was broken. That was after the army had fallen. By then, it was too late. It was too late, too little too late with that. GG, well played. Shin, he does begin his comeback, and we'll see if he can tie things up, or if Classic can get back that momentum, as we're going to be loading into Holy World. Let's go. They have a newer pylon model in 1.16.2. Oh, there you go. There you go. And that's coming soon, TM. Soon, TM. Smurge, baby, smurge. But really cool to hear. Really cool to hear. As we are getting to our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner here of Holy World, we have our now StarCraft 2 Protoss player. We have the orange Protoss leading the series 2-1. And we'll see if we can extend that series here. Representing Virtus Pro, it is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the teal Zerg player, we have the South Korean Zerg, the Brood War Zerg. Representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, it is Shin. And welcome one and all to Holy World. Holy World is a 4-player spawn map. We can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, and top left as well. 4 possible spawn locations. And we do see that Classic does find Shin immediately. Does find him. Shin going for the pocket expansion that is natural. Interesting. I mean, he has to. My apologies. Of course, he has to because of the pylon block. So forced to expand elsewhere. Overlord is moving in, and Shin will eventually find Classic as well. So they do find each other. As we have our initial 2-gate open out of Classic. Oh, 2-gate into Mass Zealot. We spoke about this in the last game and on Magnath as well, how there is a build that Classic does enjoy going for, where he goes into Fast Zealot legs. And this is a part of it. So double gateway opener, 2-gate opener into Mass Slow Lot. So I would imagine Zealot's going to be on the horizon to rally across the map. Going for a delayed expansion. Waiting for the Nexus. Is on the way. It's also possible that Classic, he may have just seen the lack of expansion and may have just, you know, overreacted a little bit here by going for the faster 2-gate setup, but regardless, can be aggressive with this. Oh, right, what am I... God. SC2 Protoss. Oh, God. My apologies. In my brain, he was Brood War Protoss. That's why I was talking about the fast cell legs. No, it's 2-gate opener, double adept. It's SC2 Protoss, of course. I gotta look in, Bat. I gotta look in. They just keep switching races. God damn it. Alright, so double adept opener. With this, we can, of course, 2-shot drones. So this is a much more aggressive start here by Classic. Going 2-gate into double adept into a 3rd and 4th adept as well. And this can get out of hand. We'll see if Shin can keep up. Behind this is going into a fast sunken colony here in the mineral line. Does, of course, scout the opener. He saw the 2-gate, so he's aware. He knows. So Shin is fully aware. Getting ready in the mineral line. Colony is done. 1 drone goes down, but only 1. Boa noite, papi. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Good to see you. Good to see you. Gracias, gracias. As the depths they do poke in, we have more depths on the way, just rallying even more and going for a Twilight Council. We're going to Glaives. And Classic with non-stop adept aggression. Link speed does kick in, and we get a surround. Yeah, nice surround here from Shin. He does punish. Getting 1, 2, 3 adepts. Can he get all 4? He can. And he will massive pick up. Takes out all the adepts behind this, going for the fast lair, taking gases, and what looks to be muta play. Looks like he's rushing into Spire for the first time this series. Lings, they move out, they contain the Protoss. And Classic, what did he see? He did not get eyes on the lair. He's not aware. He's not aware what's going on. Behind this, hey, we brought up Zealot legs. Let's go. I wasn't reading this opener if it's SC2 as Zealot leg as charge, but sure. Working towards charge. Meanwhile, the Spire has been thrown down. Now, the question becomes, who hits first? Right? This charge timing or muta play? Like, mutas are still a ways off. Going into the Dark Shrine, actually. Okay. Interesting. So, with Dark Templar, we can, of course, morph in some Archons as well. We can support with Archons. As we're still lacking that Gateway Explosion, just now working on a 3rd and 4th Gateway. Still a very low Gateway count. I feel like Shin, he should get away with this. He's going to be fine. Yeah, he's walling up. More colonies are going to be finishing. Spire is almost complete. Spire is almost ready. He's almost ready here. Classic moving out. Working on the Templar archives. No Dark Templar yet. Again, here come those mutas. For those that are curious, there are neutral disruption webs in the center of the map. They can impact some fights. And mutas can shut this down. Shin is ready. He's ready. He's waiting. Remember, he saw everything as he has that Overlord just getting free vision. Shinny fully walls up. He has a full wall. And he's just reinforcing that wall as well. More colonies. And here come the mutas. And mutas are racing across the map back at home. What do we have? Do we have any anti-air? The answer is no. 0 anti-air. There's one Stalker. There's one Stalker. There we go. Warping in 3. 3 Stalkers do warp in. Zealot busting down that wall. They take down the first colony. They get 1. They get 2. They get all 3. Jesus. Oh my god. The Zealots, they're so tanky. Jesus. They bust down the wall. They're pushing into the mineral line. Lings are going down. Music across the map. They do get some damage. Probes are falling. Gets a couple of probe kills. Does take down those Stalkers. But Zealots, they break through. He had to get into the mineral line. Oh, they are distracted. Colony is going to finish. Oh, never mind. Colony is denied. That's going to be a kill. But Shin, he barely does hold on. Barely does defend. Now we have a late reaction here, going into double Stargate. Going into Phoenixes. Meanwhile, Shin going Muta into Scourge. I mean, hey, that'll help. Scourge on the way. Archon is going to be just focused on... Oh. Never mind. Shield Battery, not bad. Shield Battery does keep the Archon alive. And Classic is holding. Classic is holding on. I say that means they bust into the natural. They get 4 more probe kills. Still very clutch, still very intense. Supplies are still neck and neck, but yeah, we're getting into 8 probes. 8, 9, 10 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. This is now getting out of hand. Scourge are rallying in. Scourge, they're the Banelings of the sky. Ah. So clean up these pylons. Phoenixes, of course, they can micro against Scourge and against mutas, but there's that much more of a punishment if they do mess up. Scourge can be terrifying. And it's a way to bully back those Phoenixes. Speaking of... Oh! Does try to go for the dive. Scourge are targeted. We have more Scourge on the way. Oh! Almost catching a Phoenix. Phoenix taking a massive volley. And more Scourge filing in. Again, it's just a way to zone back those Phoenixes and potentially get a connection. More Scourge has arrived. Whoa. Behind this shit is expanding. Getting to Hydras. Ooh, one Scourge does connect. Almost. Not good. Again, not the worst trades here from Shin. Bearing in mind that, of course, the Brutal Muta does have one extra range than the StarCraft 2 Muta. So they are more of a threat to the Phoenixes. Phoenix still does that range, but not as much. Oh. Gets one. Gets one. And again, Shinny's done with Mutas. He's going into Mass Hydra instead. Building up his Hydras back at home. The goal here is to hope that maybe Classic overcommits into Phoenixes, and that's what's happening here. We have a lot of Phoenixes on the way, and what's the ground army? Where's the Storm? There is no Storm. There are Archons, there's some Stalkers, but there's no Blink, there's no Storm. Right now, Classic is hyper fixated on Mass Muta, or on Mass Phoenix. And this will catch him off guard. This should catch him off guard. As the Hydras are amassing. The army is 11 Phoenixes and 1 Archon. 6 Stalkers. Remember, no Blink. Phoenix moving in. Gonna be zoned away. Hydras are revealed. Now he knows. And instantly Storm. Again, Storm is so late. Storm just now begins. And now is the time. Shin, he can hit, he can strike before Storm completes. He's moving out. And now he's moving out. Muta's here behind the mineral line. Classic getting pulled apart. Sparks are going to be going down. Again, Storm is still barely halfway done. The Mutants are going to be thrown away. But it doesn't matter. Not anymore. It's all about the Mass Hydra. And he's stuttering in. Does have a step forward. Takes down the wall. Again, there's what? There's 2 Archons. Storm is almost done. True. Storm is almost complete. Classic needs a little bit more time. There's 1 High Templar with the army. Storm is done in 8 seconds. Down to 2. Storm is done. Oh, has hold on to it. Storm does crazy army. We have another Storm in the chamber. It doesn't connect. High Templar goes down, and that's too much. Yeah, that should be too much here. Hydras, they overwhelm. They shut down all the Phoenixes. They shut down the ground army. GG gets called, and Shin ties up the series 2-2. We have a back and forth. Whew, let's go. GG, well played again. The Classic, he was just hyper fixated on the Mutas. He just went Mass Phoenix. His ground army was lacking. Late Storm. No other support either. No extra Archons. No charge. No Blink. No nothing. Or no charge lots. And with that, GG. GG, well played. The Mass Hydra did catch Classic with his pants down. The pants were down. The pants were down. And that leads us into Game 5. And oh boy, Game 5 is going to be an interesting one here. We've been here a couple times already here tonight during today's broadcast. Up next, we're going to be loading into Neo Isles of Siren. You know what that is? The island map. Let's go. We're loading into the island map once again. And last time we were here in the PvZ, we were featuring Scarlett and Rebellion. And again, that was Scarlett's first time on Neo Isles of Siren. Shin, he's well-versed. He's well-versed here with this map. And we'll see how he does approach. We'll see how he does approach. As spawning in the bottom right corner of Neo Isles of Siren, we have our South Green Protoss player. We have the Orange Protoss, the SC2 Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Teal Zerg player. We have the Brutal Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Go. There we go as well. Welcome one and all to Neo Isles of Siren. Once again, I keep missing the pings that I meant to show the locations. But welcome one and all to a 4-player spawn map. We can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, and top left. You have to mine through your main base to gain access to the natural, and on top of that, this is an island map as well. There are 4 islands, sorry, there are 5 islands, there are 4 quadrants. You can spawn in with your own island here at bottom left. You have your natural, you have your 3rd base, you have your 4th base as well, but you're completely isolated from the rest of the map here due to this thin river that does slice the map into those 4 quadrants. On top of that, we also have the center island as well, which can of course impact the game, especially in a longer game state with extra gases, with extra minerals as well. So we do have that center base. Meanwhile, we do have Shin going hatch before pool, so very greedy start here by Shin. Meanwhile, Classic going gate expand here out of Classic into a Cybercore. Now, when it comes to SC2 Protoss, we have seen them be quite diverse here. We could rush into Skytoss, true. You can rush into Stargate, into Fleet Beacon, into Skytoss, or you could go into Blink Stalker. If you remember, Rebellion went for an all-in. He went for a Blink Stalker all-in, a 3-base all-in against Scarlett, which did catch her off guard. Again, because this river is so thin, because the area, the space between the 2 islands is so short as well, you can blink. You can blink from one side to the other, so you can be aggressive with a ground arm with blink harass instead. You can also harass with charge lots, specifically with a warp prism, right? With a warp prism, you can warp in, you can drop, you can still be active in a multitude of ways here as SC2 Protoss. Meanwhile, Stargate opener. We have the answer here. Going Stargate, not Twilight Council. Meanwhile, Shin does find his opponent, does find Classic. Classic also finds Shin. Seeing the Overlord this quickly can only mean one thing. It did not come from the right, and it did not come diagonally either. So Classic should be more or less aware of the location of Shin. As Shin is playing Hydra. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense. You have to open up Hydra initially to defend against Oracle Harass. Otherwise, you're stuck with Spores, and you're just going to get bullied. Like, rushing into Muta and rushing into Spire is not as viable defensively early on. So Hydra makes sense. Does open Hydra. Meanwhile, Phoenix opener out of Classic. Shin is aware. And this could be Phoenix into another Stargate, into Skytoss, or we can go Phoenix into a Twilight Council. So Classic has options as he's hunting down the Overlords. Spores are on the way. So is that a lair. Hydra Den is done. But the Spores should keep Shin safe. Keep him safe. Investing into Hydra upgrades. Of course, when it comes to the Zerg side of things, Nidus Worms are different for Brood War. If you remember, I believe you can only morph in a Nidus Worm on creep. So you cannot Nidus to another base unless there's already creep there. Unless there's already an expansion. But drop lords are more accessible. If you recall, in Brood War, and even originally in StarCraft 2 as well, when you do research Ventral Sacks, it allows all the overlords to become drop lords instead of just individually. Meanwhile, Phoenixes, they do find another overlord. Just barely. Overlord goes down. Overlord speed is on the way. Tells us most likely we are working towards Ventral Sacks, but we'll keep an eye on Shin. I mean, yeah, he's getting to what's on range. He's getting to range upgrades. Lair is now done. And this is going to be Skytoss. There we go. Second Stargate's on the way. Now, working towards drop lords here, I mean, it can work amazingly or it can be shut down, right? It comes down to Classic being able to keep an eye and a handle on all these overlords to make sure they don't get across the map. Assuming there's going to be drop lord play, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Shin. Yeah, there it is. Ventral Sacks. Ventral Sacks are being researched. And Shin is going to go for the Doom Drop. And again, if he can unload his mass Hydra onto the island, he can pop off. But that's only if he can get past the Phoenixes, right? Like, these are the gatekeepers. They're just containing Shin and denying any kind of drop lord play. Can it sit past? Hydra range is being researched. Phoenixes are being zoned back. Ooh, does get a Hydra. There we saw Shin out of position. Losing another. Yeah, 2 Hydras going down. Losing a 3rd Hydra. Massive pickoff. Every Hydra counts. Oh, they're speedy boys. And here it comes. Here comes the Drop Lords. Here comes the all-in. Remember, Shin is on a very low drone count. 38 workers. It's all or nothing for Shin. And Classic behind this is working on a gateway army, but he's not there yet. Looking at the units tab here, it is purely Phoenix. So pure Phoenix out of Classic. He has charge on the way, he has gateways on the way, but right now he has 0 units on the ground, and here comes the all-in. And Classic, he does spot it. He does spot it. He's aware. And he can maybe focus on one. Nah, not even. Doesn't focus on the Dropper Lords. They do unload. They're going further in. Oh. Forced to unload. A little bit chaotic here. 1 Dropper Lord goes down. He gets 1. Up. He does get the other. Barely not. Barely does not get them. The Hydras, they do unload. And now there's nothing. There's nothing to defend. There's Slow Lords. Slow Lords are moving in. Phoenixes, they're holding their own. Shield batteries are done. Does focus on the Dropper Lords. Again, it's a very close hold. And remember, Shin cannot reinforce this. And it looks like he defends. It looks like Classic does defend. Takes down all the Hydras. Again, barely holding on. Pulling the boys as well. Running out of energy. There's 1 Hydra left. And only one. Only 1 Hydra. And again, the problem here we're trying to go for these all-ins is that reinforcements take so long. But actually, is this enough? There's no energy. Yeah, there's no lifts. There's no more lifts. Hydras, they come in just barely in time. They go for the mineral line. Oh! Do you have another lift? Just barely. Yeah, just barely does lift up. Barely warps in. And Classic holds. Classic holds. And again, the Drop Lords have to race back, reload, then come back over. You can't just rally. No with Hydras. And Shin is falling behind. Shin, he's falling behind here. Classic with a greater economy. And now he's got his gateways. Now he's got Storm almost done. And now he has a ground army. Earlier he didn't. Like, that was the win condition for Shin, to kill Classic before Storm, before charge. He failed to do so. Shin failed to do so. Will lose the mineral line. Does get eyes on the Drop Lords once again. Catching out more of those Drop Lords. Shin trying to find another way in. Does skirt around the right hand side. Once again gets caught out. Forced to unload. He's catching more of these Drop Lords. I guess just Overlord. I guess that's why. Don't know if there's much reason to distinguish between them. Yeah, Overlord's getting caught out. GG gets caught as a High Templar gets spotted, and Classic, he will take a lead in the series. 3-2. GG. GG, well played. Whew, again, it was a cheeky build here by Shin, but we saw like its limitations. The biggest one, of course, is that you can't rally. Like, reinforcing that all-in is so difficult because you have to pull back with your overlords, or just have more overlords, load them up, and then reinforce. Like, it takes that much longer. It takes that much more APM, that much more attention to try to reinforce that kind of all-in because you're stuck on your own island. And alas, in the end, was not able to pull it off. In the end, he was barely shut down. It was still close, still a close defense, a clutch hold there, but Classic does take it. And with that, Classic takes a lead. And we'll see if Shin can tie us up once again as we are loading into Pylon. Let's go. We are loading into Pylon. And Shin is going to be embracing StarCraft 2 Zerg this time. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Broodor Protoss representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 3-2. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the StarCraft 2 Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Go. Hello, Shin. As it does move out with a hatch block. Does skirt around the left-hand side, moving in for that block here at the natural. Does look to move in. does move in, does block. Will delay. Meanwhile, Classic opening up with a forge. Oh, I mean, okay, sorry, I didn't quite notice. Classic opening up with a cannon rush. Did go for a forge base opener. Does go for the cannon. Again, this was before the hatchery was even revealed. The forge is done. And now we're in a weird game state. Because ideally Shin wanted to expand, but the expansion is denied. Forced to throw down a late spawning pool. Forced to throw down the pool. Trying to expand elsewhere, but he shouldn't be able to. And yeah, we're settling in. Okay. So Classic's base is denied, and so is Shin. Like Shin, he also can't expand. He's gonna expand towards the left-hand side instead. Cannon is complete. And there's the natural. There's the expansion. Classic, he will scout. And he could try to cannon rush this. But the pull is almost done. The pull is almost done. Yeah, he does confirm. Does confirm. From here, the game will continue. Game does continue. Lings are in production. Queen as well. Classic can now expand. And we can just calm down. We can calm down, we can settle in. Again, when a Zerg player goes for the hatch block like that, it is not to go all in, it is just to delay the expansion. I say that, ooh, we can see Shin, he's trying to force a reaction here, trying to force out cannons and pylons. So hatchery into the main. Of course, Classic is aware. He is fully aware. Yep, there's that defensive cannon. So this is the most damage that Shin can achieve with this, right? Is that he forces out a pylon and a cannon. So damage is being done. Behind this, Shin is droning. Shin is saturating. We'll see if Shin finishes this. I don't think he should. I don't think he can achieve much with the Queen and with some Zerglings. He should just drone and cancel. There we go. Yep, he waits for the cannon, then cancels. So again, Shin is just trying to force inefficiencies here out of Classic and trying to force an overreaction. So pylon, cannon. From here, Classic working towards his Reaver drop. And Shin is droning. It's droning on up. When it comes to Classic's build, it is late, just because of all the twists and turns and because of the early game, it is a little bit delayed here. But it's still on the way. It's getting there. The Overlord is hunted down. Classic does pull back. And here comes the drop. Oh, was that a new icon? No, this is the Scarab upgrade, of course. But I did see an icon that I wasn't too familiar with. Was that the new icon for shuttle speed? The shuttle does pull away. So if I just waiting for the Reaver, there it is. Reaver has arrived. Is moving out. So if our Shin, he has some decent crease spread. Pushing towards the halfway marker across the map. I mean, welcome to Pylon. Pylon is a very small map. The creep is spreading. Scarab shot going up. Thanks for Zerglings. Not bad. Not a bad connection. We even actually connected with the creep tumor as well. Tumor goes down, catching out a queen. Oof, oh my god. That was brutal. Jesus. That was 11 Zerglings. 11 Zerglings did go down behind this massive gateway explosion. Getting into Master Dragoon. And the Reaver does lead the charge. Oh. Oof. Once again, picking up more Zerglings. So far, 19 Zerglings going down. Shuttle does take a lot of damage. And you can see Classic is rallying. He's trying to rally across. This is quite risky here just because he has no support yet. The gateway is just now coming online. Classic is going for a 2-base all-in. Bear that in mind. The shuttle! Up! The shuttle does go down. Massive pickup. Again, he flew too close to the sun, and he will lose everything here. Yeah, Lings, they collapse in. Oh my god. Going for the Reaver. The Reaver should not escape. Another Reaver comes into support. And Classic, he's getting caught out. He's getting caught out here. Brutal losses. Losing one of the Reavers. Losing the Dragoon. Will he lose another? The Reaver, he's waddling back home. He's getting there. Oh god. The hand is slowly dragging him forward. Slowly. Oof. As things, they catch us around, they catch another one of these Reavers. And Classic just bleeding out far too much. Expensive losses here for Classic. And this all-in has been delayed. It's a delayed all-in at this point. Yes, it's going to be a 2-base 8-gate all-in. But he already lost 2 Reavers and the shuttle. And he's still committed behind the Shin, getting to his own Ling Hydra. He's got a solid economy. Just under 3 bases. Just under 3 base economy. Ling's collapsing in. Ooh, Reaver shot goes off. Brutal connection. Not bad. Yeah, the Reaver shots have been insane. Oh my god. But despite that, it's still just too much. Yeah, it's still just too much Zerg. Queens collapse in. Hydras as well. Zerglings, they do what they can. Oh god. I say that. Classic. I mean, he still has momentum. He still has that one Reaver. Boys are being pulled. I mean, again, the Zerglings, they just haven't been able to mass up. Have not been able to. Reaver shot on the Queens. And Classic, he might have too much here. Yeah, Classic takes down the Queens one after the other. And again, Zerglings are ideal to surround this, but every time they come in, they just get shut down by the Reaver. Speaking of, yeah, another shot goes off. Brutal connection. It's still quite close. The Reaver finally goes down. And again, it's a messy defense here for Shin. Zelsay push forward. Barely not enough. Another Reaver has arrived. Jesus. The Reaver's back. He's back. Yeah, Reaver shot goes off. But this time, nowhere near enough. Shin is barely holding. The Prism. Oh, the shuttle goes down. The Reaver as well. Now just Dragoons. Yeah, only Dragoons remaining. Shin stutter steps in. Takes down the final Dragoon. I say that's still rallying in. The rally's still insane. Shin has to back off. Famiri pulls away. What's scary is he had to pull the boys. Remember, he lost every drone at the third. Shin no longer has a greater economy. He had it, but not anymore. Not anymore. He lost all the workers in that defense. So Classic can still pull this off. Still pull this off. He just needs that Reaver. He needs the Reaver. Fighting with the shield battery. Reaver has arrived. Still a very tense game. That's increased Reaver capacity. Oh, you mean the icon that I saw earlier? Okay. I almost never see it, I'll be honest. I almost never. Actually, I think I've never seen that upgrade before. Research, or at least I haven't noticed it. Yeah, shuttle speed now on the way. I mean, Classic didn't research it either. As we have the scarab shots going off. Lings collapsing in. Yeah, they collapse in, they lock down the Dragoons. Nice snipe there on the Reaver. It's still close though. We're still running out of the Zerglings. The third base is on the way. Yeah, shit, he cannot allow the third to get up and running. I think the icon changed after the 1.15 patch. It was already out. Okay, there you go. Fair enough. Yeah, the base is denied. And I think Shin's done it. Shin, he's finally done it. Again, it was a very, very intense game. And we saw Shin just taking so many Reaver shots to the face. At least earlier. But now Stutter steps in, breaks the wall, boys are being pulled, depowers the gateways, or depowers the below ground, I should say. Does depower. And Shin redroned. He had the room here to redrone, resaturate. He's got it back up and running. He has the economy. He has the production. Whew. He's got it, man. He's got it. The review is broken, so OP. I wouldn't say that. At least not in StarCraft Evolution. I'm not too certain about balance in Brood War, but again, the Reaver is very mobile, very mobile. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of time in between Reaver shots as well, and of course you have micro potential. The reason why this game is as close as it was is because Shin was taking all the Reaver shots to the face at the start of the game. Like, he took everything to the face. Oh, as the prism goes down. So Shin, he did have some miscontrol earlier against the Reaver, or just some less than ideal engagements. But it's been a while since we've seen a juicy connection. And Shin has since recovered. Yeah, as again, Classic is just at his theme. He's got the one Reaver to hold the line. Okay, they start bunching up. Nice, very nice with that by Shin. It does split, does avoid the Reaver shots. And with that, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm the army. GG gets called, and Shin ties up the series 3-3. The back and forth continues. GG. GG, well played. We are tied up 3-3. We're going to game 7. Let's go. We're going to game 7 here. Again, that was a very intense all-in out of Classic. Bearing in mind, because this map is so small, because Pylon is so small, that's where this all-in hits even harder, because even though the Reaver is so slow as a unit, you saw it didn't take long at all for it to actually reinforce by just crawling across the map to the main army, to the main fight. Like, again, the small map there did come into play, did allow Classic to almost break Shin, despite Shin's defensive setup there. Like everything was set up beautifully to defend, but he had a bit of miscontrol against the Reaver shots, against the Scarab shots. He lost so many Zerglings. GG. GG, well played. In the end, Shin, he brought it back. Barely brought it back. And with that, we're going to game 7. We're going all the way to game 7. Game 7 is going to be on Purity and Industry. Oh boy. Meanwhile, shout out to Garlic Beats in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 9 months in a row. That's a lot of months back. That's a lot of months. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it as we're getting into game 7. Bearing in mind, this is still not the final game. It's a best of 9 and not a best of 7. We still have more games to come. Oh boy. As spawning in the bottom, or on the right side here of Purity and Industry, the south side, we have the StarCraft 2 Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Here we go. Very chaotic game. Very chaotic game on Pylon. Now we can calm things down. Shin can expand. Can settle in. We can lock in. Right, we can lock in. But welcome one and all to Purity and Industry. Again, it is one of the older StarCraft 2 maps in the map. Well, I say older. In my mind, it's a modern map. I guess because it's in like the most recent era of StarCraft, like the EPT era from a couple of years ago. I believe Purity Industry was in the map pool back in 2021-ish. 2020, 2021. Again, one of the more modern maps. It has been revamped, of course. It's been revamped for StarCraft Evolution. Some of the slow zones have been removed. We still have the island, of course. Still have the island, top right. And I believe rocks were removed and bases were changed. And it's just some other adaptations here. I'll be honest, we don't really see much mid to late game on Purity and Industry. The map is, I mean, it feels quite small, feels quite short, but we'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. Now, hatch gas pull into a macro hatch for Shin. And we'll see how Shin will approach this. Again, because of all these slow zones, Muta play is going to be a little bit more deterred. So we may just embrace Ling into Hydra into Lurker. Meanwhile, Stargate open out of Classic. Never mind. Does still open Stargate. Stargate into Oracle. Into, I would imagine, a standard opener. Shinny does stay in gas. Stays in gas. We're leading towards Hydras. Shin gonna be spinning towards Classic. Does take that low ground expansion. It can be quite difficult to maintain this base as well. So we'll see if we can hold on. Yep, there's that Hydra Den is on the way. And I believe this should be lined up in such a way where Hydra's will out just in time to defend against the Oracles. It's gonna be close. Yeah, the Oracle's on the way. Oracle's on the way. We'll see if this is lined up. Oh. That does escape. Hydra Den is almost complete. Is almost ready. Meanwhile, the Oracle's rallied across them towards the main. Remember, there's going to be no spores. Where are the Hydras? Hydra Den is done. And Shin is droning. Shin, he's droning. He hasn't seen the tech of choice. Now he sees the Oracle. Spores now going to be on the way. But these are late. These are late spores. The Oracle does get in. Drones are going down, getting 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, God. Yeah, this is becoming critical damage. Getting it to 5, 6, 7 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. My hands are in my head. I wasn't even looking. It's a 13! That's game ending. That's game ending damage here. 15 drones going down. That is critical damage. There's not even a spore in the main. The Oracle just runs out of energy. It's just tuck it out. It's like, oh, I can't eat anymore. It's too much. Ah. The Oracle with 15 drone kills. And we can keep going, by the way. There we go. The spores, they do now finish. 16 drones going down. And again, it does seem like Shin just assumed it wasn't going to be a Stargate. I think he just assumed that he was going to go for another take of choice because of the slow zones. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be safe, but he gets punished for it. He gets punished so hard. Oracles, they can focus on the Hydras. They get 1, they get 2. GG gets called. Game-ending damage, and Classic, he will take a 4-3 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Shin, he's like, you're an animal. There are slow zones, Bob. He's like, yeah, so what? I'ma still go for Oracle. I'ma still kill you. Oh, no. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So again, Shin, he assumed he was safe. He assumed that he was secure, but alas, again, no spore, no Hydras. He was still droning up. He was punished by the Oracles. GG. And with that, we're getting into our next game. We'll see if Shin can force the ace match. We'll see if we can force a game 9, or if Classic can bring it back. As we are loading into one of my favorite maps in the map pool, we're loading into Troy. I love Troy. I don't know what it is about it, but I appreciate it. Let's go. Here we go. Those games feel so bad to lose. I mean, the issue with a game like that is that you just, there's just nothing you can do. Like, you just, like, as in if you mess up like that, if you slip up like that, you're just dead. Like, it's it's like you don't even get to play some StarCraft, man. You don't even get to play some StarCraft. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Troy, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro, representing Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. 1 game away from claiming the series and spawning in the bottom hand corner. We have the purple Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg, the SC2 Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. I still haven't seen the icons. Am I blind? Avex? Am I just missing them? I mean, I still haven't seen like the pings to show us the spawn locations. Am I crazy? Cannon Rush, by the way. Am I just missing them? But here we go. Here we go. As the Cannon Rush is upon us. Overlord does scouts. Cannons are going to be soon on the way. General works for observers. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think it does, because I keep trying to keep my eye out for them and I don't see them. I've been trying to switch the player's vision as well for that. But regardless, the first cannon's on the way. Is going to finish. That probe is fully walled in. the probe is fully locked in. But we have more cannons being thrown down. And Shin, he's trying to hold on to at least his main base. We do have the spawning pool on the way. This cannon rush will continue. Shin expanding elsewhere. Gets a cancel. And behind this, Classic expands. Okay. So he's not doubling down. He's not going for like a proxy Robo into like proxy Reaver or something crazy like that. It's just a cannon rush to force a cancel. And from here, Classic will expand. He might even cannon rush once he can. Yeah, he can go for a second cannon rush. He can go for it. Meanwhile, we have one base Roach on the way from Shin. We'll see if Classic tries to disrupt this. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Backs off. Does back off. Does pull away. Ducklings, they do barely slip by. And again, Shin, he's doubling down. Gases have been taken, and Roaches are on the way. We can morph into Ravagers. Eventually, Shin, he will break out of his contain. Eventually. Until then, Classic looking secure. Yo, is there a world where you cannon rush forward from here and you get within range of the gas geysers and then you kill the gas geysers? No shot. I feel like that would have been possible. That would have been crazy. I don't know how long it would take to kill in a simulator with cannons. That'd be disgusting. Would be disgusting. Don't think it's that good at this time just because you have the pocket island that's your main. True, there is this island. This is like pseudo like island base to take. I mean, it will take a long time for a Zerg player to take this expansion, but sure. Solaire is on the way. Like, we have seen players contained on this 2-base setup. Like, we have seen players just stuck on 2 bases here while they're just contained. And while their opponent just max expands and just takes every other base. But here we go, we're going for the Nidus all in as we try to break out. As Ravagers are trying to deal with this, but oh my, no, within range, and the cannon kills 2 Ravagers. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by Shin. That should not have happened. The cannon rush continues. It still maintains its position. And we have that many less Ravagers to work with. Back at home, Classic is secure. He's got a cannon here at the natural. Nidus into the main. Let's go. Going for the Nidus. So let's go for the Nidus. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. They will try to focus this down. Lings, they do pop out, but the Nidus is going to fall. Yeah, just barely. Yeah, no Roaches, no Ravagers. Dragoon does move over. That's going to be 9 probes going down. That's a lot of economic damage. But Classic still ahead. Classic still has the greater economy. And Classic, he will shut this down. Gets on top of the backup Nidus. Once again does fall. There's only a handful of units here. Oh, at the same time, only 1 Dragoon. True. But the cannons do finish. Classic does maintain the main. Takes down the Queen. Yeah, takes down the Queen. Takes down the Roach as well. There's just not enough here. No, now we have the shuttle. We can micro. We can control. Oh, speaking of, nice juggling. Nice control. Reaver has arrived, and we've seen this before. Lings, get out of here. Oof, decent pile. Takes down 1. Yeah, Scrap Shot going up. Takes down the Ravager, and with that, Classic, he holds. He shuts down the all-in. There's a handful of Zerglings left. We have 2-base Spire on the way. He's crazy. Going into 2-base Muta. But remember, Classic still has a superior economy. He's got 29 probes. And that cannon is still there, by the way. It's still there. Still being so annoying. And GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Classic, he will take the series 5-3. And he will be this month's Enki Epic Series champion. GG. GG, well played. Classic with the cannon rush. Again, just a really shaky defense there from Shin to be able to try to break out and deal with said cannon rush. He did devote quite a lot to it. Didn't quite pull it off in the end. Likewise, really nice control there by Classic, of course, to set up the cannons in the main. He had cannons in the main base as well to help defend. 2 cannons in the main, 1 cannon at the natural. He was able to pull the boys in time, focus down the Nidus in time as well. GG. GG, well played. Very nice last second defense there from Classic. And with that, Classic does claim the win. Congratulations here to Classic, flexing both with SE2 and with Brood War Protoss as well. GG, well played. Are these games live? These games are a couple of days old. They're a couple of days old. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cast it live just because we were doing another cast at the time. We were having another broadcast, so we weren't able to cover this live. This was from, I want to say Friday, around Friday-ish. A couple of days ago. Well, actually, I have the date here, the 14th. So, yeah, the 14th of June. So it was from the last weekend. But yes, GG, well played. Congratulations to Classic. Shout out to Shin. He was able to hold his own, and we had some spicy games as well out of Shin. I'm still thinking about game 1, of course, between Shin and Classic, the game on Blue Storm, where we had Storm pop off. Like, that was a crazy game. that was a crazy setup there by Classic, locking the army down and storming everything. It was insane. Regardless, GG, well played. Classic does claim it. Shout out to Shin for making a series out of this, for bringing us all the way to game 8. I was hoping for a game 9, regardless of how this went, but I'm satisfied. Satisfied nonetheless. And shout out to Enki, of course. Enki, he is el hermoso. He is, of course, one of the fellow CranKy Ducklings. He does casts in Spanish, and he does host and run these tournaments in Spanish as well. Every month he does host these show matches, and we should be seeing another Enki Pro Series show match soon TM as well. And we'll do our best to cast it live. Like, sometimes, like, our schedule is just a little bit too busy and we aren't able to cover it. But we'll do our best to try to catch up with Enki's matches live whenever we can. Otherwise, GG, well played. With that, we are almost done with today's broadcast. It's been intense. It's been 5 hours of non-stop StarCraft Evolution. We do have 1 match left. Before I get ahead of myself, though, if you want to help support those working behind the scenes at Team Kaprulu, !SC Evo in the chat, we do have SC Evo. We do have the Patreon for... Yeah, the Patreon for StarCraft Evolution, again, those do work, those behind the scenes do put in a lot of work when it comes to the graphical assets, when it comes to the patches, when it comes to porting maps as well, so you can help support the team via Patreon, those working on StarCraft Evolution. So GG, well played. With that, we have 1 cast left here. No tournaments. That'd be too much for me, Pappy. I'd like to get some breakfast at some point today, but we had a viewer redeem a replay. I do apologize for said viewer. Did redeem the replay a couple of days ago. So thank you so much for redeeming that replay. And we were going to be jumping in. I don't know what to expect, I'll be honest. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what I'm stepping into here, but we do have a viewer replay ahead of us as well. So with that, if you're only here for pro gameplay and pro StarCraft, our next broadcast should be tomorrow. Just quickly catching up on our schedule here. We just wrapped up with our early morning Friday cast, and tomorrow we're going to be live with the LATAM League finals will be taking place tomorrow, so that's going to be Saturday morning. And we have the Esports World Cup global qualifiers. You can see them there, 11 p.m. KST. That's going to be midnight AEST. The global qualifiers are right around the corner here. Those are the last chances for players to actually make it into the Esports World Cup. That's going to be, of course, in StarCraft 2 proper. We have the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. That's an offline event as well. That's going to be happening Sunday morning. And we have Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. So we have a very jam-packed schedule over the weekend. As always, Pappy, plenty of content over the weekend. LATAM League, Esports World Cup, Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit, Tunic Cup, and more Esports World Cup as well. How do I buy a button a button shirt for live? Why do you want me to button up, Pappy? Oh my god. You're an animal, Pappy. You're an animal. Este Flapjack. But yes, we do have a very busy weekend ahead of us here. We have no broadcast later on tonight, so only one broadcast today. That's why we're making a little bit of a longer one. But we are going to be busy elsewhere. I believe tonight is going to be the Thermal 2v2 last chance qualifier for his 2v2 circuit, and we'll be adminning. We won't be casting it live. I'm going to be there adminning it live, making sure that everything runs smoothly, making sure that everything runs as it should. So I'm going to be adminning that tournament. That's going to be at midnight. That's going to be at midnight my time here. That's going to be in around 9 hours. In 9 hours time, I'll try to sleep before adminning that event, but again, that's going to be over the weekend or later on tonight. Otherwise, we still have that one replay to cover. Let's go. Oh boy. That one match to go. So we're going to be going on a very short break here. We're going to be going on a short break. I do need a moment to set everything up, and then once everything is ready to go, we'll be jumping into our viewer replay casts. Again, so far, just one. If you're in the chat, if you want us to cover one of your replays, there is a point redemption. You know, you can redeem your grapes, you can redeem your Twitch points, and I think it's 10k. I think it's 10,000 points to redeem a replay. And if you do so, we'll be covering it. Sometimes we cover like 2v2s or team game matches or FFAs or 1v1 ladder games. Again, you can have us cast your matches. So that's going to be coming up next after the short break. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, consider following us and checking us out over on YouTube. Exclamation mark socials in the chat, and you get a link to our YouTube, our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all things CranKy Ducklings, as we do stream and we upload on YouTube on a daily basis. That's where all the VOD content is. Otherwise, we'll see you guys soon after the break. Time to you're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. I'll see you soon after the break. When we come back, we'll have one more cast, one more game to go. See you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, we're still not done, Papi. We're still not done. Not yet. Not even close. I mean, we're almost done. As we just wrapped up with 2 broadcasts. We just wrapped up with KungFu Cup number 11, and we just wrapped up with the Enki Pro Series number 3. And now we are here with something special, something a little bit different. We're here with our viewer replay cast. Oh boy, again, something a little bit different here. A shout out to, of course, our players. Shout out to Ragnar. Ragnar did redeem a replay cast a couple of days ago, and I haven't had the chance to jump into it until now. Of course, there is a point redemption in the chat. You can redeem a replay cast with 10,000 grapes, with 10,000 channel points. So if you wish, you can have us cover one of your matches. And we have here not what I expected. Ragnar, he's main race Zerg, by the way. He's main race Zerg, but it looks like he did play as Terran here instead. Okay, we're jumping in. We're jumping into our final, what should be our final cast of the day. And then we can get some breakfast. I got. Aye. Let's go. As we are jumping into our next game, it's going to be a game on Incorporeal. Let's go. Going to be loading into Incorporeal. Jumping in. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our red Zerg player. We have our ladder hero himself. It is Unknown. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, typically Zerg, but now racing as Terran. It is the viewer in the chat, Ragnar. Here we go. And I believe this was a ladder game from our 2 players. And I don't really know what I'm stepping into. And again, I haven't really seen much of Ragnar's Terran. We have casted Ragnar's Zerg before. Ragnar does compete on a regular basis in Duckling Open. Duckling Open is our monthly bronze to diamond tournament. So we have seen quite a bit of Ragnar's Zerg there. When it comes to Ragnar's Terran, I don't really know what to expect. I don't really know. So we're about to find out here. SCV scattered across the map, nothing too crazy. Likewise, hatch first out of unknown. Does open up hatch first. Also, just as a reminder, our players are they're more amateur players around the level of platinum. Just as heads up, around platinum level. As we do come in for the scouts, confirming no early gases, no early spawning pool. Again, just hatch first. Just hatch first here out of unknown. Everything so far looking as it should. I say that, okay, going for the hatch pool gas. Still more or less standard. A little bit inefficient, but it's fine. And behind this, we should also be setting up for our expansion here. As Ragnar, he will delay his CC in favor of a depot. Interesting. Going for a second. Okay, we're going 1 base. Okay, now it makes sense. I was like, oh, this is inefficient here, what we're doing. We're going to be walling up on 1 base. We're going for a second gas geyser. This tells us that most likely, I mean, I will say it's a late second gas if we're going into a faster factory. You can see here the factory is going to be a little bit more delayed, but this should be a 1 base play factory before expansion. And this can lead into 1 base all in. I'll say in doing this build, the gas is a little bit later than otherwise should be. From here, this can turn into 1 base 111 into 1 base BC. This can turn into 1 base, high ground command center. Never mind, I was getting ahead of myself. This is an inefficient start, straight up. This is very inefficient. The base is delayed in favor of a depot, in favor of a gas geyser, and honestly, this isn't really helping. This isn't really helping Ragnar here. Does scan across the map. Once again, early scan, there's not really much to see, and not really much that you would have seen without the Reaper. Like, the Reaper would have been enough to really give you a read on everything that was happening. The Reaper can poke in, can rotate between the bases. It's really the role of the Reaper to scout for a fast lair, to scout for a Roach Horn, to scout for a Baneling Nest. Like, that's the role of the Reaper. Ideally, you want to be preserving your energy for mules instead of scans. So again, this is a bit of a shaky start here from Ragnar. Unknown across the map is delaying his 3rd. So late 3rd base here out of unknown. Does overinvest into Zerglings, similarly to how earlier we could have just scouted with the Reaper. Here, there's no need to mass up this many Zerglings this early on. We could otherwise be droning and defending with purely Queen. Like, this early on, there's nothing to really threaten unknown outside of an all-in, right? Outside of a proxy. Now, based on our scouting, unknown sees that there's no base, so that might be raising some alarms. That might be like, oh, what's going on? And in doing so, Unknown should be trying to scout. He should be using his Zerglings to poke in at the front door, or use the Overlord to scout into the main base. Because for all Unknown knows, this could be a one base all in. Like if I was playing, I'd assume one base all in out of my Terran opponent. It isn't, but it could be. And Unknown is playing blind. Now taking another Gas Geyser. That's a really early second gas. Typically this would mean like fast Roach Warren or fast Baneliness or fast Lair. But okay, there we go. It makes sense. Fast Roach Warren. There we go. it's coming together. So fast gas or fast Roach Warren. Meanwhile, behind this we do have our, I believe, third CC. Yeah, third CC in the main. Again, a delayed expansion, a bit of a shaky start here from Ragnar. Just getting in towards a longer mid game. Getting into the mid game. All right, getting there. Behind this is going to be a faster, we have the Tech Lab here. No add-on swaps. It's going to be Tech Lab here in towards Banshee play. Ideally, you want to add-on swap here for a faster Tech Lab for faster Banshees. As the faster they are, the more damage you can get done. So it's going to be a little bit more delayed here from Ragnar. But the Reaper Hellion does move out. And behind this, that's a lot of gas. So we're getting up to 3-4 gases here for Unknown. So just a really high gas count really early on. And we'll see what Ragnar can get done. We'll see what he can get done. Despite the Roach Warren, no roaches to defend. So there is potential for damage here. There is potential as Hellions are building up. Ragnar can potentially overwhelm this army and head into a mineral line. I say that roach production has begun. So we have 9 roaches on the way. That window of damage is closing. Window is closing. Ragnar does poke in. Does try to poke, but now is deflected. Ragnar going to be forced back. More roaches are building up. And now that we've built up a hefty roach count here, I do favor Unknown. Zones away the Terran army. Looks like add-on swap, so no Banshee. Yeah, no Banshee play. Add-on swap instead. Switching to Marauders. Third base now being taken. And Unknown is not droning. Unknown, he's cutting workers here at 2 base saturation. He has a third base and now a macro hatchery. Oh my god. I mean, he does have an excess amount of minerals here, but a big reason for that is we have been missing injects. We've been not producing here from this base. We could have been droning. It's a way to spend money, but yeah, Unknown having a hard time macroing up out of this. And it is going to be mech? No, not mech. Oh yeah, Blue Flame, but double E base. So it's, again, it's a bit of a hybrid kind of setup here. Again, we're kind of taking in all directions. Which does mean that we're going to be a little bit weaker in all directions as well. We're stumbling into the mid game. Let's go. The big hindrance for Unknown is his lack of drones. Like, if we're not going for an all-in, we need to be droning heavily. But again, it's possible that this hatchery might be a little bit, might be unhooked as well. Scan reveals not much. Lair, macro hatcheries. Second armories on the way. I think this is a mistake that a lot of players make early on, is when they play, I mean, even it applies to all races really, but they feel the need to work on all upgrades. So we're getting into biotank here, but we feel the need to go into double army for double upgrades, or for Protoss it would be like triple forge for triple upgrades, or for Zerg same thing, like triple evo chamber, triple upgrades as well, where that's really hurting you more than helping you, just because you're spending so much money on upgrades that aren't really impacting the game, whereas you could otherwise be focusing on a greater economy, on a larger army instead, on a stronger timing attack. Yeah, it's something that does happen. I feel like at lower levels especially, it's a little bit less focused. Another thing that happens at lower levels is taking gases too early. Like, gases are useful, especially if you're going for something that's very tech heavy as well, but taking gases too early can really hurt you and really slow you down, where otherwise you would need more drones for more bases, for more workers, more queens. So taking gases too quickly can also be like a bit of a pitfall as well, at lower levels. And of course, the biggest one is not knowing when to drone, right? Like not knowing when it's safe to drone, how to drone as well. Right now, both players have very limited vision, very limited. There's the Xel'Naga, and no one has it. like no one has control of the Xel'Naga. Likewise, there's no spotter units or no spotter overlords either. So because Unknown is playing so blind, like this is also why it took so long to drone up, as he didn't know if he could. It applies to both players when it comes to making SCVs and making expansions. They're just a little bit blind here. Unknown is teching though, I will say that. Like the tech is solid, working up towards the Hive. Hive is on the way. Getting into Roach, Hydra, I would imagine Viper tech, I would imagine. Or maybe into Ultras, we'll see. He's investing into range upgrades, so I assume is gonna head into Lurkers, but that's when we throw down an Ultra Cavern. Ah. Likewise, speaking of like investing resources in things that you don't need, along the same lines of going into the armories, same thing here with Thors. Like Thor production has begun. Thors, they're not really useful unless you're up against Muta play, right? They can excel against Mutas, but right now Ragnar, he's like trying to cover all his bases, right? He's trying to get something for everything because I'm sure he has died to like random Mutas before, right? So that's where like, you know, if Mutas come out, it's like, I'm gonna die, so I need a Thor. Whereas otherwise, your process should be, I should be scouting to confirm what my opponent's up to, so I know if I need a Thor. Meanwhile, Stormhost, okay. Are you gonna Stormhost? Stormhosts are on the way. I mean, hey, that can work against mech. It's not mech, it's a bit of both. It's like a bio-mechish army. Take another expansion. Stormhost, they can pop off. If we harass, Ragnar's gonna be the first to push. Unknown does have the Central Xel'Naga. There we go. Does spot this. But again, 2-2 is very late. Again, like 2-2 upgrades are delayed because of everything else, like the Thor, the armories, the upgrades, the mech upgrades. Likewise, we're also on a very low production. I just realized we have how many? Only 2 Raxes. Yeah, so Ragnar, he just can't spend his money. Ideally, you want to be on 5 Raxes on 2 bases. You want to get up to around 6. Head up towards 8 Raxes when you get up to a 4th. So the production here is killing Ragnar. Like, Ragnar has money, but he can't spend it. And now we're throwing down the Raxes. Very delayed here. Unknown is the first to max out, and this is where Unknown should be being aggressive here. He's maxed out. He's up 50 supply. He could end the game. He couldn't, I mean, I say in the game. He has inflated supply because of all these roaches, true. But now that he's maxed out, he should be looking to trade. Ideally to spend his money. He has a massive bank, but the bank means nothing if we're not going to spend it. Ragnar is pushing. Now, what's scary here is that because there's no Ravagers, because this army is actually, it's a bit of a kitchen sink. It's a little bit of a mess. I can see a world where Ragnar can win a fight and then break a base, and then just push in and break a base. So this is yeah, a little bit dicey here. A bit of a move command. It does have in the army. Tanks are on siege. Okay, tanks are on siege. Stormhost, Locust Wave comes in, and Unknown should take this fight. Yeah, should take the fight. Does clean up the army. From here, can just double out of control. I say that it's gonna be forced back. Yeah, a bit of an awkward, bit of an awkward finale to the fight. Ragnar, he does hold his own. He cleans up all the roaches. Behind us, we have 31 more roaches on the way. Here comes the Remax. Ragnar does take the fight. He can try to keep pushing. At least towards bottom left. But again, you're getting more factories, getting to 2-2 mech upgrades. It's a little bit all over the place. My big concern here is the Liberator counts. Unknown doesn't have any Ravagers, so there's no easy way to deal with these Liberators once they come into play. More Swarm Host. when it comes to swarm hosts, like, they have a lot of value, they have a lot of efficiency, only if you're making use of them though. Like, if we're keeping them at home, they're just dead supply. Like, this is just dead supply here. We should be being active and spending every single locust wave to get into mineral lines, to get into the main base, to snipe bases, to snipe units, to do whatever we can. Like, this is like free damage with these locust waves, but if we leave them idle here, then again, they don't really gain anything. So another concern here for Unknown. Getting to 3-3. Remember Harsam saying that he was talking about is more minerals converting to more minerals, but more gas gives you nothing. Yeah. Like, even I do it. Like, even when I play, I think for me it's I don't have enough gas. True. My failing is my 5th and 6th gas are always late when going into a ZVP. But yeah, taking them early can get you killed. As Unknown does max out. Is maxed out. So once again, not really making use of the army. As we mentioned previously, like, you want to be active with this maxed out army to trade, to spend your resources, and to punish your opponent. But Unknown has been very passive, very passive. Has actually never attacked, right? Has never moved out across the map. Has been unfortunately stuck at home. Now is being somewhat active. Yo, we got 3-3-3 on the way. Let's go. We go Locust over the army. Not bad. Going for the Thor. Nope. Can he get the Thor? He should be able to. Takes down some of the Vikings, sure. And barely does. Yeah, does get the Thor. I do favor Ragnar's army at this point. The supply was in favor of our Zerg player here for quite some time, but this is an inefficient army. He's got a lot of dead supply here in Swarm Hosts, where when they don't have a Locust Wave, they don't really do anything. And likewise, Roaches are also heavily inflated supply. So it's the soup does lie here. One army is not quite like the other. This army here from Ragnar, he can aim move. He might not even need a siege up, to be honest. Like, he can just push in. Does want to get surrounded, of course. But Ragnar, he's kind of built up towards a more ideal army. Locust Wave coming in. Locust Wave should be cleaned up. Does try to target down the tanks. Yeah, not like this. The tanks, they are going to go down, though. And not bad. Does force some friendly fire as well, but that's going to cost every single roach. Yeah, it takes out all the tanks for a cost. We have 40 more roaches on the Jesus. 40 more roaches in production. Let's go. Let's go. Making 40 more roaches, but Ragnar is pushing in. He's going for the kill. The production's not quite here yet. Going for the bases. Takes down the lair. Takes down the hive. Oh, there was a lair. Okay, takes down the lair. Hive is in the main. Yeah, and again, roaches, they just don't trade well here. The boys are being pulled. Roaches collapsing on marauders. It's a very heavy marauder army. And Ragnar's done it. Ragnar has done it. Does break through. Slow and steady wins the race, man. True. Just take it slow. Get in. Eventually maxed out. Just kind of stumbled their way into this kind of game state, but I got there in the end. It's all good. It's all good, man. Yeah, so we have 38 more roaches, and again, roaches, they just trade so poorly against this. We have another Locust Wave coming in from behind. Okay, with the surround, not bad. Does surround the army. Unknown is holding. And Unknown does have a bank. True. Does have a massive bank to work with. So Unknown can remax. Economically, it's crippled, 100%. Like, there's not much going on here. 38 drones are left, and I don't really see Unknown droning up any further from here. Unfortunately. But does survive. Ragnar backing up. Does back off, remaxing with just his bio army. Got a couple of liberators, a couple of tanks mixed in as well. Couple of tanks. And the best way to come back here for Unknown would be to be active, to like try to harass these fringe bases, try to distract Ragnar while also re-expanding and re-droning. But again, like I don't, based on how this game is going, I don't know if Unknown is going to re-drone. I don't know, man. He's got a couple of drones on the way. It's out to 37. Jesus. On the one hand, he does have a bank, sure, but he has no longevity in this game. Like, over time, Ragnar will just outscale him. So many men. Yeah, for the buyer. We gotta. I can remember this is not mech. This is like a. It's like a hybrid army. Just buy a tank, I suppose. But that is a lot of medevacs. That's what, 4 to 15 medevacs. He's making more. Oh, the medevacs. Can stim for days, man. Just keep simming. Why not? Keep on stimming. Hazard will help support. Yeah, it does help out. Liberators yet to siege up. We come in for the hitters around, no piles. Yeah, Biles towards the end, but too late. Too little too late here. Ragnar breaks through the army once again. And Unknown can go for another Remax. I believe we have been missing injects though. Yeah, no injects. Limited lava. No lava. Yeah, there's no lava. There's a little bit of lava left over. Oh, does he scan? Does he know? Give us a scan back. Nah, he doesn't know. It's fine. And now he should be aware. Local save coming in. Another expansion goes down. And even though Unknown has a bank, is not quite able to macro. Is not able to quite spend his money. Not able to spend his resources. Did lose bases earlier. Jesus. Yeah, scanning. I like how we have the mass scan. We missed the swarm host. No. We missed the swarm host with the scan. From here, rotating over. Does rotate. Yo, este baby links. Just so we have another replay redeemed. Ah, no. We can never have breakfast. Let's go. Let's go. And takes down all the Locust Waves. From here, do the Swarm Hosts survive this game? Do they survive? Can we bring them down? Oh my god. We'll just have to get the hell out of here. Do we notice? Like, man, these Locust Waves, they just get. Oh, he does it. Let's go. So it does force a bit of friendly fire, but there we go. The Locust Waves, the Swarm Host does go down. Does find them. Let's go. Jesus, as Unknown is trying to wall up here on top of the ramp. Has a wall of spine crawlers. We're coping a little bit, happy. We could just a little bit. Oh no. As unfortunately there's no lurkers, there's no splash damage. Again, Unknown still has a massive bank, but can't quite spend it. And with that, Ragnar does break through, takes out the spine crawlers, the hydras. This time there are no reinforcements. We have a couple of mutas on the way, but there's plenty of anti-air. Liberators, Marines, man with gun. And the muta switch should not work here. Assuming we have enough anti-air. Even taking down the eggs. We're waiting for the mutas to pop. Can they spawn in? There's gonna be like 3? Yeah, 3 mutas. 5. And we're going for the elimination, I suppose. We're just gonna kill every base. All the buildings. Mutas are moving out. There's 1 expansion left. Hunt him down, Ragnar. Get him. Has he seen this? He has. Oh no, he saw the creep. He saw the creep. He should know. I'm hoping he's aware of of the expansion. He's checking the northern base. Maybe he saw the creep. Papi, go for the base. Mutas are revealed. We're gonna chase down the mutas. We're gonna be here for a while. It's time to chase down the mutas. Let's go. Okay, does a move in. There's only one base left. Only one expansion. You can find it. I believe. I believe in you, Ragnar. Find the base. There's only one place you haven't been. You can do it. I mean, Ragnar, he's reacting hard to the mutas. He's throwing down a ring of turrets. He's throwing down a wall of turrets here. Okay, we're good. He's moving out. Breakfast in the evening? Yeah, breakfast after the cast. We've been casting all morning. Oh, the casting. Units, we're walling up. We're walling up. We knocked down the tower. Oh, God. Este unknown. Please don't chase the mutas. Don't chase it. Just go. There we go. Oh, the sad face. We're all sad. Not like this. As the final buildings are going to be going down. I mean, they both had their own moments for sure. Like Ragnar and Unknown. GG gets called, and with that, Ragnar, he does take the game. Does take down Unknown. GG. GG, well played. Does take the game. Again, it was it was a game. Oh my god. Unfortunately, both players, I mean, we did kind of mention it in the past, or we did mention it leading up to this, referring to how a lot of players were kind of playing blind for a lot of that, so they had a hard time kind of getting a read on what was happening, so both players were being inefficient in their own ways. We had Ragnar kind of like investing into upgrades in every single direction, and I had a hard time expanding and getting his production up and running. It was actually quite similar here with his opponents. It's kind of like a shared experience. I feel like when it comes to some of the lower leagues, when it comes to knowing when it's safe, when it isn't safe, when to drone, when not to drone, what to prioritize as well. But overall, GG. GG, well played. As we are getting ready for our next game. We're getting ready for our next game here. Oh. But shout out to Ragnar. Shout out to Ragnar. For redeeming the replay, as we have one more game to go. Let's go. We have one more game here. It's going to be on torches. It's going to be a ZVP. Yo. Baby, what are your vetoes? Oh my god. Gonna be loading into torches, and I'm curious to see where this takes us. Let's go. As up next, we have a ZVP between Babylings and Oblong. Babylings, of course, did just redeem a replay in the chat. We're jumping in. Jumping into torches. Oh boy. Here we go. As spawning. Oh. In the top right hand corner of torches, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. Oh. We have the red Zerg player. A longtime supporter in the chat. Longtime supporter. It is Babylings. And good friend. And good friend as well. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have their ladder opponents. We have the ladder opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. It is Oblong. And welcome to Torches. Torches is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, but we're going to be experiencing it here and now. Torches is an interesting one, has a shorter rush distance by ground, has of course the healing pad on the left hand side, has gold bases all over the place as well. There are certain builds where you can try to rush into these golds and try to rush through these mineral patches and try to take some of these bases and turn into an all-in. Of course, we saw that during GSL with Rogue. Rogue, he was able to take this base, mine through these patches, and just Ling Flood against Hero. So there are some quirky builds you can go for here. Meanwhile, we do see Beybelings taking the unnatural natural at the forward location. Now, because we're going for the forward base here, the creep is going to spread across the map that much faster. So this could be the beginning of something like a German taxi or a Roach Queen walker across the map. We'll keep an eye on the creep spread here. We'll see how aggressive we plan on being. What I will say about the natural here is that the ramp coming into the natural is quite wide. It's quite a large ramp, so you can, like, all-ins can still be quite successful here. Likewise, you can also abuse the area in between the bases. If Oblong expands linearly or even aggressively towards your opponents, this area can be taken advantage of. So we expect to see, like, we do often see a lot of all-ins here on Torches. We rarely see long late game, like long macro games are more of a rarity. But we'll see how Beybelings will approach this. Likewise, Oblong, I expect to see more of a standard opener. It's been a while, I'll be honest. I haven't added in so long. I haven't played against Oblong in so long, so I don't fully know what to expect. In my mind, Stargate opener into Blink, into 3 bases, but we'll see. We'll see where we go. The pylon placement is a little bit interesting. Typically, if it's going to be a Stargate opener, the pylon is thrown down closer towards your opponent to reduce the time it takes to get across the map. This pylon is a little bit further back to hide the tech. It's still going to be the Stargates, but again, a little bit further back. So Stargate opener out of Oblong. Back at home, we're just going to be droning, just going to be saturating. When it comes to these massive tumors in the center, they expire at the 7:55-ish mark, like around 7:55. Just under 8 minutes, or maybe 7:58 is when these do expire, when the map does open up a little bit more. We'll see where our players do take us. I hate this map and Last Fantasy. Those are my 2 vetoes. I can't. What's my 3rd veto? It's Torches, Last Fantasy, and I think Pylon. I think I vetoed Pylon. I have 70% win rate on this side. Let's go. Let's go. Those Marines must feel special. They've got a medevac each. Ah, beautiful. Their own personal medevac. This is going to be the Oracle opener. Meanwhile, we have an early Roach Warren. So we have early Roach Warren here out of Babylings. I would imagine for an early Roach rush. Let's go. Oh, mining through the patches. Okay. Opening up the right-hand side. Oracle does move in. Lings, they catch out the Adept. Massive pickoff. Adept goes down. Nicely done. Adept does fall. Oracle does scout the Roach Warren. Oblong knows. Drone's going to be going down. No Spore. Yeah, a little bit greedy here from Babylings, so we're just rushing Roaches across the map. Oh, the Oracle commits. Oh, it does commit in. The Oracle goes down. That was not worth it. I mean, I say that 8 drones did fall. That was a lot of economic damage here, but the Oracle does fall. That means no station traps back at home. Do have more Oracles on the way, and Babylings is all in. Babylings is completely all in here. Are we mining through the... No shot. Yo, let's go. We're mining through the patches. Babylings, you're an animal. Let's go. Again, this is the kind of thing that we do see on Torches. Like, you mine through the patches, and Oblong should be scouting this, should be aware. Remember, Oblong, he saw the Roach Warren. This is an insanely fast Roach Warren. It should not be done by now. So Oblong, he has seen that something is wrong, something is amiss, and Oblong's not scouting. He's not rechecking, he's not rescouting. He's seen what he needs to tip him off. And here comes the all-in. Here comes the all-in. Oh no, the natural's completely wide open. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, completely wide open. Queens that will distract in the center. I mean, this is going to distract Oblong. True. Does keep him busy. Babylings moving in. Again, no scouting. Stasis trap at the 3rd base. That will not help. And the base is just wide open here. Lings, they flood into the main. Roaches towards the natural. Going for the pylons. They were going for the pylons. Oh, going for the production. Going for a little bit of everything. Yeah, Roaches, they do move in. Headed towards the main. Ideally dragging the army out of range here of the shield battery. If there's no shield. There's no shield battery. God damn it. There's no shield battery. There's a defensive setup here. Adepts are falling. The Oracles, I mean, they will do a lot of damage in the sky. True. But Sorgs are falling. Yeah, Sorgs are still going down. Again, no defensive shield battery. No NG overcharge. No setup whatsoever. Remember, Oblong, he saw the Roach Warren, papi. He knew. God damn it. And GG. No, GG. As Babylings does overwhelm, it does take the game. Takes out Oblong. GG. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Clown maps call for clown strategies against clown opponents. We're all clowns. True, true. That was beautiful. GG, well played. Bablings does take down Oblong. Again, Oblong did kind of catch wind of what was going on. So that was a little bit on our Protoss player here. He got a lot of early game damage with the Oracle. Like, it was insane damage with the Oracle. Saw the Roach Warren, but there was no scouting of the mineral wall. Whether it was Babling's wall or Oblong's wall either, there was no checking there of what was happening, so it was completely wide open. There was a shield battery at the third base, but not at the natural, so it shows us that Oblong had no real idea as to what was going on. There's a bit of a PSA for those out there that don't veto this map, is respect the mineral wall. Because we've seen a lot of players make use of it, take advantage of that, and go for these all-ins. You can see it from the side of Protoss as well, with charge-based all-ins. So like yeah, there's definitely a big threat there, and there's definitely that to consider specifically for this map. It was similar on El Dorado, if you recall. El Dorado, there were also some niche builds that you can go for as well. GG, well played. Hi. GG, well played. With that, shout out to Babylings and shout out to Ragnar as well. Thank you so much for redeeming your replays. Thank you for having us share your ladder experience. Aye. I'm tempted to unveto torches to clown it up a little bit more. I need to like study some more Eric. I'll do like some Eric shenanigans on torches. We'll clown it up. But yeah, with that, GG, well played. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up here for tonight's broadcast. Again, it was a bit of a longer one here, just back-to-back casts. And again, if you want to tune in some more of the CranKy Ducklings, you can check out the rest of our streams tomorrow. We're done for today. Tonight, I'm going to be adminning the Euthermal 2v2 circuit. There's a last chance qualifier. And tomorrow, we're going to be live with the LATAM League, with Esports World Cup, with the Brazilian circuit, with Tuna Cup as well. Plenty of content over the weekend. Plenty of content. I've come to realize that torches might be the only map where you get to be a clown and win. No. True. It might be. I mean, Last Fantasy has potential, I feel, depending on what you're going for. Like Last Fantasy has its own, it has its own issues. True. But torches, you're probably right. But yeah, GG, well played. But with that, we're going to be wrapping up here. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some work done. I'm going to go rest up. When it comes to my personal stream, I do stream over on my own personal channel. Exclamation mark. Yeah. Exclamation mark lights in the chat. I do stream whenever I can. When it comes to my next ladder session, maybe tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the best bet. Tomorrow's going to be the best bet here. Just because we just had a 6-hour cast. But tomorrow the cast should be a little bit shorter. Tomorrow the cast should be a little bit shorter instead. So we should be okay. Should be okay to cast. To play, to compete, to ladder after the cast before EWC. We should be able to. But yeah, it's going to be an intense weekend. It's going to be an intense weekend of StarCraft. Likewise, we do have the Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup is also around the corner as well. And we'll see you then. Again, Home Story Cup is going to be next weekend. EWC is this weekend. And of course, EWC playoffs are at the end of the month, the beginning of July. Beginning of July is going to be Esports World Cup. So again, there's a lot going on, a lot of intense StarCraft on the horizon. And we'll be all over it here on the CranKy Ducklings. So thank you. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. After breakfast. You're an animal. But thanks so much. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time. Here on the CranKy Ducklings. Again, exclamation mark socials if you want to support us. Patreon as well. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our events, so you can support us there as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Papi ciao. Hasta luego.